panel, Doc Alia, Doc Baguio, and Ma'am Mary Chris Opinion, and especially to our advisor, Sir Ezri Coda. So we are the first group in Filipino psychology who will present our research for this morning titled Challenges of Rizal Memorial College's Junior High School Students in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa that influences social behavior. So together with Miss Aldamia, Miss Florentino, Miss Luciad, and Miss Faria. For chapter 1, the problem and its setting. For the purpose of the purpose of this study is to explore the challenges faced by Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa and how this influences social behavior among its students. This study aims to fill this research gap by examining the challenges faced by Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students in addressing the romanticization of TikTok as pakikipagkapwa and its influence on the social behavior of its students. So for the research questions, first, what are the experiences or challenges of the Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students in romanticizing TikTok that influences social behavior? This will be the probing questions. 1.1, how do Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students perceive TikTok as a platform for romanticizing relationship? Next will be what specific TikTok content or trends do Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students find most influential in shaping their social behavior? Next will be what are the potential negative effects of TikTok on the romantic relationships of Rizal Memorial College junior high school students? 1.4 will be how do the experiences and challenges of Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students in romanticizing TikTok differ based on their gender, age, and grade level? And lastly, for the first question, how can parents and educators help Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students develop a healthy relationship with TikTok and avoid the negative impacts of romanticized content? Next research question would be, in what ways does the RMC junior high school students cope with the challenges of romanticizing TikTok? Probing questions are the following. What are some common challenges that RMC junior high school students face when they romanticize TikTok? Next will be how do RMC junior high school students typically define romanticizing TikTok, and what are some of the associated beliefs of behaviors that go along with this? Next, are there certain groups or subcultures within RMC junior high school high that are more likely to romanticize TikTok than others? If so, why might this be the case? Next will be what are some of the negative consequences that RMC junior high students may experience when they romanticize TikTok, and how do they cope with these consequences? And lastly, for the second question, are there any positive coping mechanisms that RMC junior high students use to manage the challenges of romanticizing TikTok, and how effective are these coping strategies in the long term? And the last question is, how does TikTok contribute to the social interactions and relationships of Filipino youths? So for the probing questions, these are the following. What types of social interactions are most commonly facilitated through TikTok among Filipino youth, such as messaging, sharing content, or participating in challenges? Next, how do Filipino youth use TikTok to build and maintain relationships with friends and peers, such as by sharing content or engaging in conversations around shared interests? Next is, are there certain subgroups or communities within the Filipino youth populations that use TikTok more frequently or differently than others? And what type of social interactions and relationships do they tend to prioritize? Next will be, what are some of the benefits and drawbacks of using TikTok for social interactions and relationships among Filipino youth, such as increased access to peer support or potential risk associated with cyberbullying or online harassment? And lastly, How do Filipino youth compare the quality and depth of social interactions and relationships on TikTok to those facilitated through other social media platforms or in-person interactions, and what factors contribute to this perception? So now we go ahead for the significance of the study. This study is significant because it provides insight into the challenges faced by Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa and how this influences social behavior among its students. By examining the impact of TikTok on the social behavior of junior high school students in Rizal Memorial Colleges, this research can contribute to the development of effective strategies for managing the use of the platform to promote positive social interactions among students. Moreover, this study is relevant to current discussions on the role of social media in shaping social behavior among young people. With the increasing popularity of TikTok, it is important to understand how this platform affects the attitudes and behaviors of its users, particularly among junior high school students who are in critical stage of their social and emotional development. So now let's proceed for the definition of terms. Miss Tasiad.
Good morning, everyone. I am Princess Kay Nasiad, and for our definition of terms, we define words that are included and used to understand more our study. So first is romanticizing. So romanticizing is the act of idealizing or exaggerating something, often in a way that ignores its negative aspects or consequences. Next is the TikTok. So TikTok is a social media platform that allows user to create and share short videos, often has become increasingly popular among younger generations. Next is the pakikipagkapwa. Pakikipagkapwa is a core value in Filipino culture that emphasizes the importance of building positive and harmonious relationship with others based on kindness, empathy, and respect. So next one is the social behavior. So it refers to the action and the interactions of individuals within a social context, including their attitudes, beliefs, and responses to social cues. So for our next slide, so we have the review of significant literature. So one of the most popular Chinese social media platform right now is the TikTok, according to Du Yen, and it is formerly known as Musically. So since it TikTok has gained significant popularity, especially among young people who use the app to watch and make and comment on lip sync videos. So, given the numerous and answered research questions surrounding TikTok use, it is imperative to step up research effort to better understand TikTok use and determine whether specific features of it have a negative impact on behavior, according to Montag, Yang, and LI studies. So the next one is in the study of Go with the research title "Research on the Influence of TikTok on Teenager." TikTok can satisfy the mindset of teens since technology gives students the exciting possibility to use their time flexibility in terms of time, pace, and place. So the last one is most relevant driver to comprehend a variety of action on TikTok, including passive content consumption, but also generating content and connecting with other was the satisfying of entertainment affected needs, according to Bosen and Kotas. For our next slide, so to better understand TikTok, si Omar and Dikwan apply the idea of uses and pleasure. So according to their research, the urge for escapism, in particular, predicted the consumption of TikTok content, whereas self expression was associated with both participating and generating behaviors. So, TikTok can represent the views of many individuals in the real world, just like it did during the Oklahoma Trump rally boycott campaign by posting. So, it is according to Fund. And according to the study of Liktawa, Romarati, and Sorion, 37% and 38% of 100 students respectively concur that TikTok diverts their attention away from their schoolworks, and the result showed that TikTok can interfere with students' schoolwork even though students spend less time on it. So for our next slide, So we use the pakikipagkapwa and the pakikiramdam in theoretical lens. So pakikipagkapwa is a Filipino social psychology, and this is the heart of the structure of Filipino values. And there are 8 levels of interactions that were found by
Parang nawala ata ang audio ni Kuan, ni Princess Kay. Mahina ata ang audio.
Basahan na lang. Okay na. Okay.
Ayan,
The
I can hear you.
Okay. The concept of pakikiramdam can provide a framework when examining how the students use of TikTok reflects their level of empathy for others. So pakikipagkapan, pakikiramdam is the concept that we use po in theoretical lens. So for our next slide.
So good morning, everyone. I am Casey Florentino. And next is chapter 2, methodology. Next, philosophical assumption. So our philosophical assumption is ontological assumption. Human beings are social creatures seeking connection and interaction based on Aristotle. Second, axiological assumption. Social behavior is shaped by cultural influences and societal norms based on Durkheim. Third is epistemological assumption. Romanticizing TikTok may distort reality and impact social behavior negatively. And fourth, epistemological assumption. Junior high students face challenges in distinguishing between online and offline social interactions due to the influence of TikTok. Next or next. Next is qualitative assumptions. Junior high students may face challenges in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa, which could impact their social behavior negatively. Junior high students are drawn to TikTok due to its user-generated content and entertainment value. Romanticizing TikTok may lead to unrealistic expectations about social interactions and relationships in the online world. Unrealistic expectations about social interactions on TikTok may negatively influence the social behavior of junior high students. Design and procedures. So titled Challenges of RMC Junior High Students in Romanticizing TikTok as Pakikipagkapwa that Influence Social Behavior. So this study is qualitative research study with a phenomenological phenomeno.
Hello, where is Casey?
Wait lang po, sir. So aims to explore experiences or
Could someone take over, please, from the group?
So for the design and procedures, title Challenges of RMC Junior High Students in Romanticizing TikTok as Pakikipagkapwa that Influence Social Behavior. We will conduct a qualitative research study with a phenomenological approach. It aims to explore the experiences and perceptions of junior high students regarding their use of TikTok as Pakikipagkapwa. So for the sample, our respondents will be the junior high students who actively use TikTok in the Rizal Memorial Colleges. And for the data collection, it is a semi-constructed interviews and focus group discussions. For the data, it will be audio recorded and transcribed verbatim. For the thematic analysis will be used to identify patterns and themes in the data. And for our goal, we will capture the challenges faced by junior high students in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa and understand their impact on social behavior. For
The next is research participants. This study participants has 10 junior high school students from Rizal Memorial Colleges in Davao City. And the researchers will use non-probability purposive sampling to select the participants based on specific criteria. So the criteria are the following. So number one, of course, the participants must be a junior high school student currently enrolled in the academic year 2022 to 2023. Number two criteria, the participants must be active user of TikTok. Number three, the participants must have a basic understanding of the concept of pakikipagkapwa in Filipino culture. And the fourth criteria is the participants must have experienced challenges in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa that influence their social behavior. So to ensure that the participants have diverse perspective and experiences, the researchers selected 2 participants from each grade, 2 from grade 7, 8, 9, and 10. Next slide, please. Okay, so ethical considerations. Of course, ethical considerations are important to ensure that the research is conducted in a responsible manner. So in this study, participants are minors, so obtaining informed consent from their parents and guardians is crucial. So the researchers must maintain confidentiality, avoid coercion, and provide the participants with the freedom to withdraw from the study at any time. Next slide, please. Okay, so the role of the researchers design the study based on research objectives and determine appropriate methodology and data collection techniques. So researchers should establish rapport and trust with the participants by creating a safe and comfortable environment for them to share their experiences and perspective freely. The next would be the awareness of biases and assumptions, striving to remain objective throughout the research process and skilled in data analysis and interpretation. And the last role of the researchers is to communicating the findings of the study in a clear and concise manner using appropriate language and terminology while considering the ethical implications of the research. So next slide, please. Okay, so the data collection. So to begin with the data collection process, a letter must be submitted to the dean and for authorization to conduct our study. Next is the researchers will ask permission. Again, like what I said earlier, the participants are minors, so we should conduct research in that interview must be conducted via social media such as Messenger, Instagram, email, or whichever convenient to the research participants. So next, the researcher should explain and elaborate to the research participants about their role and the nature of the study. Next slide, please. Okay, data analysis. And the fourth step is the presentation of result. So researchers will present the results in a way that captures the essence of the students' experiences of romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa and how this influenced their social behavior. Next slide, please. Okay, framework of the analysis. Developing a thematic framework captures the key themes and concept in the data. So researchers will use a combination of deductive and inductive coding to identify codes and categories related to the challenges that will be facing by the students and how TikTok is romanticized as pakikipagkapwa that influences their social behavior. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the qualitative analysis by Creswell. So first is familiarizing with the data and then developing a thematic framework and then indexing and then charting and mapping the interpretation. Next slide, please. Okay, go na.
Trustworthiness of the study. So this study aims to explore the challenges faced by junior high school students in Rizal Memorial Colleges in romanticizing TikTok as pakikipagkapwa and how it affects their social behavior. So the researchers use a qualitative research design to collect data through semi-structured interviews with junior high school students from Rizal Memorial Colleges. The participants will be selected through a purposive sampling, ensuring that they represent a diverse range of backgrounds and experiences. So for our next slide, that's the end po of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenters, for your presentation. I would like to give the floor to our panel for suggestions, comments, and questions.
Okay, so is Ma'am Palero? Palero ba yung si Sir? Si
Ma'am Opinion,
Ma'am Opinion is still
Professor
here?
Opinion po.
Nandito pa siya? Nandito pa siya. Ma'am Opinion, are you still there?
Yes,
Good
nandito po.
morning, Doc.
Ay, hello, good morning. Okay, how about Dr. Baguio? Nandyan pa rin siya. Medyo mahina ang kanyang kuan.
Yes,
Internet.
nandito po si Doc Baguio.
Ay, hello Doc, good morning. Hello, Dr. Baguio. Okay, so we are here, mga students, no, we are here, the panel are here because we wanted to give our suggestions and comments. This is for the improvement of your paper, okay? We are not here to judge you or whatever, no, but then we are here to help you out in your paper, okay? So I would like to start with Ma'am Opinion, please. Any suggestion, ma'am?
Thank you, Doc. Okay, so hopefully you can hear me clearly kasi sa akin putol-putol ang audio while presenting kanina. May mga parts na hindi ko marinig. So my suggestion, since hindi ko nakita yung manuscript, I want you to emphasize, no? You have mentioned kanina to bridge the gap, no? So hindi na-emphasize ano yung gap. So bakit kailangan natin i-conduct ang study? So you have to go through again to your literature. So kulang ba ang study related to this one? Okay, and also your rationale, you have to highlight also the reason why you need to conduct the study. And doon sa introduction nyo, na hopefully na-emphasize din doon, ano yung problema, hindi lang more on literature, no? Dapat specific, no? Ano yung problema, saan nag-start ang problema, saan nagsimula, ano yung naging development, no? Kaya siguro walang development, that's why you opted to have that topic. Okay, so pasok din yung gap, no, doon. So significance of the study, you have mentioned naman, no, with junior high school students, to inform them, to orient them. Okay, so that's good. And also doon sa methods and techniques, yes, you have mentioned no, na quali and phenomenological. Before you i-explain kung ano yung gagawin nyo with your respondents, no, you need to have first the conceptual definition of your technique and method. No, siguro kanina sa PowerPoint, nakaano lang siya, naka-summarize, pero in your paper, kindly conceptually define first no, your technique and your method and bakit nyo pinili yan siya na technique and method or design. No? So you also had your respondents, you have described them. So don't forget to highlight their profile, saan nyo sila kinuha. And good that you have criterias on how to select them. No? You have clearly presented kung sino in particular, no? So yung na-mention nyo kanina, user ng TikTok, okay, that's good. How did you arrive with your sample ba? Why have you decided na 10? Anyone? Bakit 10?
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Since koan po, ma'am, since Pheno po yung ma'am, mas lesser kay mag-conduct mi og kanang in-depth interview, ma'am. So, ang record sa Pheno, ma'am, kay 7 to 10 participants po.
Sige, so with that, no, since mo discuss man mo about how you get the sample, i-conceptualize gihapon siya, no? Conceptually define it, no? Bakit yan yung napili niyo na sampling method? Okay, so ibutan po na siya sa inyong paper. Kay usually, mangutan ng tao, ngano 10 lang. So i-define po siya, no? Ngano 10. Kay tungod, no? 7 to 10 kung inana nga design ang ato ang gamiton. Okay, so that's it, no? With my suggestions and comments, just highlight and define no all the things na nilalagay nyo doon sa paper nyo.
Yes po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Conceptualize first, you define, then the purpose. Okay, that's it for my suggestion, Doc Talia.
Okay, sige. Thank you so much, Ma'am Opinion. Now, let's hear now the suggestion of Dr. Baguio. Dr. Baguio, are you there? Hello, Dr. Baguio. Hinay kaayo ng kuan ni Doc.
Parang naka-open man ata kanina si Doc Baguio. Parang may technical problems lang siguro.
Oh, my technical problem. But anyway, let's continue, okay? So, it was mentioned by Ma'am Opinion, no? You have to establish the gaps and why did you come up, though you have mentioned that, no? But we wanted to see that in paper, no? This one, you gave us orally, but then in the paper, it must be reflected in there, no? Yung mga sinasabi ni Ma'am kanina. Now, I would like to go through into the technical aspect, no, of your paper. Now, in terms of the research questions, no, you have so many sub-questions, no, from the main questions mo, yung RQ1, research question number 1. I would like, kindly show me yung research question, Ben. Kindly show that, yung slide. The slide for that research question. Okay, so here, no, what are the experiences, challenges of the Rizal Memorial Junior High School students in romanticizing TikTok that influence social behavior? Okay, so this is now the first questions, okay? This is the first questions, whoever the said sub-questions in here, like for example, how do Memorial College's junior high school students perceive the TikTok? Actually, this is now the questions, but this is a guide questions, no? Kasi dito sa sir, would you mind? Can I present something para ma-clear sa ilaha?
Sige
Okay
po,
lang ba,
Doc.
sir?
Yes po.
Magpuan ako. Okay.
Maka-share screen ka po, Doc.
Maka-share ako. Kindly, I will share this one, ha?
Sige
Dali
po,
lang.
Doc.
Okay. Can you see my sharing? Nakita ba niyo yung gina-share ko?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So ganito yun na class, no? Okay. So we have the research questions. Yung the first questions ninyo, yun ang research questions. So nakalagay doon, what are the experiences, challenges, okay? That what's that? In RMC junior high school, no? In romanticizing the TikTok. That is now the research questions. Now you have the guide questions, okay? So yung first questions ninyo doon, that would serve as your guide questions. Guide questions could be at least 2, then dapat may proving questions kayo, okay? So may proving questions. Ano itong proving questions? By the way, start tayo dito sa guide. Ano itong guide questions? Itong guide questions, these are taken from the research questions. So that makita mo talaga sa participants nga yung kanilang mga answers, no, nag-jive talaga, hindi yung nag-aakyat or nag-debate, no, hindi sila nag-debate. But then, constant yung kanilang answer. So that is why you have to guide them. So what are their lived experiences? Kindly mention daw kung ano, sabihin mo na lang sa akin, ano nga yung mga kuan nila. The first sub-question, i-mention mo na lang. Hello.
The first sub-question, ma'am, is how do Rizal Memorial College's junior high school students perceive TikTok as a platform in romanticizing relationship?
Okay, how do they perceive? Okay, how do they ano ba ang kuan niyo? Kasi dapat mo magiging kuan ka ba yung ang mga terminologies that you are going to use must be inconstant. Let's say for example, you are saying the experiences. Pag sinabi kasi natin experiences, that could be challenges, that could be positive or negative. Kapag sinabi naman natin challenges, that could be a negative, no? So you have to be specific. It is as experiences, challenges, or perceive, no? Yung perceive kasi parang yung pananaw lang nila. Okay? Magkaiba talaga yan siya. So, you have to be cautious with the terminology that you are going to use. Okay? It should be yung kung ano ang tawag yan, yung constant ka. Kung halimbawa experiences, you have to talk about the experiences. If you wanted challenges, talk about the challenges. If you wanted to talk about how do they perceive, yung perseverance ay yung perceive lang nila, yung kanilang pananaw lang, yun ang gagamitin mo. So, you have to choose, ha? Hindi yung meron kang experiences, meron kang perceive, how do they perceive? Hindi, what are their experiences? Okay, so what are their experiences? Kasi yun naman ang ginatanong mo sa research questions. Then you should have the guide. I-guide mo sila. Tapos kapag nag-explain sila ganyan, then i-prove mo again. Make another questions. Okay? So, ano ang mga yung hindi mo makalimutan na experiences when you have that TikTok? Okay? Anong hindi mo makalimutan? Could you give some of the example of your TikTok? So, something ganun ba? Para yung kanilang mga answers, nakikita mo nga, okay, definite talaga sila sa mga answers nila. Hindi yung pa-change sila. Dapat definite talaga. Kasi magkukuha ka ng mga theme yan eh. From their answers, you have to get some things, no? Yun ang magiging mga kuha mo na, yun ang themes mo na gagamitin or indicators mo kung sa quality as quantity, no? Yun ang magiging guide mo in answering doon sa iyong chapter 3. Okay? So, dapat alisin mo na lang yan yung mga sub-questions nyo. Gagawa kayo ng ganito. Okay? Gagawa kayo ng ganito. Interview guide, then gulayan sa paaralan. Interview guide. Dali lang ha. Okay. So, gagawa kayo ng interview. Makita ba, sir, ang aking gina-present?
Yes po, Doc,
Okay.
makita.
Okay. So, gagawa kayo ng interview guide. Ganitong gagawin nyo. Because in making a qualitative research, dapat part ito siya. Part ito siya, no? So, kung ginawa mo yan doon sa RQ1, doon mo pinasok yan, ililipat lang natin. Ang number 2 question nyo are, what is the coping mechanism? Yata yan? Parang coping mechanism, right? So, kindly give me the number 2 question, research question. Hello.
Excuse me,
Ah,
Doc. We
ah.
prepared interview guide po, Doc. Hindi po na
May I see the interview guide? Kasi baka doon natin ipapasok yun. Kasi in the research question, it must be only 3. Okay? It must only be 3. Tapos, doon natin ilagay sa interview guide yung mga sub-questions ninyo doon that should be placed in the interview guide. Okay? So, kung meron kayong prepared dyan, titingnan natin, baka nagabalik-balik lang. So, tanggalin lang natin yun doon sa research questions. Ilalagay lang natin dyan sa interview guide. Okay?
Yes po, Doc. Pwede po naka-i-present na rin, Doc.
Oh, sure. Sige, sige. Alisin mo lang yung presentation ko.
Yes po, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
So lahat po sila ito, Doc, nag-prepare na po sila ng mga guide questions for quali
Okay.
and quantity mga questionnaire. So I told them to present it after the presentation. Whenever
Yeah, kasi
will
part
answer.
kasi yan siya sir nga dapat i-present din nila yan, no? Kasi para malaman natin. But then in our format manggod no, sa RMC, there must be only 3 research questions. Then dito na sila gagawa ng yung mga interview guide nila, doon na papasok yung kanila guide questions and the proving questions.
Sige po. Reporters, kindly present.
Oh, you have to
Yeah.
present.
Okay, parang nag-sharing na sila, no?
Okay, that's it. Andito lang naman pala siya. How do you use? Kasi ganito, ito talaga yung mga research questions nyo, interview guide. Now, alisin mo na lang yung sa number 1 mo. Yung doon nakapasok doon sa research questions, only the research questions will be reflected in there. The sub-questions dapat dito nyo nilagay. Can you describe? So parang ito man din yung mga dapat na itanong mo sa kanila. Right?
Yes, Doc.
Oo. So, okay, ito, ganito ang paggawa talaga. Ganito talaga ang paggawa. So, alisin mo na lang yung mga sub-questions na nakalagay dyan sa paper na yan. Baka, I don't know if that is only your guide for this oral, no? Or this, during this defense, no? Sa inyong outlining. Pero, baka sa paper, tinanggal ninyo din yan sa paper. Kung wala yan sa paper, talagang dapat lang. Okay? So, when you are going to present that in paper, alisin lang natin yung stuff. But for the sake of presentation, baka nilagay nyo lang dyan. That would be okay. Okay? So, the other, you have already, mga research participants ninyo, you have mentioned about grade 10, that is junior high school, right? Parang you have mentioned nga grade 2. Are you still going to yung mga grade 2 ba? Or participants ninyo are all junior high school or grade 10?
All junior high school po. Doc.
So, wala nang other kuan. Basta junior high school grade 10.
Yes po, Doc.
Okay, so yun lang ang nakita ko doon. But anyway, some other aspects no ng inyong research, okay na yun sa akin. Yun lang sa research questions lang ako nag-one. Okay, but I would like to see that in paper talaga kung how would you present it, no? Kasi magkaiba kasi yung presentation na nasa slide at saka yung presentation na nasa paper talaga. Okay?
Yes po,
Okay,
Doc.
so si Dr. Baguio, are you still here, Dr. Baguio? If Dr. Baguio is not around, maybe kuan nang mahina ang net ni Doc Baguio ba?
Hello, Doc Baguio. Can you, open your or unmute yourself po para marinig ka namin, Doc? Naka-unmute man si Doc. Tapos, Hello? Hello, Doc? Parang may problema sa audio gid nimo, Doc
Sa
Josephine.
audio niya siguro kayo. Hindi
Kay
man natin naririnig.
naka-unmute man si Doc Baguio po. Tapos ay yung camera lang niya hindi naka-open. Kanina naka-open ng camera si baka sa setting
Baka mahina talaga ang kuan niya.
or baka hindi naka-connect sa ano no sa si Doc
Nawala na
Baguio.
siya. Nandito na si Doc. Oh. Hi, Doc.
Hello, Doc. Parang sa ano siguro na
Oo, hindi yung
sa
kanyang
audio, sa Wi-Fi
audio.
ata, Doc. Para i-click mo daw, Doc, ang imong audio, Doc. Audio. Parang nai-arrow up tapad sa mute, Doc. Then mag-select ka ng microphone mo, Doc. Or baka may headphone ka dyan, Doc, na nakakonect. O ayan, para mag-select ka talaga, Doc, ng ano, Doc. But you can hear us naman, Doc, no? Madingig mo po kami, Doc. Wala kagad talagang audio sa amin, Doc.
Baka marinig niya tayo lang hindi makarinig sa
Oo,
kanya.
marinig daw tayo, Doc, ni Doc Josephine. Pero yung audio lang
Ah,
talaga ni ano. Ako pa, mag-try ako mag-share screen, Doc Jo, para yung parang sa audio ata. Screen. Ito po sa dito sa audio, Doc. Dito sa tapad sa na i-mute para mag-select ka ng mic. May mic man dai imong headphone, Doc, no? O kasi pagpasok po natin sa Zoom, mag-notify po siya na join audio with either Wi-Fi or parang data. So kailangan po natin i-click yung Wi-Fi, join audio with Wi-Fi.
ah. Saan na yung pagbalik, sir? Magbalik sa siya.
Para mag-leave sa ka po muna, Doc Josephine, tapos magbalik ka og ano po, magbalik ka og sulod po kay para ma-open ang imuhang audio, Doc.
Message sa private message. Ay, para may pawaan nato kung sa siya.
Paano ba natin ito, ano ba, mag-send?
Ikaw ang siguro, sir, sa iyahang kuan, dili ka maka-message sa iyaha. Sige
Madungog,
na lang. Ah,
madungog ta ni Doc Bagyo ata. Doc, parang,
sige.
madungog ta niya, pero ang iya lang audio, pero may speaker ka dyan, Doc Bagyo. I-remove na lang siguro nato ang imuhang headphone, Doc. Kanya, parang tanggalon yun na siya sa imuhang computer, Doc. Asa na siya? Or magpa-help na lang tayo. Ayan. May help na. May help na dumating.
Rescue.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear, Doc. Parang sa audio ata yan, hindi naka-join si Doc Bagyo kanina sa audio kasi pagpasok sa Zoom, kailangan sa i-join din ang audio.
Oo. Kay kung hindi mo ma-join, di ka kakuan. Mubalik lang yung kaan, sir, di ba?
Parang kailangan mag-leave ata sa muna, Doc, tapos re-enter.
Mag-leave.
Oo, re-enter po sa Zoom. Kasi sayang, hindi natin marinig ang inputs ni Doc Bagyo, no? Ang dami ba inputs ni Doc Bagyo yun last time? Ayan, nag-leave na si Doc.
Base, nag-leave siya.
Opo, nag-leave na siya. So,
Sige,
siya.
next na lang siguro kay nadungog man pud to niya tong kuan. So maghatag lang siya iyang
Yes po.
comment after na lang. Sige, let's proceed to kuan na lang, sir.
Okay, sige po, Doc. Okay, nandito na ba ang group 2? Group 2? Nana ang group 2? Ayan. Si Joel Beray. Sino ba ang group 2? And then group 3, punta na kayo sa group 1. Pwede na kayo magbalik sa kuan sa breakout room.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po. Thank you po, Doc.
Sige. Anyway, naaman tayo recording, ani. Kapag magbigay si Doc Bagyo later ng inputs niya, you can view naman our recording later. Okay, gi-record man ako, i-upload nato ni para ma-view ninyo.
Noted, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sige. So, kinsa man ang group 2? Naana ang group 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
kindly start your presentation na. Open, share screen na. Ayan, nandito na si Doc Bagyo. Hello, Doc. Madinig mo kami, Doc Bagyo?
My goodness.
Connecting to audio. Wait lang mga presenters kay ano muna natin si Doc Bagyo. Walang nakakonect na audio kay Doc Bagyo. Makita ko po kasi yung participant. So, ayan. Ay, wala pala. Naka-unmute na si Doc. Kaso wala pa siyang audio.
Wala pa siya audio. Nangita pa tong tabang, sir.
Sige, we will start na lang, Doc, no? Kaya madinig man
we will
tayo ni
start
Doc.
nila.
Madinig man tayo ni Doc
Yes.
Bagyo. Pero ang
Correct.
audio lang talaga niya. Sige. You may start, presenters. Group 2 for Filipino Psych. Anyway, Doc Ann at saka Ma'am Mary Chris, I already sent the copy of manuscript po sa inyong messenger para may guidance din po kayo sa kanilang
Okay,
presentation.
sir. Thank you.
Sige po. So you may now start, presenters. Go ahead.
Good day, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning to our panelists, Dr. Josephine Baguio, to our Dean, Dr. Kalia, and Professor Opinion, and to Sir Esri, good morning. So I am Caitlin Entes, and together with my researchers team, Ms. Escobarte, Mrs. Magtulis, Mr. Viray, and Ms. Brico, we are here to present our outline research titled The Psychological Needs of the Resident of 37A in a Kapwa-Tao Approach. So we have here the chapter 1, the problem and its settings. The resident of 37A Boulevard faces several psychological needs, including access to affordable mental health care, social support, and a sense of purpose and meaning. Well, care is a critical need for individuals, especially to those who experience mental health challenges. And mental health concerns can be significant burden on an individual's life and can impact their overall well-being. However, mental health mental health services or mental health access can be expensive, making it more difficult for those facing financial challenges to access the care they need. We have here the purpose of the study. The purpose of the study is to examine the psychological needs of the residents of 37A using the Kapwa-Tao approach. So the approach aims to address the psychological needs of individuals and communities by promoting social support, collective action, and cultural awareness. And the purpose of this study is to use the Kapwa-Tao approach to examine the specific psychological needs of the residents of 37A Boulevard. And again, the study aims to provide a better understanding of the challenges faced by the community and how they can be addressed through community-based intervention. And we have here the research questions. The study aims to determine to identify the psychological needs of the residents in 37A and determine how the Kapwa-Tao approach can be addressed those needs. First is what are the primary psychological needs of the residents in 37A and how the Kapwa-Tao approach be applied meet the psychological needs of the residents in 37A, and what are the challenges and opportunities in implementing Kapwa-Tao approach to address the psychological needs of the residents in 37A. For this slide, Ms. Magdulis will be continued this topic. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Good morning, panelists. So in continuation, in our review of significant literature, so we aim to investigate the psychological needs of the residents in the aforementioned area using a Kapwa-Tao approach. So in this Kapwa-Tao approach, the Kapwa-Tao, so this term refers to the interconnectedness and shared identity of people emphasizing the importance of social harmony and collective well-being. So in our study, we seek to identify how these psychological needs are being met or not being met within the community of 37A and with the use of Kapwa-Tao approach. So as all we know, this approach recognizes the importance of community participation and empowerment in addressing the needs and issues in a specific community. And also in the theoretical lens, so in 37A, or in the residents of 37A in a Kapwa-Tao approach could be the self-determination theory. So in this theory, the self-determination theory of human motivation and personality development that focuses on three basic psychological needs. One is the autonomy, second is the competence, and the third one is the relatedness. So the Kapwa-Tao approach, which emphasizes interconnectedness and shared identity, aligns with this theory, the self-determination theory, that emphasizes on the relatedness. So one of our classmates will continue about the chapter 2 in methodology.
Okay, good morning, panelists once again. My name is Joel Veray and part of a group on 2. And under the chapter 2 methodology, we would like to emphasize the philosophical assumptions. No? So the Kappa Tau approach to community development is based on the fundamental philosophical assumption that human beings have innate psychological needs that must be met in order for them to thrive and live fulfilling lives. So these needs include the need for love, belonging, safety, and self-actualization. In the context of Barangay 37-A, Kappa Tao, it is essential to recognize and address these needs through community building, empowerment, and self-determination. And of course, the designs and procedures that we are going to do is the aim of this qualitative research is to explore the psychological needs of the residents of Barangay 37-8 Kapwa Tao approach and a community-based housing project in the Philippines. The study will employ a procedure that involves conducting in-depth interviews and focus group discussions with the residents to gather data. So to select participants, the research will use random sampling, ensuring that a diverse range of residents from different age groups, gender, and socioeconomic backgrounds are included. I think one of my classmates will continue our presentation.
The participants of this residents and 8 focus group each consists 2 focus group residents of Barangay 3D Trading Boulevard in Davao City. They should be able to communicate effectively in their Tagalog and the question and discussion during the research. Ideally, participants should be at least 18 years old and have been residing in the community for at least 6 months to a year. Participants should also be willing and able to give informed consent and participate in the study voluntarily. Next, please. The ethical considerations. So in conducting this research, entitled The Psychological Needs of the Resident of 37A Kapwa Tao Approach, raises ethical considerations regarding the protection and welfare of human subjects. Firstly, the researcher must obtain consent from the participants, explaining the purpose of and nature of the study, the risk and the benefits, and the voluntary participation. The participants' privacy and confidentiality must be respected, and their identities remain anonymous to potential harm or stigma. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Group 2, for your presentation. Now, I will give the time to our panel for suggestions, comments, and perhaps questions. Doc Baguio, can you hear us po? Or okay na po ba yung audio ninyo?
Nandito ba siya? Wala, no?
Nandito po, nandito na po si...
Nandiyan siya.
Opo.
Oh. Hello, Doc Baguio. Hello, Doc. Are you still there? Hi, Doc. Wala git siya. Wala siya, no? So we're gonna start na lang with some of our suggestions, no, and comments for the improvement of your paper. Okay, students? Now, let us hear the suggestion of Ma'am Opinion. Ma'am Opinion, please.
Thank you, Doc. Okay, so I was going through the manuscript and very good. You have identified here, no, the gap of the study sa pinaka-last part ng intro nyo. And question lang, were you not able to check on a theory na pwede na masakop yung mga variables nyo? Do you need to really present 2 theories in your study? Or baka may isa lang na theory na pwede nyong i-embrace niya na yung dalawang, yung dalawang variable na present nyo. Pero kung wala talaga, no, kung hindi kaya ng isa, we can have 2. Ang present nyo dito sa paper, more on concept lang siya, no? Yung idea ng theory. So don't forget to indicate the relevance of this theory to your study. Okay, you have identified naman, pero wala na-explain ang relevance. Okay, so it was also mentioned, no, beneficiary, yes, you have included here. Saan ba sa, for a while ha, dito ba sa introduction, na-mention ba? Yes, no, and sa method and technique, same with the last group. Kindly conceptually define first your methods, your techniques, no, kung ano yung ginamit nyo, then why you have chose that, tsaka diretso kayo sa paano nyo i-conduct. Okay, and with your respondents, okay, you have identified, no, a specific sample, okay, doon sa area of study nyo, then kindly present a clear criteria. Okay, kanina, above 18, okay, ano pa yon? At least 6 months. Okay, so you clearly present that in your paper. I don't know kung na-identify talaga siya clearly dito. Okay, yes. Ideally, participants should be at least 18 years old. Okay, so it was identified. Very good, no? You have to have a clear set. Pero question, why have you chose na random sampling kung naa naman may criteria sa inyong respondents? Anyone? Bakit random na may ano naman tayo, criteria?
Well, why random? Kasi ita-try namin yung explore yung paano po yung proseso ng random at yung isang approach, no? So regardless kung saan yung kung ma-determine namin saan yung mas effective, doon po kami, ma'am.
Pero you have presented na
Yeah, exactly.
random.
Yes. Kasi kailangan namin i-present yun para po sa inyong comment and critic and suggestion kung alin po yung mas effective. So doon po kami magbabase.
Okay. So since you have naman the criteria, no, you have clearly presented na 18 years old, at least a resident of that area for 6 months, you could have you can state there, no, purposive, because you have intentionally selected specific participants, no, specific participants with their characteristics, with sa ilahang age, no, sa ilahang number of months, sa ilahang stay dito. So pwede purposive kay intentionally man nato gi-select sila based sa ilahang profile. Okay, so with the instrument, kay Doc ko na lang ibigay yung technicalities, no, because she might be
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Na-mute
Yes, ma'am.
ako. Okay.
Oo.
Yes po. So, with the sampling, no, again, I would suggest na purposive since may criteria naman tayo, intentional yung pagpili natin ng participants based sa kanilang profile, sa kanilang characteristics. And with the research instrument, with the technicality, I will be giving it to Doc Kalia para ma-check niya, no, kung ano lang yung included natin sa ating interview guide. That's it po for my suggestion and insight.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am, opinion. Okay, so you have heard already, no, some of the comments, no, with regards to the gaps and other comments for you to improve your manuscript. Okay, now since Dr. Baguio is not around, I will be giving also my opinion about your manuscript. Okay, so number one is that the purpose of your study, by the way, dito send it lang. Kasi I'm going through with your manuscript now. Will you please no doon sa research questions nyo, kindly take note of your tenses, no, yung mga tenses nyo, yung mga verb agreement ninyo at saka yung mga redundancy of the words that you used. Okay, so the purpose of your study is to examine the psychological needs of the residents. So you wanted to examine only the psychological needs. That is why your number one questions, what are the primary psychological needs of the students, of the residents in 37A? Ito yung gusto nyong makita, yung makita lang ninyo what kasi yung title kasi ninyo, it's all about the psychological needs of the residents in a kapwa-tao approach. So the psychological needs of the residents. So you wanted only to examine the psychological needs of the residents of 37A. Then right after that, wala lang. What are your kuan ba? Kasi dito, so number one questions, what are the psychological needs? Once you have identified how the kapwa tao be applied to meet the psychological needs. So dapat ang gitanong ninyo dito, yung kanilang mga challenges para makita ninyo kanilang mga how would you see itong psychological needs of the residents? Paano? Just by asking? Hello, paano ito siya ninyo kukunin, itong the primary psychological needs?
Yes po. Based on our technique or instruments that we are going to use is asking a question, and in fact we are preparing a questionnaires intended for the respondents, to know the psychological needs of the residents in the Barangay 37.
Okay. Kindly share your questions. Interview guide. Hello.
Yes, hello, Doc. Madunggan ako ninyo.
Ay, namadunggan na
Yes,
gyud ka,
kanan,
Doc
Doc.
Baguio.
Kanan na.
Ay, salamat.
Wala lang naka-open. Wala lang naka-open imong camera, Doc.
Oo, sige, open ako. Gipindot-pindot.
Kana. Sige.
Sa wakas, napindot ra gihapon.
Kana, Doc. Makita na.
Kaya ko napindot-pindot diri, ako rin gipindot-pindot lang diri tanan.
Oh, sakto. Nasaktuhan gyud, Doc.
Kung daghan ko pindot diri. Thank you.
Okay. So nakita nimo, Doc, ang ilahang mga paper, manuscript nila.
Wala manuscript. Katong presentations lang nila nakita na ako.
Na din na sa imong gihatag ni Doc ni Sir Estre. Nakita nimo?
Manuscript diri.
Sa messenger po.
Sa messenger nimo.
Okay. Yes, Doc. Oo, nakita na nako. Karon lang.
Nakita nimo karon lang. Okay. So kindly, Mr. Biray, kindly share your yung
Yes,
interview guide mo daw be.
I think I would like to request one of our group mate to share our questionnaires so that our panelists will have a clear picture of our
Okay.
questionnaires. Please.
Okay po. Wait.
So here we go. Doc Kalia, here's our
Um.
questionnaires, I would say.
Okay. So these are now your questionnaire, no? I would like you to make a questionnaire talaga that would prove and that would guide your participants. Kasi itong ginawa nyo, in your own opinion, the most important factors that would contribute to your emotional well-being. Bakit well-being naman ito? Yung mga psychological needs man ang you wanted to examine, no? So nagkaroon ka na dito ng emotional well-being, how you feel the sense of belongingness, yung mga ganito. So parang nag-deviate ka na ngayon sa iyong study because your study focus lang on the psychological needs, okay? So psychological needs nila. Ngayon dito sa questions mo, by the way, no, this is not a questionnaire but this is an interview guide, okay? So
Okay.
doon sa presentation ninyo kanina, sa inyong research question, what are the primary psychological needs of the residents in 37A? Now, in your presentation now, sa iyong ginawang mga questionnaires, it's not a questionnaire, but then this is the interview guide. It seems na you deviated, no? You deviated from the question number 1. Okay? So dapat itong inyong presentation, no, sa mga questions guide ninyo, mga interview guide ninyo, that should anchor in that 3 research questions. Okay? So, number 1, nag-debate ka na bakit itong emotional well-being na ang ginawa ninyo when in fact, you're only asking for the psychological needs of the residents. Okay? How would you sense the belongingness and connectedness? Bakit napasok na dito ang belongingness and connectedness? Nga when in fact, doon sa research questions ninyo, yung pakikipagkapwa-tao approach ninyo to meet the psychological needs of the residents in 37A. Kasi kung itong mga guide questions na ginawa ninyo, hindi ninyo makukuha itong mga dapat na gusto ninyong masagot dito sa mga research questions kasi nag-debate na kayo. Okay, mga activities interest meaningful to you. So, ganito for the sake of the students, no, I would like to present to you on how you are going to make the research questions and the interview guide. Okay, so I'm going to present and I'm going to share to you ito. Dali lang dali lang. Sana.
For HMO infection. Tapos ganisa din kayo sa halipin.
Okay, so can you see my sharing?
Yes, I would like that.
Okay. Hello, can you see my sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, claro, okay. Now, this is the interview guide, okay? Now, yung first questions ninyo, supposed to be, that would be the research questions. Like, for example, your research questions is all about the, what are the primary needs of the residents? Siguro ito yung mga experiences nila or the challenges nila of the psychological needs, no? Of the residents in 37A. So perhaps these are the challenges, no, of their psychological needs, so that it would come up, no, lalabas talaga dito, what are their psychological needs, okay? So yun dapat ang ilagay ninyo dito sa research questions. Then you should have a follow-up questions, no? Sa follow-up questions ninyo, dun sa nilagay ninyo kanina yung sa research ninyo, no, yung sa ano yun, yung gi-share ninyo, parang hindi sila swak, nag-debate kayo. When your questions, no, number one questions is all about the psychological needs. Your guide questions should be going towards the psychological needs also. Then you need to have proving questions para yung mga sagot ng mga estudyante ng participants would be inconstant, no? The same pa rin. Kahit na anong liko-liko mo about mga psychological needs, they would come up in one. Pareha pa rin ang thinking nila. Kasi ito yung gusto nating mangyari eh. Ito yung gusto nating mangyari nga, pag nagsalita yung si participants, we must be sure as a researcher, no? Kailangan i-sure natin sa sarili natin na yan talaga ang dapat, yan talaga ang gustong sasabihin ng ating participants. Okay? So, I think nagkakaroon lang kayo ng yung inconsistency sa inyong questions, no? Yung from your research questions and your guide questions. Hindi nagaswa. So there is an inconsistency in there. Hindi ninyo makukuha talaga ang talagang answers. Okay? So you have to make some corrections on that, on the research questions. Okay? So now, okay, itong may nakita ako dito sa, by the way, no, in terms of the review of significant literature, ayusin nyo lang ito. You have to get more about the psychological needs. What are the things, no, yung mga psychological needs nila. Okay? So, nakita ko rin dito about your theories. Okay? Yung theories ninyo dito is all about the self-determination theory. Okay? So, self-determination theory. But then, pagdating dito sa research, saan ba yun? Yung, saan ko nakita yung kanina? Okay. Itong chapter 2, sa chapter 2 ninyo, dito naman pumasok yung theory. This study is anchored to the psychological needs of close anchored to the basic psychological needs. Sa siya? Okay. Sa philosophical assumption. When we say of philosophical assumptions, no, these are the philosophical assumption. Okay. When we say of philosophical assumptions, this would provide yung framework of understanding for your research. No, meron yung 4 na philosophical assumptions. We have the ontological, epistemological, we have ansiological, and methodological. Okay, so these are the things that you are going to follow. Ito yung susundan ninyo. Ano ba ang ibig sabihin? No? Kapag sinabi natin philosophical assumptions, hindi talaga ito yung yung dito na ginawa ninyo. But you have to answer, no? Yung four basic philosophical assumptions, no? Because this would provide you an understanding of your research, no? Like for example, sa ontological, no? Sa ontological, ano bang ibig sabihin ng ontological, no? So dapat yun ang dapat nating makita. Okay? So like for example, kasi parang nawawala kayo, ha? Okay. Pag sinabi natin, no, ontological, this would define, no, yung mga nature ng inyong subject, okay? So this would these are the beliefs of an individual that would involve, no, yung objectivism and subjectivism. So you have to look into the meaning of those four assumptions: the ontological, epistemology, ansiological, and rhetoric. Okay? So ito yung silang kailangan natin. Okay? When we say about epistemology, now this would explain how will you know and how the knowledge is good for the knower. Okay? How would you apply that in your research? Itong apat na basic assumption that should be reflected in your paper. Okay? So, yan, no? Yan, another one yan. And then, yan sa philosophical assumptions ninyo, no? And then, yung siguro itong the basic psychological needs theory that should be placed into the theoretical lens, no? Ililipat lang ninyo yan sa theoretical lens ninyo. Okay? So that's it. It was mentioned kanina 10 individuals and a set of, okay, so you are going, aside from the interview, you are going to have your focus group discussion. Okay? So with 8 residents. Okay? Okay, so that's good. Okay. So yun lang ang aking yung my suggestions is that you have to change your interview guide. You have to arrange your research questions and the philosophical assumptions. Now let's hear now the words of Dr. Baguio.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dean. Good morning, Sir Ismail. So I just want to share first with the first presenters a while ago.
Wala na sila diha, Dok. Kay lahi na ni siya, Dok. Opo.
Okay. All right.
Kaning second na lang eh.
Yes. Okay. So the title is, please state first the title. I was not able to follow the title a while ago.
Excuse me po, Doc Baguio, but you can state your comments for the first presenter kay we can we are recording this
okay.
kay para ma-view na lang po nila.
So a while ago, of course, I agree with my colleagues. They have a brilliant suggestion a while ago. But when I go over, you did not emphasize what is romanticizing TikTok in your study a while ago, especially in the research question. It was not identified clearly what is the meaning of this romanticizing TikTok in your study. You just mentioned in your research question a while ago about TikTok only, but not using romanticizing, because I just want to know, how do you utilize romanticizing in TikTok? Somewhat like that. And I am not also convinced with your definition of terms a while ago in the entire study. Why? Because I want you to define your words operationally and conceptually clearly. Yon, dapat you have to define your words, your in the title operationally and conceptually. That's why when I go over, you are not talking about romanticizing a while ago. The same with the second one again. And please, yes, you have to discuss clearly why are you using interview. Is it IDI, in-depth interview, IDI or FGD? Then what is the purpose of using FGD? Which in fact you can only use also IDI. You can get the best result, the best thematic analysis using IDI only. So if in that case, if you are going to use IDI as well as FGD, so that would be good for all of you. So the same with pakikikapwa-tao a while ago, it's not specified. The same with this new the second going to the second presenters now. So you are talking about psychological needs of the residents regarding how kapwa-tao approach can address those needs. Kapwa-tao lang. So psychological needs. So if you are going to state about needs, isa lang. Psychological needs only. Yes, psychological needs. You are using psychological needs here. Pero it is not clearly identified here. What is this pakikipwa-tao here? So yun, kailangan nyo you have to clarify that one. Then, kasi what is the rule of this pakikikapwa-tao in your research question? Kasi wala dito approach lang kailangan nyo Sa title nyo, you are going to determine what is this kapwa-tao approach. So ngayon, then
later Dok, 1 p.m. Dok,
yes. Oo.
Termination day ng Dok sa IDED library Dok. Happy lang Dok sa
appeal ko dito.
1 p.m.
Okay, sige lang. Kay naamay career.
Then I've noticed that you have a lot of text here, but there is no such supporting authors also. So in everything that you are going to state here, you have to see to it that there are supporting authors that talks about your statement here. So like for example, if you are going to discuss your number of participants, you have to discuss who's that person supporting that particular number of participants that you have here. So kailangan yun. So yun lang ang pinaka-importante doon. So yun. Just clarify all the things that you want to emphasize in your study. Okay. So wala pa, kulang-kulang lahat yung mga nyo. Especially in your theory, you don't have theory yet. So please, you give us the real theory that really support your study, that talks about your study. Wala eh. Hindi fit yung theory nyo dito. So kailangan nyo, you have to look for the theory that really talks about your study. Pag ano kasi, theory of, ano yun? Let's go back. Sa statement of the problem nyo. Psychological needs. Maraming theory sa psychological needs. Oh. Pero wala, hindi kayo nakasite kung sino talaga yung mga theories dyan. So yun, that is very important, ha? Okay, not so much in your review of related literature. Kasi you can determine your RSL right after you can get your theme analysis, yung mga results doon. So you are going to base mostly of your RRL from the results of your theme analysis. Kung ano mga words doon na maglabas doon sa thematic analysis niyo. Doon pa kayo magpabongga ng ano niyo RSL. Pero mostly talaga wala kayong theory, wala kayong operational and conceptual definition na very clear. Tapos hindi pa niyo na explain yung IDI niyo or interview only. What is that? IDI only or interview only, or you are using IDI, in-depth interview. Yon. Kasi pag IDI gamitin nyo, pwede hindi naman kayo mag-FGD. Pero kung mag-interview lang kayo, kailangan talaga nyo, FGD. So maraming gagawin nyo. So yun. So yun lang. Basta you just clarify everything, especially na dapat all the words that you are stated in your title should be clearly clarified or specified, and what is its role towards your study. All right, so I think that would be all for me now, and thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Doc. Nakamute po kayo din, Kalya.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so thank you so much. So you have heard now the comments and suggestions of the different panelists, no, for your improvement. Okay, so Doc, shall we, and Ma'am opinion, shall we accept the paper of this group 2?
Yes, accepted for me.
Okay, so
Yes, Doc.
accepted. Okay, thank you so much and
Thank-
congratulations. Your paper
Yes,
now is accepted, and you can now proceed for the next chapter. Okay, but be
Yes.
sure you are going to make some revision of the Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rob.
Yes, congratulations everyone.
Thank you po. Salamat.
Especially to the advisor. Congratulations to the advisor.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much po, Doc Ann, Doc Baguio, and Professor Mary Chris, no, for that inputs. Thank you so much. No, rest assured that those will be will be followed because ma-view man ito nila ulit because we have recorded man this this session. So thank you so much, presenters. Let us proceed po to group 4, group 3, the last presenter for this subject, and we will move on to the next subject, which is the Filipino cognitive psych po ang after. Ipapasok ko po muna sila ang mga presenters.
Sir Isray, wala lagi diri sa imuhang Filipino Psychology rating form ning group 2. Lahi lagi ang title nila dito. Understanding Hiya in the context of beauty standards. Oh, ba ni?
Murag ano na, Doc, murag ang lahi na nga title ang nabutang nako diha, Doc. Pero sila gid ang group 2. Ato ako
sila
ra nang
gid ang group
i-change.
two.
Ako ra nang
Okay,
i-change, Doc.
sige.
Opo.
Sige.
Sige po. Ako sa silang pasudlon, Doc, ang next presenter.
Okay, go.
Okay, presenters, are you ready? Group 3? Kindly open your cameras, no, for the presentation. We have the third and the final group for this subject po, the role of the bahala na attitude and decision making processes of the RMC student. The presenters include Mildred Landanganon, Myrna Lumapat, Jaymon Santo, and Gloriani William. Okay, you may start now. Nakamute ka po, Miss Lumapat. Nakamute ka. We can't hear you. May feedback. May feedback ang imuhang imuhang audio. Okay daw, try to unmute daw.
So good morning to our Assistant Professor, Ezri Coda Jr., especially to our panelists, Doc Annabeth Calia, Doc Josephine Baguio, and Professor Mary Chris Opinion. So I am Mirna Pilumapat, and the researchers conducted a study entitled Role of the Bahala na Attitude and Decision-Making Processes of the RMC Student.
Hello, Miss parang nawala ka ata, Miss Miss.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So nawala.
Nawala din ang presentation mo. Kindly daw.
Nag-connecting pa, sir.
Okay, continue whenever you are connected.
So the decision making is a crucial aspect of every individual's life. The decision making process is influenced by many factors, including culture, social norms, beliefs, and attitudes. Filipinos believe that the bahala na attitude is a part of their culture, but their perception of it is flawed. It is perceived as having a pessimistic, fatalistic outlook that encourages reckless behavior and an unhealthy reliance on God. On the contrary, the bahala na mentality is a coping technique and a positive response to situations, not features of submission and fatalism that are sometimes connected with gulong ng palad or the wheel of fortune. So this research aims to examine the role of bahala na attitude in the decision-making processes among college students in Rizal Memorial Colleges Incorporation. So the purpose of this study is to investigate the role of the bahala na attitude in the decision-making process of RMC students. The study aims to explore how the bahala na attitude, which is a common cultural belief in the Philippines that promotes a laissez-faire approach to decision-making, influences the decision-making processes of RMC students. Also, the study seeks to identify the factors that contribute to the adoption of the bahala na attitude among RMC students and how this attitude impacts their decision-making processes related to academic, career, and personal goals. So the findings of this study can inform the development of interventions and strategies that can support RMC students in making informed and confident decisions while also respecting and acknowledging the cultural beliefs and practices that shape their attitudes and decision-making processes. So here are the research questions. The research problem of this study is to explore the impact of the bahala na attitude on the decision-making processes among the college students. So the study aims to address the following questions. First is, what is the level of the role of bahala na attitude among students? Second is, what are the positive and negative coping mechanisms the participants use to cope with bahala na attitude on decision-making in RMC tertiary scholars? Then the third is, what are the insights of the participants regarding bahala na attitude on decision making in RMC tertiary scholars? And now let's proceed to hypothesis of the study. So RMC college students who exhibit a stronger bahala na attitude are more likely to rely on intuition and experience in their decision making process rather than logical reasoning and objective analysis. So as a result, they may have a lower quality of decision-making outcomes as measured by factors such as accuracy, efficiency, and effectiveness. In addition, students with a stronger bahala na attitude may exhibit a greater degree of risk-taking behavior, which could further compromise the quality of their decision-making outcomes. Nevertheless, bahala na attitude may have some benefits such as promoting greater confidence and adaptability in the face of uncertainty and ambiguity, which could enhance decision-making outcomes in a certain context. Terms and definitions. So the bahala na attitude is a cultural mindset that plays a significant role in the decision-making processes of RMC students. This risk-taking behavior can lead to both positive and negative outcomes and is often influenced by cultural values.
Excuse me, do not read, please. No, kailangan mo lang you just give us a little idea about this, no? Kasi meron din kaming copy sa inyong manuscript.
Okay,
Do
ma'am.
not read. Okay.
So overall, understanding of the bahala na attitude and cultural values is essential in understanding the decision-making processes of RMC students. Conceptual framework. The conceptual framework for the role of the bahala na attitude and decision-making processes of RMC students, including family upbringing, religious beliefs, and societal norms, shapes the bahala na attitude and decision-making processes of the RMC. The bahala na attitude is characterized by a belief in faith, a tendency to take risks, and a willingness to accept uncertainty. The decision-making process involves identifying the problem, gathering information, evaluating options, making a choice, and taking action. The interplay of these factors in the conceptual framework highlights the complex nature of the bahala na attitude and decision-making processes of RMC students, and emphasize the importance of understanding cultural context in analyzing these processes. Review of significant literature. So the concept of bahala na is rooted in the belief.
Siguro miss ako do not read na lang. Just give us yung just a brief, no, yung about the review of significant literature. No need na yan. Go directly to the theoretical lens. What theory?
So the theoretical lens can be analyzed. Cultural psychology emphasizes the importance of understanding how cultural values and beliefs shape individuals' behavior and mental processes. In this case, the bahala na attitude is a cultural trait that is deeply
What
embedded in
theory?
Filipino.
What theory? Anong theory ang ginagamit mo dito? Dito sa inyong study, what kind of theory?
Hello,
Cultural-
Miss Lumapat. Asa imong mga kauban?
Wala
Or
sila nag-attend, sir.
Okay. So please continue, no? Explain lang unsa may theories nga inyong gigamit ana. I think the theory this is kaning bahala na nung theory ni Koan. So kindly expound on that kay para masabtan.
So, the researchers use cultural psychology theory
Okay, go ahead.
So the bahala na attitude uses cultural psychology to emphasizes the importance of understanding how cultural values and beliefs shape individual behavior and mental processes. The research design of this study is quantitative method using semi-structured interviews with Filipino participants to gather data, targeting individuals who are knowledgeable about the bahala na attitude and have experience in decision-making processes. The research respondents for the study on the role of the bahala na attitude and decision-making processes of RMC students are undergraduate students from the Rizal Memorial Colleges in Davao City, Philippines. So the sample size will be determined using a power analysis to ensure statistical significance. The study will use a purposive sampling method to select participants who meet the inclusion criteria. Data will be collected using a self-administered survey questionnaire, which include items on the participants' bahala na attitude, decision-making processes, and self-efficacy beliefs. Research instruments. So the research instruments that will be used in the study on the role of the bahala na attitude and decision-making processes of RMC students are a self-administered survey questionnaire and a semi-structured interview guide. The questionnaire will be adapted from existing scales and instruments that have been used in previous studies, and semi-structured interview guide will be used to collect qualitative data on the participants' experiences and perspectives regarding the bahala na attitude and decision-making processes. Data gathering procedures. When it comes to decision-making, the bahala na attitude can manifest in a few different ways. In some cases, it may mean that someone is willing to take risks without worrying too much about the potential consequences. This can be both a positive and negative trait depending on the situation. On the positive side, the bahala na attitude can lead to a sense of courage and resilience. However, on the negative, the bahala na attitude can also lead to recklessness.
Hello, miss. Wag mo na lagi sige basahin. Just give us paano ka mag-data gathering, ana. So just continue na lang, hindi ka magsige basa dyan. You just give us yung a brief lang ba, discussion, how would you gather yung the procedure, data gathering procedure, ana. Kay kung sige kag basa, madugay ta kaayo. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sige na, go na. Yung sa, ano na ang next dyan? Sa data gathering procedure, next.
Data analysis. In summary, the bahala na attitude can have both positive and negative roles in decision making. Therefore, it is important to approach decision making with a sense of balance and consideration for both the potential risks and benefits. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so you are done presenting your paper for
Yes, ma'am.
outlining. Okay, so now we have here the different panelists not to give you some of their views, their suggestions and comments. This is for the improvement of your paper. Okay, so let's hear first from Dr. Baguio.
All right. Once again, good afternoon, everyone again. So your study did not fit with your research question. Supposedly, this is a statement of the problem. Is that the one? A while ago. I just go over with your manuscript here. So you are, because your study talks about quantitative, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So if it is quanti, you have to use SOP, a statement of the problems. So in your first statement of the problem, this is quite not good. Why? Because you did not specify your indicators. So I will help you. I will give you some indicators for you to fit in your bahala na attitude. So take note. It depends upon my colleagues if they will agree with me. So then I will help them. Then I will provide them an indicators. So I have here risk for bahala na attitude. I have risk. If you want this one, I have faith. I have self-negating. I have courage. I have determination. I have persistent. I have gamble. I have willingness. Yeah. So you can choose which one you like most there.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, I think it would be good if you are going to, this is only based my own concept. It would be good if you are going to choose risk, faith, courage, determination, and willingness. That is only my suggestion. In terms of risk, faith, courage, determination, and willingness. So,
Okay, ma'am.
okay. So that will be your first SOP. What is the level of the role of bahala na attitude among students in terms of 1.1 risk, 1.2 faith, 1.3 courage, 1.4 determination, and 1.5 willingness. And the other one also, supposedly, this is wrong. Your research question or SOP number 2 is wrong. Supposedly, this will be what is the level, or you take note, what is the level of decision-making processes in terms of, I have here, goal, 2.1, goal, 2.2 information. Sige na lang, I will provide you na lang. Kaysa pag sige, correct.
Correct do.
Oo.
Gaya na lang no, karon mahuman kay wala lang gyapon.
Wala as in, wala. So,
Sige tagae.
2.1 goal, 2.2 informations, 2.3 consequences, kasi decision making processes, consequences, then 2.4 considerations, this one I need my colleagues to approve this one. 2.4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2.5, it could be assessment or evaluation. So which one that we are going to utilize here, Doc? Then, Ma'am, sino yung kasali natin? Si Ma'am? Si Ma'am? Yung
Opinion.
Ma'am Chris, I need
Yes
your
po.
approval with this. Which one we are going to use? Assessment and evaluation 2.5. It could be evaluation or assessment.
Evaluation.
Siguro, no? Kasi kung evaluation, yung assessment andoon na.
Yes po, yes po.
Oo, so evaluation.
Under na siya sa evaluation, Doc.
Oo. So number 2.1 goal, 2.2 informations, a lot of informations. 2.3 consequences from decision making, then 2.4 considerations, and 2.5 evaluation. Then number 3, you have to get the relationship between the two variables. So it could be, is there a significant relationship, or you take note, is there a significant relationship between, ano yun? The role o bahala na attitude and decision-making processes. In yun. Question mark na. Then number four, SOP, statement of the problem. Is there what domains o bahala na attitude significantly influence on decision-making processes of student? Yung decision-making processes, kanino yun? Sa teacher o sa student? Kasi yung bahala na attitude, kasi si student talaga siya.
Yes, ma'am.
Anong yes doon? Sa
Sa
bahala, student pa rin decision-making.
Yes po.
Okay. So, yun. Kailangan kasi yung very clear, talaga. The same with what Dean Calya stated a while ago na she really clarified the research question a while ago. That's why Dean Calya gave you the presentation a while ago regarding the research question. And that is really a brilliant presentation a while ago that you can get so many things from that. Okay? I agree with that, definitely. So, yun. So again, wrong yung data gathering procedure mo, wrong rin yung data analysis mo, wrong talaga yun. Sorry to say, to use the word wrong, kasi mali talaga siya. So, ang data gathering procedure, as Dean Calya said a while ago, you have to identify how are you going to conduct the process of gathering your data. Yan. I think you are going to start from first, you are looking for you are preparing for your letters for different people na you are going to ask permission from these different people. Then next next move, you are going to conduct the study, retrieve the study, then analyze the study, somewhat like that, ang procedure. Then, yung data analysis mo again, mali rin yun. Why? Because ang data analysis in quantitative data study, kailangan mo ng measurement. Kasi sa quali, walang measurement, thematic analysis lang. So ang measurement mo sa number 1 and 2, what is the level of BNA and DMF? So ang measurement mo, what is data analysis? So yung measurement mo doon, I think mean. You are going to get the mean of that 2. You are going to get the mean of the BNA and DMF. Bahala na attitude and decision-making process. DMP pala. DMP, decision-making process. Then, sa number 3, you are going to use the Pearson R to measure the the relationship of the two variables. Then sa number four, SOP, statement of the problem, you are going to use the measurement, which is regression analysis lang. Regression analysis. Regression analysis used to measure the influences of the two or more variables. Okay. So, yun. Klaro? Nasulat ninyo? Okay.
Next.
Yun lang talaga, pinaka-importante, ano pa doon? Anyway, sa kanila na yung iba, basta yun, i-clarify ko lang yung SOP nyo para klaro. Then, yun talaga yung, very important also is you have to provide the theories. You have to provide the theories that really fits on your study. Then, of course, in everything that you are going to discuss here, you see to it that there are supporting authors, of course, that really talks about your study with, of course, with corresponding year. Dapat yung year 2010 and above, I think, or 2020 and above. Pwede pa. Pero mostly 5 years below. Dapat ganon. Pero sa inyo, pwede na 2010 and above. Kasi 2023 naman tayo ngayon. So yun, kailangan talaga yun, ha? So siguro si Dean na sa sa mga technicalities, yun lang sa akin kasi very important thing lahat ito. So yun, ha?
Okay,
So
ma'am, thank you.
go over with all my suggestions so that you can have a very good study. So that is only my opinion. So I will give now the floor again to Dean. So thanks again. And I hope you are going to improve the entire study that you have here. All right. Dean, I'm done. Thank you.
Nakamute po kayo, Dean.
Thank you so much, Dr. Baguio. Okay, for that very nice comment and suggestion for the improvement. Talagang you have to follow, ha, Miss, sino itong mga researcher for this. So, kailangan talaga sundin ninyo yun because nagsaksak sinagol manggod dire, no? Your quality and the quantitative, no? So, pumasok into one, okay? But we shall, this time, we're going to hear now the comment of Ma'am Opinion.
Thank you, Doc. Hi! Sino nga yung nag-present? How are you? Kamusta? Okay pa?
Okay po, ma'am. Lumalaban.
Lumalaban-laban lang, no? Sige lang, for the improvement man sa imuhang paper, kaya basig, diha ba nakulbaan na ka, nga halang, ano mali. So, itabangan man ta ni Doc, ganihan, no? Gi-provide sa to ang questions, no, na imuhang ibutang diha sa imong paper. So my comment is that sa introduction natin, parang naka-focus lang siya on Filipino setting. Yes, I understand your subject is Filipino psychology, but we also have to include, no, review of other conclusions from different setting, international, national, and local. And hindi din na-emphasize sa introduction yung gap ng study and the reason kung bakit natin i-conduct ang study. Okay, your rationale. Then sa literature, no, kindly add more literature. Then walang citation yung ating mga nilagay doon, no, na mga related studies. Okay, so more on, ang nilagay lang is yung bahala attitude na literature. How about the decision making? Kindly add. Okay, so sa theory, what is your theory? The ano yon, cultural psychology ba yon? So how is it like related to your study? No, so na-present nyo mo naman yung idea. Please relate it to your study. Bakit yan yung napili mo na theory for your study? So sa statement of the problem, binigay na ni Doc, no? Okay, kindly follow that. So sa imuhang method, kindly erase the part na semi-interview structured question kasi di ba ang ating method is quanti. Okay? So quanti, erase that part, the semi-interview kay mura man gud siya mahimong mixed method, no? Kung i-appeal nato tong semi-interview. So erase that one. So unsa man ang instrument na gamiton nimo ani? Survey questionnaire? Murag nabasa na ko to sa imong instrument.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so nakabutang ko dari self-administered survey questionnaire. So I would suggest, no, kay medyo kuti manggod ni kung kita'y magbuhat sa ato ang instrument, kailangan pa i-validate, no? So I would suggest if you can check tools online na pwede mo haom diha sa imong study, you ask permission to the author of that tool, no? So pwede ta mo gamit og tool with the permission of the author. Okay, para mas gamay na lang imong trabahon kay kuti kaayo kung self-made, no, ang ato ang instrument. Okay? And sa sample size, how will you get the sample size? Kasi doon sa respondents mo, nilagay mo doon na undergrad, no? Nilagay niyo doon undergrad. Specifically what level, specifically what program, no? Kung alam mo na yung total population ng respondents mo, you get the sample size. Kaya dili man na pwede tanan undergraduate, kaya daghan kaayo, ibutang nato ang undergrad DRMC from first year to fourth year, butang nato 5,000, no? So very overwhelming. You get the sample size. Sir, familiar ka aning Rowsoft calculator? Naani siya online, so pwede nila i-encode dito ang total population sa ilahang respondents, then muhatag tong app o sample size, no? Pwede ka to ilahang gamiton. And yes, no, sa data gathering, ang ilagay natin dyan is how are you going to gather your data? So katong gi-mention ginihan ni Doc, you prepare your letter of consent, no? How will you conduct sa asa diha sa school, no? Tapos, how would you retrieve that? And sa analysis, katong mga statistical tool na na-mention ni Doc kaniha, the mean, person R for the relationship of the variable, and regression for how can we check, no, the influence of your IV to your TV. Okay, so kindly revise those parts, no, para klaro nga quanti gyud tong study. Erase that part na structured, semi-structured interview kay mura man gud siya mahimong mixed method.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
that's it for my comment. So laban lang.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Opinion. Now you have heard, no, the different comments and suggestions. Okay, so kindly revise your paper, no, so that it would make your paper more intellectual or scholarly done paper. Okay, so now we would like to hear from the different panel if we are going to accept or deny this manuscript. Okay, shall we accept it?
Yes,
Hello,
we
ma'am.
accepted.
Yes, with
Okay.
revision though.
Sige, so
With
your paper
major
now is
revision.
accepted, provided that you are going to revise all the questions, no, or the comments and suggestions. You need to revise that. Okay, so congratulations, everyone.
Yes,
Thank
congratulations.
you, ma'am.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you po, dear panel, for the suggestions and comments for revision, no? It would be very helpful good sa ilaha. Anyway, sa katong imong ingon, Ma'am Professor Opinion, no? Ma'am Marie Chris, sa katong ilang sample size, ako na-discuss lang sa ila so far is katong Sloven's formula for
Pwede, yes po. Pwede na to.
Pwede.
Sloven's
Yes.
pa. So kabalo na sila mo kuan, ma'am, sa ilahang kuan, wala lang nila gyud na appeal, no? But thank you
Wala
so
lang
much,
na-discuss,
ma'am.
sir.
Oh, thank you so
Thank
much
you, sir.
for the input good, ma'am, no? And our dear panel. So thank you so much, presenters. You may now
Pwede pod, sir, dili na ka mag-Slovens. Pwede na ka mag-universal sampling. Madali lang. Meaning all the all the population of the study will be considered as the respondents. Yun ang universal. So madali lang kasi ano ka pa, mag-Slovens ka. Marami kasi siya, 1 million Slovens pwede applicable. Kasi yung ano lang, pag 130 plus only, pwede ka na mag-universal.
Kung kuan lang jud no, kung gamay lang jud.
Okay
So
lang yun, oo.
sa ato ang mga
Pili ka na lang,
researchers.
pili.
Sa atong mga researchers no, you may consider that. Thank you so much, Doc. Let's move on to the next presenters. We have group 1 from cognitive psychology. You now share your screens for your presentation. Group 1 for cognitive psych, are you already here?
Okay, go.
Nandito na ba kayo? Para lang tayong Doc ba? Spirit of the glass. Are you already here? Nandito na ba kayo?
Nandiyan na ba kayo?
Nandito ba kayo?
Yes, so we will presentation and we will give some corrections to it.
Ayan. So
We
do
will
not read.
ask questions anymore.
Okay, mas okay po do, kailangan yun ng suggestions for revision. Sige. So for the next reporters, do not read anymore. Do not read. Kindly explain lang what's on the slide, what will you do in that section of your research para hindi tayo madugay, no? Sige, you may start. Hello? Kinsa ba ang mag-start ani? Group 2 is group 1. Okay, si Kisel, si Debbie and Kuan. Debbie and Florentino. Wala pa man nagsulod o dara na day joining. Sige, Kisel, you may start now. And open your cameras as well, no, for the presenters. Debbie, no, you may start now. Hello, naana ba si Kisel? Na naman, no? Nakasulod na. Kisabay una nga mag-report ani. Sina, para dili masayang atong oras.
Yes, sir. Noted po.
Okay, start na.
Okay, good morning, panelists. Good morning, Doc Baguio. Good morning also, Doc Calia, and to our Prof Ezri Coda, and also good morning, Prof Opinion. So we are the group 1 presenter, and this is our chosen title. Our title is the Sleep Quality and Cognitive Functioning among College Students of RMC. So in chapter 1, sleep is a crucial factor in maintaining good physical and mental health. Adequate and high quality sleep is essential for cognitive functioning, memory consolidation, and brain restoration. So most of the college students, especially in RMC, are known to have poor sleep quality due to academic workload, social activities, and lifestyle habits. And the purpose of the study is that this study examines the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive functioning among college students of RMC. So the purpose of this research is to highlight the importance of sleep for academic success and to promote healthy sleep hygiene practices among college students of RMC. Here are some of our research questions. So first, how does poor sleep quality affect cognitive functioning, including attention, memory, and decision-making skills among college students? Second, what factors contribute to poor sleep quality among college students, and how can they be addressed to improve cognitive functioning? And the third, does the duration of sleep affect cognitive functioning among college students? And if so, how? And the fourth one is, are there any gender differences in the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive functioning among college students? And this is our significance of the study. So math on 2019 is significant as it contributes to the growing body of research on the importance of sleep quality for cognitive functioning among college students. And also several studies conducted in 2019 and beyond have shown that poor sleep quality can have detrimental effects on academic performance and mental health. And this is also according to Land on 2019. And part of the significance of the studies, by addressing these factors, educational institutions can promote better sleep hygiene among their students. So overall, of our significance of the study highlights the significance of good sleep quality for cognitive functioning and academic success among college students. So these are the terms and definition. First is that sleep quality that is that it refers to the subjective assessment of how well an individual feels they sleep. And also it talks about cognitive functioning. It refers to the mental processes involved in perception, memory, attention, language, problem solving, and decision making. And also in terms and definition, it also include as all about sleep hygiene, because it refers to the habits and practices that promote healthy sleep patterns. And the fourth one is that all about that the detrimental effects, that refers to the negative impacts that poor sleep quality and inadequate sleep hygiene can have on individuals' physical and mental health. And in review of related literatures, a systematic review by Cannell and colleagues on 2016, they analyzed 22 studies that investigated the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive functioning among college students. In a cross-sectional study, in review of related literatures, there is also we include a cross-sectional study by Pelcher and Hafkat on 1996. That 90 undergraduate students completed a sleep diary and a battery of cognitive tests. And the last one is the longitudinal study by Gomez and colleagues on 2020, followed by the 310 first-year college students over a period of 1 year and assess their sleep quality and cognitive functioning at baseline and follow-up. So one of my classmates will continue our research paper.
Okay, in chapter 2, research design. Uy, i-off. So the research design is
Miss Presenter, can you open your camera? Please, no, so that we can see you. And then also do not read everything po, no, about the koan. Do not read everything na on your slide. Just tell us what's in that slide and then we move forward.
So research design is cross-sectional design to examine the relationship between sleep quality and cognitive functioning among college students of RMC. So next, our research respondents are college students randomly selected, age 18 to 25, of course, they are should who are currently enrolled and willing to participate in the study. Students who have diagnosed with sleep disorder, mental illness, or any medical conditions will be excluded from the study. And also the survey will be administered through online platforms that will take approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Next would be the research instrument. So we are going to use the PSQI, or the Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, to measure the quality of participants' sleep during the past month, generating component scores and total score of 21. And the next instrument is the digit span test from the Walsler Adult Intelligence Scale to assess participants' working memory capacity and recording the total number of digits correctly repeated.
Next is procedure. So in obtaining ethical clearance for the study, recruit participants from our RMC via email, flyers, and online platforms.
Okay, continue now. Continue to the next.
The analysis is we will use descriptive statistic to describe the sample's characteristic.
Okay. So, are you done? Are you done now?
That's all.
Why are you laughing? Okay, so may we ask now the different panel to give your opinion, to give their opinion, their suggestions and comments for the improvement of your paper. Now let's hear from Dr. Baguio, please. Nakamute ka siguro, Doc. Doc, nakamute ka.
Yes, Doc. Good afternoon again. So the same with the presenter a while ago. We have the same mga lapses. So I think we have to go over again with your statement of the problem again. Somewhat it really not fits to your title also. So you are I know that this is quantity again. And so a lot of lacking here. So you have a lot of lacking here. So first of all, sige mag-start na lang tayo. You have to follow the RMC format. Pag quantity, we have to start from, of course, from chapter 1. Then dapat na nakasulat dito the problem and its setting. Then followed by RSL, review of significant literature. Then after RSL, followed by synthesis. After synthesis, followed by theoretical and conceptual framework. Then after theoretical and conceptual framework, you have to state your figure 1, conceptual framework of the study or conceptual paradigm of the study. Then after that, you have to state your SOP, a statement of the problems. Then after that, you have to go over with your hypothesis. Then after hypothesis, you have to go over with your SOS, significance of the study, then significance of the study, and the last part in the chapter 1, the definition of terms. So dapat yun. So dito wala talaga, as in wala. Nag-purpose of the study ka para sa, this is for quali. Then research question, this is for quali. So supposedly, this is for quanti. SOP yan siya. Then, so of course, sa chapter 2, I will go over with your chapter 2 para klaro. So chapter 2, yes, research design. Then you have to define your research design clearly. Then research respondents. Then identify your research respondents, how, where, how many, where you conduct your study, when you are going to conduct the study. Yun. And who are your respondents in the research respondents. Then sa research instruments, you have to discuss your instruments. If it is, of course, you're going to use survey, you're going to make survey method gamitin nyo, then discuss your variables, how many items in its indicators. Yan. Then, after research instruments, you have to go over with your data gathering procedure, the process and how you are going to gather your data from the starting point up to data analysis. Then, of course, the last one is your data analysis, the statistical tools that you are going to utilize in to measure your study. Okay, so those are the right format of RMC. Ganun kasi yan eh. Magalit yung research director natin if we will not follow their format. Kasi in every institution, they have their own culture of doing such research. So going back to, iwanan ko na lang yung chapter 1 dyan para sa kanila yung iba. I will go over again with your statement of the problem. So again, I am not convinced with you on how you are going to state your statement of the problem. So since this is quanti, so again, you have to get first the level of SQ. Ano yung SQ kanina? Sleep quality. No? What is the level of sleep quality in terms of attention, sleep quality, memory, decision-making skills? Mali ata. Hindi kasi I go over with this sleep quality. Dapat sleep latency. Ano yung sleep latency nila? So dapat yung ganun. What is the level of in terms of sleep latency? Because sleep latency, this is a measurement on how long it takes the students to fall asleep. And then, because it will really suggest that the quality of the sleep, if it is good or not good, or poor. Diba? Sleep latency. Kasi yun mo gusto nyo, mangyari sa study nyo. So, sleep latency siguro, number 1.1 is sleep latency. So, 1.2, it could be sleep waking ata. This is to measure how often you wake up during that day or that night. Yun. So, yun. Because it talks about the sleep cycle of your the quality of your sleep quality, your sleep waking. So 1.2. So yun na. So siguro ang 2.3 wakefulness. Kasi yung wakefulness here different from waking. Lahi yung wakefulness kasi yung wakefulness this is refers to how many minutes nag-awake ka during that night or that day. Yun ang wakefulness. Ang sleep-waking, ano yun? How often you wake up that night. Yun ang sleep-waking. So yun, 2.3 yun. So I will send this part to all of you para meron kayong definition na doon sa discussion na doon dito sa mga nyo research question SOP, statement of the problem number 1. So 2.4 is sleep efficiency na, the amount of your amount time you spend actually sleeping while in bed. So that is known sleep efficiency. So yun. Then how this indicators affects or relates to your to the quality of sleeping. So yun. So number 1 again, what is the level of sleep quality of students in terms of sleep latency, sleep waking to 1.2, 1.3 wakefulness, and 1.4 sleep efficiency. So yun, ma-determine mo na yung sleep quality mo, poor ba or good, based from that different indicators that you have. So number 2, that is cognitive functions. So I go over with cognitive functions. Anyway, I have here. I will check. Yun na siguro yung attention doon yung cognitive function. Kasi kanina, while ago, we were talking about attention doon sa sleep quality. Yun pala yung attention, doon siya mo fit sa sa cognition function cognition functions. Functions ba yun yung ginamit niyo? Class? Cognitive functions ba yung ginamit niyo? Cognitive functioning. You have to clarify that one, which one, cognitive functioning or cognitive functions. You clarify that one. So I think 2.1 attention yon. 2.2 memory. 2.3 processing speed. Yon. Then 2.4 ano doon gusto nyo? Reasoning, planning, problem solving, multitasking. Kanina lang tanan. So 2.1 attention, 2.2 memory, 2.3 processing speed, 2.4 reasoning, 2.5 planning, 2.6 problem solving, and 2.7 multitasking. Ano na lang? Para ma-measure dyan din yung unsay gusto niyo kasama sa cognition function ninyo. How many? 2.1 attention, 2.2 memory, 2.3 processing speed, 2.4 reasoning, 2.5 planning, 2.6 problem solving, and 2.7 multitasking. So, ano na? So, it's number 3, you get the significant relationship between SQ and CF. Sleep quality and cognitive functions or functioning. Functions siguro ni, really functioning. Functions good ni. So, number 4, you have to get the relationship. What domains of, sige, number 4. Number 3 is there significant relationship between SQ and CF. Number 4, what domains of SQ significantly influence CF? Yan. Tapos sa hypothesis, sige, sagarin ko na lang. Sa hypothesis number 1, paano ito? Hypothesis number 1, there is significant relationship between SQ and CF. There is significant relationship between SQ and CF. Hypothesis number 2, the domains of SQ, the domains of SQ is significantly influence CF. All right. So yun. So again, yun na. I give you the statement of the problem as well as the hypothesis. Then, again, you have to go over with your definition of terms. You define it operationally and conceptually. Then, go over with your, ano pa gano'n yung pinaka-importante rin, yung, data analysis niyo. Yung tools. So main, Pearson R, as well as regression analysis. So yun lang sa akin din. That would be all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Baguio, for that very enriching mga comments and suggestions kasi nasa laag po ding ilahang mga paper. Okay, so may nang naay mga mag-comment kay maayo gyud. Okay, now let's hear na the comment also of ma'am opinion.
Thank you, Dean. Okay, so for your introduction, kindly include the international, national, and local setting related to this topic. Sa theory nyo, you have presented 3 theories. Can you just choose one or look for that specific theory na mo cover na sa inyong variable? Masyado kayong maraming theories na nilagay doon sa paper nyo. Then sa conceptual framework, kindly lessen your words there. Just present directly the conceptual framework, your diagram. Then so respondents, I have seen here sa inyong paper na i-explain na ninyo sa may baba na part on how you recruit, you choose your participants, you transfer this part, to recruit the participants, the researchers will work with RMC Student Affairs. You transfer this paragraph to data gathering na, Dito sa participants, you just highlight, yung profile ng inyong participants. Okay, kasi itong randomly select, dito na yan siya sa pwede doon, pwede doon pa rin sa respondents, how did you select them, then their profile. Ito lang na part to recruit the participants, and this part also to ensure the confidentiality of the respondents. The survey will not collect any identifying information. I-transfer nyo na ito sa data gathering na part. Okay, so for the instrument, you identified here, a borrowed instrument. Be sure to ask consent from the author. Ano na kayo nito? Naka-letter na kayo, naka-email na kayo sa may-ari ng instrument nyo?
No po, ma'am. Yes, no po.
Okay, so bisag available in public.
Oh, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Isa ka available in public tool ninyo.
Gusto naman ikaw,
you need to
Lawrence.
ask
Okay lang?
consent to happen.
Sabi pinakatangkado.
Okay, so sa data gathering, yung sinabi ko na i-omit nyo na part doon sa respondents of the study. Okay, so you transfer that to data gathering. Then sa data analysis, Doc Baguio had identified the mean, Pearson R, and regression. Kasi ang nilagay nyo sa analysis, parang masyadong general, So you specifically mention the statistical tool na gagamitin. Okay, so that's my comment. Thank you. I'm done po, Doc. Doc, kaya? Okay, so yun lang no. Am I still in the call?
Yes, ma'am. We
Ah,
can
okay.
hear you.
Sila Doc ang wala.
Tapos si Doc parang na-busy pa po. May kausap
Sige,
si
sige. Abi na ko, wala. Nako sa call.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so
I'm
namugoy
done po,
mga
Doc.
okay, so you're done. Okay, now researchers, no, you have heard na the different comments and suggestions of the panel. By the way, sa nakita ko rin talaga major revisions yun ni siya ha. Kay murag himo man lang gud ninyo ni siya og kada bitang term paper, no, nga naay mga kuan din na ang inyo ang review of significant literature ninyo ayuha yun ni ninyo kay dili yun ni siya mao nagsaksak sinagol gani ni no may gani tagaan mo ni Doc Bagyo kada mga indicators no this is a quantitative, okay, this is already a quantitative. Now nadungog man ninyo tong mga what's the suggestions you need to follow that because this is really a major revision. Okay, so I would like to ask the panel if we are going to accept their proposal, their outline.
Yes,
Accept
Doc.
with revision po, Doc.
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to accept your outline provided that you are going to what's that change no and follow revise all no everything no for the improvement of your paper. Okay, so congratulations, your paper is accepted.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Doc, and to our dear panel for the comments and suggestions. Now we move on or we move forward to the second group for the cognitive psych. You may now share your screen. Group 2. Group 2. Are you here?
Yes po, sir. Kadali lang po.
Okay. Paki-move sa baso pag naana mo dire. Palihog. Next, okay, paki-share screen and then same no instructions. Do not read everything sa inyong slides. Kindly share what's in that no. Ayaw na gyud basaha. Group 2 is sige daw, paki-share screen daw. Kinsa gani ang group 2? Nana ba ang group 2?
Nana po, sir. Ano lang ni Casey po ang PPT.
Kinsa gani ang group 2?
Florentino.
Okay. Sige. Paki-zoom in ana kay murag di man maklaro no kung anong kaayo. At least 5 minutes class na presentation, okay ra gyud no. Do not do not read na, summarize na lang gyud no. Isulti ra. Kay dili man na gihapon mabasa man na sa tong panel sa inyong manuscript no. Dili man na sa ingon nga kailangan pa po na nato i-finalize. Sige. 5 minutes,
so good.
pwede na.
Good noon, everyone. Good noon, dear panels. Doc Anbet Calyad, Ma'am Mary Chris Opinion, and Doc Josephine Baguio.
Excuse me.
Sir?
Can you open your camera? Maka-open ka?
Yes, sir.
Sige daw, please.
Okay, so we are the group 2 of cognitive psychology, and our research is titled Career Decision Making Difficulties of RMC Senior High School Students Basis for Intervention Program. So my group mates are Caitlin and Tis, me, Mildred Landagano, Mirna Lumapat, and Princess Kay Mashad. So chapter 1. So our research questions are, first, what is the level of experience or difficulty when it comes to career decision making in relation to lack of information, self-doubt, external pressure, lack of readiness, and choice or commitment anxiety? Second, what are the most significant factors that contribute to career decision-making difficulties among RMC senior high school students? Third, how do these factors affect the career choices among RMC senior high school students? Fourth, to what extent do RMC senior high school students perceive the invention program as helpful in overcoming career decision-making difficulties?
Ako na. So our null hypothesis, there is no significant difference in the social interaction and communication skill of individual who receive social interaction intervention. So for our next slide, case. So ang significance of the study na mo is kanya siya is helpful siya sa senior high school student and sa parents and guardians of RMC senior high school students. Next case. This research could inform also sa teachers and guidance counselors. And then sa educational policymaker, helpful pa niya siya na research. And then sa next slide, please. So these are our terms and definitions. Dili na po naman siya basahan kay para makakanto. And this is our conceptual framework. So for our review of significant literature, nag-cite me og study from Gatti and also kang sa Vicas and Porfil and another study of Reed Patton, which is nagsuggest siya na personality factors such as anxiety and indecisiveness and neuroticism.
Hello? Where are the presenters? Asa naman ang presenters? Hello, group 2? Group 2. Casey? Asa naman ang atong presenters? Group 2? Human na mo og present? Nawala man. Isa gani ang group 2 dire? Si Koan?
Sila, Florentino, sir.
Nawala man sila, Dok.
Florentino Entis Landanganon. Lumapat na siya.
Oh, asa man si lumapat? Landanganon.
Ay, wala.
Nawala man. Okay, so let's not wait for them, no? Let's move on to group 3. Group 3. Okay, you may now start your presentations. Please share your screen, group 3. Okay, group 3. Group
Wala
3,
yatang
4.
group. Sir, walang group 3
Ay,
sa
tama,
cognitive.
cognitive.
Di ba sir,
Tama,
sa
wala
Cogni
na.
kay duha lang ka group.
Okay, wala pala, no? Let's move
Psychosocial.
forward. Let's move forward to psychological statistic. Psychological stat po. Makita ko din.
Yes sir, kami na.
Okay, sige daw. Psychological statistics group 1. Please share your screen.
Nakasulod na sila Ate Lara, sir.
Yes, murag naa na si Koan, Lars. Naa na no? Miss Kapuras? Hello, Miss Kapuras? Naa na no?
Wala pa, sir.
Nakakuan man to sa ganiha? Sige daw. Kindly tell them sa breakout room to ano na? To enter na. Nawala daw internet sa group 2. Let's move forward na lang no sa group 1 for psychological statistics. PBC 102, naa na sila? Okay,
Unsaon daw pagsulod sa breakout room, sir?
okay, makabalik. Sige, balik sa ang group kuan ba group 2, naa na mo? Sige daw, Florentino. Makabalik na? Hello? Florentino.
Sir, wait lang po, sir. Ano pa ko sa link po, sir.
Okay, sige, i-share ang link ha. I-share inyong presentation.
Magpa-invite daw si Ate Lars, sir.
Dili sa magpa-invite no, mag-leave lang mo sa breakout room. Mag-leave lang sa breakout room and then kuan, leave breakout room. Ana lang. Para ma-assign balik sa main session. Okay, naa na ang group 1 sa PBC 102 or group 2 sa cognitive psych? Casey?
Sir, pasulod ay nagkuan pa, sir, kanang confirmation pa, sir. Wait lang po.
Naana si Koan, Lara Kapura sa start na lang
Nana
ta sa
sir.
group 1. Sige daw, sa group 1 na lang ta for PBC 102. Sige.
Okay, sir.
Sige, you may now share your screen and start presentation. So this is the group 1 po, our dear panels, no? Sa PBC 102, na po din sila sa rating form nato sa
Okay.
PBC 102. You may start now.
Good morning to our professor, Sir Ezri Coda, and good morning, distinguished panel members, Prof. Mary Chris Opinion, Doc Josephine Baguio, and Doc Anbeth Calia. We are Group 1 and we are honored to be here today to present our defense on social media addiction and anxiety levels among RMC third-year college students. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our presentation and share your valuable insights with us. Your expertise in this field is highly respected, and we are grateful for this opportunity to showcase our work and receive your feedback. Without further ado, let me begin our presentation. Social media addiction and anxiety levels among RMC third-year college students. Next. So the purpose of the study, the problem and its settings. We all know that social media plays a vital part of our daily life for many individuals para sa tuwa, especially ang college students because ginagamit nato ni for socializing, sharing information, and academic purposes. Although ang social media, daghan siyang natabang sa atuar o daghan siyang advantages. But if ato siyang abusuhan is makahatag yun siya og negative impact sa atua, especially sa atong mental health, including anxiety. The prevalence of social media addiction and anxiety among college students is concerning because they are still developing their identities and social circles. So social media addiction refers to the excessive use of social media that interferes with daily life, while anxiety is a mental health condition described by extreme fear, worry, and nervousness. The purpose of the study aims to investigate the relationship between social media addiction and anxiety level among third-year college students at Rizal Memorial Colleges or RMC. The study aims to identify the prevalence rate of social media addiction among RMC third-year students, assess their anxiety levels, examines the relationship between social media addiction and anxiety levels. So the study's finding will help understand the impact of social media on mental health and identify potential intervention strategies for promoting mental health and well-being among college students.
So there's a research question. First is, what is the level of social media addiction among RMC third-year college students? And second, what are the levels of anxiety among RMC third-year college students? And the third one is, there's a significant relationship between social media addiction and anxiety among RMC third-year college students. And the fourth one is, what factor moderate the relationship between the social media addiction and anxiety levels among RMC third-year college students? So please, next. So here is our hypothesis of the study. So first is, there is a low level of social media addiction among RMC third-year college students. And the second one is, there is a low level of anxiety among the respondents. And the third one is, there is no significant relationship between the social media addiction and anxiety levels among the respondents. And the fourth one, there are no significant moderating factors that may influence the relationship between the social media addiction and anxiety levels among the respondents.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. On behalf of some of our group members, I'll be presenting also the significant studies of this research. So we have several studies na nakuha as our source sa amuang study about social media addiction and anxiety. So one of this is the study from Rankeldt-Doster et al. Found that longer screen time and shorter physical activity significantly threaten young people's mental health in Iceland. So we also have a study from Cruz and Griffiths last 2017.
Hello. Excuse me, don't read, no? Just give us the significance of the study. Do not read, kasi we're running out of time. We're running out of time.
Yes po, ma'am.
Sige.
So we have several studies po as our source for this research. So isa po ana is ang study ni Cruz and Griffiths. We also have kay Rankeldt-Doster et al. So most of these studies, kistudihan po nila ang effects sa social media addiction sa anxiety. So mo ni siya among mga basis sa pag-create na mo ani nga research. Next slide. Next. As you can see in the screen, mo po na amo ang mga source of significant studies for this research. And then we also have our terms and definitions. We have peers, faculty, students, and future researchers. Once makondak namon nga study, this can be used by these people para ma-replicate or further ma-enhance ang amo ang study. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see po in the screen,
Go ahead na lang. Wag na yan.
Sige po. Okay, next slide. So mo po ni, as I have mentioned po kanina, mo ni ang amo ang mga review of significant literature. And amo ang theories nga source po ani is the uses and gratifications theory, and then social learning theory ni Albert Bandura. So when we think social learning theory, meaning when we observe something, we try to imitate it. When we say uses and gratifications theory, most of the time is that we use social media as our ways to gratify ourselves. So mo ni siya amo ang two major theories po sa amo ang studies. Next. Slide. Kuan ko sa slide. Okay. So sa chapter 2 po, we will discuss kung unsa ang amo ang gamiton nga research design, research method for this study. So we will be having a quantitative study for this, specifically the correlational design, kasi kailangan na mo ma-compare ang kailangan na mo matanawan ang relationship between social media addiction and anxiety. So next slide. Paki-run through na lang, Clyde, and then I'll explain. Okay, so we will be using a stratified random sampling po, ma'am, in which sa population ng entire third year college RMC students, we will identify subgroups. To identify subgroups, kailangan na mo ma-identify on silang course level, and from the course level, we will identify the sample. As of now, wala pa po may data kung pila yun ang entire population sa third year RMC students. But once we have the population number, by then, we can identify kung pila na yun kabuk among sample. And then, per course program, mag-identify mi og specific samples para representative po ang tanang programs and as well representative sa entire population. So muna mong buhaton po, ma'am, we will do stratified random sampling. And then the research instruments that we will be having po, ma'am, is that we will use, for social media addiction, we will use a social media addiction scale student form by Sengiz Sahin last 2018. Create nilang nga inventory. So specifically, gini siya nga questionnaire for students. So we will just use their questionnaires for this, and then we will also use the Beck Anxiety Inventory para ma-identify namo kung naabagyoy anxiety ang mga estudyante when they are addicted to social media. So mao na ang among gamiton nga questionnaires, the SMA, SF, and the Beck Anxiety Inventory. Next. Clyde, paki-next ko, Clyde.
Sige, go ahead. Sige na. Diretso na. Wag na lang yung data gathering.
Okay, next slide. So as for this po, ma'am, since we will be having our correlational study, we will identify the significant correlation coefficient aning amo ang study, and particularly we will use the Pearson's correlation analysis. We will test the significant relationship of the two variables, which is the social media addiction and the anxiety. Next. And also, ma'am, we would like also to find out kung meron bang moderating variable among the students. Like for example, mas addicted ba yung mga women sa social media than men, or meron po bang significant difference sa addiction in case of course program. So we want to identify it also. Dili lang namo gusto i-identify ang relationship sa duha ka variable, which is the addiction and anxiety. We would like also to look to other things such as the moderating variable like age, gender, and program, kung naabay significant relationship pod and significant ba ang factor ani nga mga butang, that's why they are addicted or they get to become anxious. So we want to also find it out. Ma'am. Okay, next. Okay, next slide.
Last
Okay.
na natin, Lars.
Last na, no? So that would be all po to our panel. So once again, in summary, we will be having a quantitative study for our research entitled Social Media Addiction and Anxiety among third-year RMC students. So we will be using stratified sampling, and then we will identify the relationship between the two variables, and we want to look also to the moderating variable, which is the age, gender, and possible the program.
Okay,
that
so
would be all
thank
po.
you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we have the panel here to give you some details on their comments and suggestions for the improvement of your paper. Now let's hear from Dr. Baggio, please.
All right. Again, the same with the previous presenters a while ago. Again, you have to follow the format of RMC. Then going back also to your statement of the while ago. Identify also your indicators on how are you going to give more discussion and clarifications with your social media. What are those social media that you are going to present in this particular study that you have, specifically in what? So there's a lot of things that you are going to utilize here. So you can use blogs, Facebook, Twitter, Messenger, Instagram, YouTube account, Flickr, and LinkedIn. So yung ano siguro Flickr at saka LinkedIn, pwede hindi nyo na gamitin kasi that is only for professional, I think, professional people. Yung especially on LinkedIn. So I think you take this all the indicators in your statement of the problem number 1. So you have to utilize these following indicators under social media.
Noted.
1.1 FB, 1.2 Twitter, 1.3 Messenger, 1.4 Instagram, 1.5 YouTube, and 1.6 vlogs. Yun lang siguro na lang muna. Then, in your anxiety, you don't have also your indicators. You have to utilize also this number 1, feeling restless. Yung mga anxiety indicators. 1, feeling restless. 2.2, fatigue. 2.3, concentration. Irritability, I think. Irritability, 2.4. 2.5, aches and pains. And 2.6 worry. So those are under anxiety. Those are the indicators under anxiety. Yes, I really appreciate that you are going to utilize also the moderating variable, but I just want to know what is the importance of this moderating variable in your study by using of age, gender, program. Is it right? A while ago, under moderating variable, you are going to utilize age, gender. I think that would be good if you are going to concentrate in the program. But in the age and gender, I think less importance in your study. But I appreciate that you have variables. So you are going to come up with independent variable, dependent variable, as well as moderating variable. So that's why you are mentioning a while ago about factors. So this is too much for you to do. You cannot finish this within 2 months. You can finish this within 1 year.
Noted po, Dr. Baguio. We will just identify the moderating variable, specifically the academic program. Tama po ba ako ang pagkasabot po, Dr. Baguio? Medyo na nagasingit nga noise, so I cannot hear very well.
What academic program?
Academic program. Okay. Noted po, Dr. Baguio.
How are you going to apply that in your study, the academic program?
Since we will be using a stratified sampling po, Dr. Baguio, so it would be easy for us to identify which samples have answered or which subjects have answered specific questionnaire under academic program. So for example po, Dr. Baguio, naami 5 kabuok subjects from, for example, psychology, and then naapod mi 5 pud ba nga subjects from program of nursing. So ingato po, Dr. Baguio. So
what is specific academic lined up that you are going to measure here? Meaning you are going to get the competence of the study, the grades?
Hindi po, Dr. Baguio. We want to have a moderating variable such as academic program to identify kung sino po from the subjects or from the sample. For example po, mas addicted po ba yung mga estudyante from the program of nursing kaysa sa program of psychology. So we want to identify also kung mas addicted po ba sila sa social media, yung itong specific course program, or hindi. So we want to identify that po. That's why we included a moderating variable in our research.
So based from your specific questions, that is, of course, where are you going to base your questionnaire?
We will adopt po a standardized questionnaire, social media addiction for students, which was, I think, created and developed by Sang Hin last 2018 po. And then we would also like to adopt Beck Anxiety Inventory, authored po ni Beck from, I think, 1997 po ata yun. So we will not create our own questionnaires po, Dr. Baguio. We will just adopt those questionnaires na create na po or na-develop na po before from other researchers. So it would be easy for us para sa amuang research.
All right. So you have to provide us that you are asking permission from that particular author. Then you provide us that particular letter that you are asking a permission from that particular author. That would be good.
Noted po, Dr. Baguio.
That's very important. We need a signature of that particular author that you are using the works of that particular author. Okay?
Opo, noted po, Doctor.
So now you will come up how many research SOP since you have moderating variable.
Pardon po, Doc?
So how many SOP that you can come up now?
Standard operating procedures. Tama po ba ko, Doc?
Statement of the problems.
Okay. We have, I think, 4 statement of the problem. So we want to identify the level of addiction, social media addiction of students. Number 2, we would like also to identify the level of anxiety of the students. And number 3, we will identify if there is a relationship between social media addiction and anxiety of the students. And number 4 po, we would like to identify if there is yung moderating variable po, which is the academic program. We want to identify if it affects ba the addiction, or meron po bang differences among the academic program sa kanilang addiction in terms of social media. So that would be our 4 major statement of the problems po.
Okay, okay. That's good. Then you have to state also your hypothesis. How many hypotheses do you have here?
Since we have 4 statement of the problems, Doc, we also have 4 hypotheses. I think naato sa slide po kanina.
No,
pero-
you have to base your hypothesis only from the, I think, relationship.
So we have 4 hypotheses po. Number 1, there is a low level of anxiety among RMC students, low level of social media addiction among third-year college students. We also have number 2, there is a low level of anxiety among the respondents. And number 4, there is no significant relationship between social media addiction and anxiety levels among the respondents. And number 4, there are no significant moderating factors that may influence the relationship between social media addiction and anxiety levels among the respondents. So we have null hypothesis po, Doc, because we want to be, dili mi gusto maging kung ang bias po sa amo ang research. So we want to make sure that we will reject that null hypothesis once ma-identify na mo nga na significant relationship ang amo ang study, which is social media addiction and anxiety.
I understand it depends upon the results. All right. So I think based from your statement of the problem, yung level na dalawa, you can measure that on here in number 3, relationship. Kasi based from the number 1 and 2, you can get already your hypothesis from number 3. Under na siya sa number 3. So dalawa lang.
Sige po, Doc. Well taken po.
Relationship lang at saka significant difference sa moderating variable. So,
Noted po.
significant difference from moderating variable na academic programs naman lang doon sa sa mga courses.
Opo. Yes
courses.
po.
Alright. So, ano po yung pinaka-importante doon? Alright. So, i-clarify mo yung definition of terms mo, ha? Conceptual and operational definition, ha?
Noted po, Doc.
Conceptual and operational. So, what about your data analysis? Yung measurement mo, yung tools mo. What are your tools? So, mean, Pearson R, no?
Yes po.
What about your moderating variable? T-test, Z-test. Parang T-test ka kasi significant.
T-test po. Significant.
So, how many? Mean, Pearson R, and T-test.
Yes po, 3 po.
Pero i-try lang kung makuha, relationship ko sa Pearson R. T-test relationship, significant difference ang test. No, mali tayo. Ano ba ang significant difference? Ano ba? Analysis of variance.
So analysis of maggamit po kami ng analysis of variance aside po from t-test.
Oo. Wag na ang t-test kasi makuha yung t-test doon sa Pearson R. Product correlation. So ano ba tayo? Analysis of variance tayo kasi significant difference man tayo sa moderating variable.
Noted po, Doc. We will identify the mean, the persons are, and then analysis of variance sa study.
Oo, sa data analysis mo. So ano pa yung mga very important matters dyan? Alright, so yun, pinaka-importante, you have to discuss your indicators individually in your RSL, in your research yung RSL mo. Review of significant
literature.
Discuss your indicators.
Dok, pwede ba ko paulit sa
indicators?
Pwede po ba ko paulit sa anxiety indicators do kay naamang goy noises go ganina murag walay naka-off silang audio. So number 1 is feeling restless, number 2 fatigue, number 3 concentration, number 4 irritability, number 6 is worry. Pwede po ba kung makaparepeat sa number 5 na anxiety indicator?
Aches and pains. Mga headaches, may nga na ba?
Sige
Aches
po.
and pains. Mga
Thank you
pains.
po, Doc.
Na kay anxiety mo, maka-feel ka ng mga aches and pains. Oh. So yon. So you provide us at least 5 questions in each indicators. 5 questions in each indicators. Then look for the supporting authors of this particular indicator variables. All right.
Noted po.
Ano pa? Synthesis nyo, do not forget. The conceptual paradigm mo. I need your conceptual paradigm, your figure 1. Kailangan nyo clarify your figure 1. Conceptual paradigm of the study. Kasi IB, DB, sa baba ang moderating variable.
Yes po. Actually, na po to sa presentation kanina, Doc. Should we, Doc, maglagay ng specific short explanation lang sa baba ng conceptual framework?
Oo, sa taas ata. Sa taas before
Sa taas.
before sa figure 1 na discuss you have to discuss first your conceptual, your figure 1. Right after sa theoretical and conceptual framework, you are going to discuss your figure 1, yung conceptual paradigm of the study ang tawag. Conceptual paradigm of the study.
Noted, Doc.
Study. Figure 1, conceptual paradigm of the study. Ano pa importante kaayo? Ayun na, sila ma'am na sa iba. All right, that would be all for now. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you so
Much, Dr. Baguio, for your rich comments and suggestion. Okay, so let's hear now from Ma'am Opinion.
Thank you, Doc. So I guess Doc Baguio have said most of the points sa paper. So yun lang no with the format. Follow the format of RMC. Then sa introduction, you highlight, no, parang hindi ko nabasa sa introduction yung gap ng study and the reason why you need to conduct the study. And sa theoretical, you at least look for one that would fit all the variables. Then sa RRL, you add more on social media addiction and anxiety levels. Tapos sa respondents, as early as possible, malaman na dapat natin yung population ng ating target respondents para malagay na din natin sa paper yung exact number ng ating respondents. Para diretso na tayo if ever na mag-conduct na tapuhon sa ato ang concept or sa ato ang paper. Okay, so that would be for my comment, Doc.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ma'am. Now, you have heard, yung mga researcher dyan, you have heard the comments and suggestions of the panel, okay? Now, I would suggest, Ma'am, I would like to ask the researcher, could you finish this one in 1 semester? Because you have the moderating, you have the significant difference. Kaya niya? Kaya ba ito? Kaya?
I think kaya man, ma'am, because we will be using IBM SPSS pod to have our data analysis.
It's okay. It's okay. Ang tanong ko lang kung kayanin ninyo within the semester. Because ito hindi ba basta-basta lang itong research ninyo, no? There are lots of things that you are going to do, especially that you are going to make some revision of your paper. So parang major revision pa rin ito siya, but then you were given by Dr. Baguio, the different indicators that you are going to incorporate here in the 2 variables, no? And of course, you have to change also your hypothesis, your review of significant literature, the terms and definitions. This is unlabeled. and also for the significance of the study, it should be unlabeled. You make some revision out of this. It was mentioned to you already, and the conceptual framework, okay? So that would be changed, okay? Now, and of course, the theories here, well, you have mentioned the theories, but then there's no year. So when you are going to mention the social learning theory, you have to indicate the year. Okay, kung sino itong proponent of this social learning theory. Okay, so of course, sa chapter 2, you have to mention your research design, okay, respondents. Okay, so just improve, no, your research respondents and your instruments to be used. Okay, so all of these things, no, all the comments and suggestions of the panel should be followed and revise this one for the to make your manuscript as scholarly done. Okay, so I would like to ask the panel if what is there what's a comment on whether we are going to accept or decline your outline defense today. So I would like to ask. Yes, Doc.
Once again, Dean, yes, I agree with Dean Kalya. Why? Because you have 3 variables here. So before we will end up to finalize everything with your works, so I can suggest also for you to make your study easily for you to remove the moderating variables, because you are going to look for the academic programs, and it is an additional works that you have here, so that you can work this easily, that you are going only to utilize the IV and DV. So pwede nyo alisin yung moderating variable kung gusto nyo.
Noted, Doc.
That is my suggestions only, so that it is very easy for you to work this particular study that you have. Kung saan gusto ninyo, you will go with 3 variables or 2 na lang para madali.
2 na lang, Doc, para madali.
Konti pa sa puti din ganina.
Yeah. Reserve na lang nga sa inyong masteral. I-reserve na siya.
Kasi gusto ko good po ma-identify, Doc, kung mas addicted ba si nursing or si psych or si so gusto na ma-identify po ba. So, sige lang,
Pero
Doc.
because of time frame, Manggod, because of time frame, medyo maglisod ka. Okay? So, we will, yes, Doc? Bagyo?
Ang result, dili mi ma-convince, mo disagree mi tanan, kay si Dean ba yan nag-suggest na, nga pag-abot sa panahon, dili si Dean ninyo ma-convince sa result, problema mo. Mga bataan ni ba, kung si gusto dyan nila. Dili mo mutuo kay Dean.
Okay, na siya. Okay, so let's hear now. Yes. Whether we are going to accept the outline defense today, Dr. Baguio and Ma'am Opinion?
Accepted, Dean.
Okay, sige. So, congratulations. Your manuscript for outline defense is accepted. Congratulations. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you so much po, dear panel, no, for giving rich suggestion and comments, good, no? So we are very thankful, no, for your comments. So we still have 8 groups, no? But shorter. I think why nga natagalan jud tayo po is that outline man good, basta as ang outline kaysa sa title, no? Sige po, parang we have to take a lunch break siguro, and then we will resume by 1 PM na lang po. Para maka.
So would that be okay, Doc Baguio and Ma'am Opinion?
Yes, Doc. Basta ipag-grab lang among food.
Yes, Doc.
Ipa-deliver. Ipa-deliver. Sige po.
Okay, sige.
Sige po. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. And we will resume by 1 PM, no? Ato lang pong i-stay ang meeting room nga naka-open po.
Okay, sige. Okay, sige.
Thank you so much. Mag-chat po
Thank you.
kami. Dear panel,
Thank
mag-chat
you,
me
sir.
namin.
Salamat.
Sige po.
Sir, magpa-accept daw sila, sir. Pa-admit di ay.
Good afternoon, everyone. For our next set of presenters, no? By 1 p.m., it's already 1. We have the group 2, I think. So let's just wait, no,
Yes,
for
sir.
our panel. So please share your screen, na. Please share your screen, na, group 2. PBC 102, no? So 5 minutes lang ang presentation. Akong gisend sa inyo ang GC, no? Please follow the instructions kay para nga dili ta madugay. Let's just wait for our panel No, I think we already have Dr. Baguio here and Professor Opinion and Dr. Kalia as well. So let's just wait for them. I think makashare naman mo sa inyong screen. Ayan, nandito na pala si Professor Maricruz, no? So, makashare na mo sa inyong screen. Group 2. Group 2 is?
Ana, sir.
Okay, sige daw. Pag-share na daw mo sa inyong screen. Na-share na mo? Makashare na? Okay, so the reporters for this is Roble. Naa si Roble? Naa ba si Roble? Roble dire, naa?
Wala pa siguro.
Pa-admit daw to siya, sir.
Naa naman, Eva. Wala man siguro lain no nga Eva. Naa na o,
Ay.
naa. Isa raman ang naa sa kuan, waiting room. Si Jerry T. raman. Si Eva, sige daw, asa naman to nag-share screen? Si Eva. Kinsa itong mga reporters, balik daw sa first slide. Balik daw sa first slide.
Sir, kanang Eva bito na isa sir kay si Utakan na sir.
Eva Otakan o si Roble, wala pa. Okay. Naman inyong presentation. Good afternoon, Dean. Okay, so where is your presentation? Group 2? I think Dr. Baguio is already here. And Professor Opinion. So let's start na. No? You have 5 minutes only, group 2. Do not read everything. Please, no? Kay mura gihapon mo pahunungon kung magsige mo og basa. Reporters, kindly open your cameras. You may now start.
Great. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon, Sir Esri. So present to you our outline for our research entitled Psychological Well-Being in Relation to Emotional Intelligence of Psychology Working Students of Rizal Memorial Colleges. We all know psychological well-being is very important aspect of individuals' life, that it contributes to their overall quality of life. Emotional intelligence, on the other hand, it is the ability to recognize and manage one's own emotion as well as their emotions effectively. So for this study, our aim is to investigate the relationship between psychological well-being and emotional intelligence of psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges. Next slide. All right. I believe I've already mentioned the purpose of this study is to examine the relationship between this psychological well-being and emotional intelligence among psychology working students at Rizal Memorial Colleges. Next slide. Hopefully at the end of our research, we will be able to answer these questions that we have. Next slide, please. Number one question is, what is the relationship between emotional intelligence and psychological well-being among psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges? Number two, how does emotional intelligence affect the psychological well-being of psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges? Third question, the level of emotional intelligence of psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges vary depending on their year level or academic performance. And the last one is, what are the most significant factors that contribute to the psychological well-being of psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges? Next slide. For this study, we have two null hypotheses. One of that is there's no significant relationship between the psychological well-being and emotional intelligence of psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges. Second is there will be no significant gender differences in the relationship between emotional intelligence and psychological well-being among psychology working students of Rizal Memorial Colleges. Next slide, please. All right, for the significance of the study, it's actually not mentioned on this presentation, but it's also indicated in our PPT. For example, according to Gross et al. 2015, emotional intelligence interventions can significantly improve psychological well-being, particularly in reducing symptoms of depression and anxiety. Another significance is, according to Frydenberg 2019, psychological well-being is associated with positive outcomes such as increased life satisfaction, improved academic performance, and decreased levels of stress and anxiety. Next slide. All right, so we have two variables here. Independent variable is emotional intelligence, and our dependent variable is psychological well-being. Now, for psychological well-being, we have two indicators. We have self-esteem and positive emotions. And for our emotional intelligence, we have two indicators as well. That is self-awareness and social skills. Next slide. All right. I believe these are the terms or meaning of emotional intelligence. It refers to the ability to identify, understand, and manage one's own emotions as well as the emotions of others. Next slide, please. All right. For our theoretical lens, for our two variables, for this is actually for psychological well-being, according developed The study is being conducted and developed by Ditchy and Ryan 1985, called self-determination theory. So this provides an explanation for self-determination towards to psychological well-being of psychology working students. While the other theory of Bandura 1986 called social cognitive theory, it gives more insight to a different factor that might influence the behavior of the students. Next slide. Okay, for chapter 2, I believe this will be presented by Nivea.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, panels. And this will be the chapter 2. The chapter 2 is describes the studies. This chapter contains the sampling method, data collection tools, and data analysis gathering procedure. So the first one is the research design. So in our research, we use correlational study that investigates motivational between variables without the researcher controlling or manipulating any of the variables. So next slide, please. Next slide po. So next is the research respondents. So our research respondents will be currently enrolled RMC psychology working students with work experience of more than a month. Then next was a research instrument. Structured survey or a questionnaire. This will be like Likert scale questions, 5 points. And the next was a research gathering procedure. The data gathering procedures, first is we will use online questionnaires, Google Forms. Then we will give the participants a link, the link of our questionnaires. Then the online survey results will be kept, and all of the results or the data we gathered will be examined using statistical methodologies or computer software. We will use SPSS. The next data analysis na. So using statistical tools to describe research participants and summarize and summarize and note every questionnaire result. So, next po. Next slide.
Diya lang ko to biyang.
Ay. Diya lang ko. So, naman tayo philosophical assumptions. So, sa philosophical assumptions, we have positivist paradigm. And the positivist paradigm assumes that there is measurable, observable, and quantifiable objects reality. So, the next is the quantitative assumptions. So yan lang po, daan po.
Okay, thank you so much. Are you done? Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will give the floor to our panelists.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Now, thank you for your presentation. Now, the panel here will give some comments and suggestions for the improvement of your paper, okay? So we are going to ask first Dr. Baguio. Doc, are you there?
Yes, din.
Okay. Yes, sige.
Wala ako kapaminaw din. Anyway, it talks about psychological well-being and emotional intelligence. Din kanina, no?
Apo.
Diba?
Psychological well-being and emotional intelligence.
Do you have indicators already with the psychological well-being class?
Wala sila.
Wala pa sila? Kailangan you have to provide this. Sige. Tingnan ko muna. Kailangan talaga meron.
Doc, meron indicator sa psychological well-being po.
Sige daw.
Ito po yung self-esteem and second po is positive emotions.
Psychological well-being, but you did not reflect that in your SOP. Doc Baguio.
Yes po.
Doc,
Yes po.
if you try to see the manuscript, parang nagkakuan man good kay ang iyang title is more on quantity, but then ang iyang SOP na research question man pud ni siya nahimong quali. Oo. So what is the relationship between the emotional intelligence? So lahi gyud siya. Lahi ang iyang SOP.
Kailangan talaga what is the level of psychological.
What is the level? Unsa gyud ni siya, darling? Unsay gusto ninyong mangyari? Qualitative or quantitative mo?
Quantitative.
Kung quantitative mo, ang inyong title quantitative pero ang sulod niya quali. Ang inyong mga gisulod is quali. Like for example, kani bitaw mga composition, it is not a research question but this is the statement of the problem na.
Tama.
So ang imuha pong mga title pod is lahi pod. So ang imuhang mga questions lahi pod. Like for example, what is the relationship between the emotional intelligence no of psychology? Dili ni siya mao dapat what is the level of psychological well-being among psychology working students of the RMC in terms of what? So that is now the indicators. Okay.
Okay. So, yes. I have here, Doki, number 1, positive thinking.
So, marinig ninyo dyan, guys. Positive thinking daw is one of the indicators of the psychological well-being of psychology working students of RMC. In terms of positive, positive thinking. So, dapat meron 1.1, 1.2, ano?
Perform acts of kindness. Perform acts of kindness, Doc.
Yes.
1.2.
1.2. Then 1.3 is?
Practice mindfulness.
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 So, yun. So, tulo lang na siya, Doc.
Napa, Doc. Express gratitude.
Express gratitude. So, nakuha ni mo, kuan? Sino yung nag-report dito? Mga reporters?
Yes po. First is positive thinking. Second, perform acts of kindness. Third, practice mindfulness. And yung number 4 is express gratitude.
By number 5, practice forgiveness.
Practice forgiveness. So 5 na siya kabuok.
Number 5, kay well-being, psychological well-being na.
Psychological well-being. So 5 na siya kabuok ha, nakuha ninyo?
Yes, ma'am.
Then number 2 question. what is the level of emotional intelligence of the psychology working students of the RMC in terms of, dapat na siya in terms of indicators, pangitag indicators about emotional intelligence.
Naaba mo?
Wala sila diri, Doc.
Ay, wala.
Wala mo?
Self-aware and social skills.
Self-awareness.
Yes
Social
po.
awareness. Self-awareness. Self-management.
Emotional intelligence mong good ni siya, yung mga EQ ninyo.
Upat na siya upat. Self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management.
Nakuha ninyo?
Upat siya.
Emotional intelligence, ang iyahang mga indicators is
Self-awareness.
Asa, Doc?
Self-awareness din.
Self-awareness. 2.2 is
self-management.
Self-management. Then number 2.3 is
social awareness.
Social awareness. And 2.4. Tulo lang na siya, Doc.
Upat din. Relationship management ang last.
Relationship management. Nakuha ninyo ng upat?
Yes po, din nakuha.
Okay. So number 3 question. What is the, no, hindi. Is there a significant difference, relationship between psychological well-being and the emotional intelligence of psychology working students of the Rizal Memorial Colleges? Mo na lang na. Number 3 question. Is there a significant difference? Is there a significant relationship between psychological well-being and emotional intelligence of psychology working students of the Rizal Memorial Colleges?
Yes po, noted.
So, mayroon ka pang question, Doc Baguio?
Apilo na lang daan nato ang domains, Doc. What domains?
Ibutang pa ang domains?
Oo din.
Okay. So, number 4 questions. What domains that significantly influence? What domains of psychological well-being that significantly influence the emotional intelligence of the psychology students of the RMC?
Yes, din.
Nakuha ni mo?
Yes po din.
Sige. Basahan dabe.
Ay, sorry, record magod ako din. Ano lang nako, i-review lang po nako after sa kani po.
Pero nakuha ni mo.
Nag-record.
What domains, ang number 4 is that what domains of psychological well-being that significantly influence the emotional intelligence of the psychology working students of the RMC. Okay? So karon dapat na amoy hypothesis. Okay? Number null hypothesis 1, there is a significant relationship between the psychological well-being and the emotional intelligence of psychology working students. Okay. Number 2, there is no significant relationship between there is no pareha lang yapon. Then the null hypothesis 2 ganito siya.
There is no significant influences.
Okay. There is no significant influence, no, between the psychological well-being and emotional intelligence of the psychology working students of the RMC. Okay. Sakto na.
Yes po, Dean.
So, Doc, nakita ba ni mo ng ilang manuscript, Doc?
Wala din.
Okay. Sige, ako na lang magkuando kay dili nimo nakitaan. Sige. Now, let's go after the hypothesis, no? Let's go into the significance of the study. Okay? Actually, the significance of the study is this is not labeled. Okay? This is not labeled. Okay. So, unsa man yung significance of the study nimo? Para kanino ba itong study na ito? According to the previous reports, dili ni siya, ha? Dili ni. Halimbawa, significance of the study, para significant ni siya kasi mga beneficiary ba? Beneficiary ani. Let's say sa psychological, no? Maybe sa mga administrators, sa CHED, kaya magiging basis nila ito for making a policy, no? Siguro sa administrators, then sa mga dean, sa faculty, sa students, and the future researchers, no? Researcher. Okay?
Guidance counselor din, appeal.
Guidance. Yes, guidance services also, no? So, significance of the study, ha? So, kung kinsay mga beneficiaries aning inyong mga paper. Okay? So, dapat yan. Meron yun. Yung i-mention ko, the CHED, the administrators, the dean, the faculty, the students, the guidance, no? And also the future researcher. Now, another one is the definition of terms and labeled gyapon ni siya. Hawaon ni siya. You have to operationally define psychological well-being, well, okay na ni siya, emotional, intelligence, ni akadere, working students, hawaan na ning positive psychology, hawaan na ning resilience. Kasi dili ni siya na, wala na ni siya, yung kung ano lang yung mga variables na sa title ni mo, maora to imuhang i-defined operationally. Okay? So, hawaan na ning mga coping strategies, interpersonal relationship, hawaan na. Okay. Now, itong figure 1 mo, figure 1, conceptual framework, dapat ito kisay author sa imong nagbali na lagi, be consistent, ha? Kung nauna si psychological well-being, dapat kung baliktad yata ang dependent variable mo, independent is psychological well-being, into dependent is emotional intelligence. Dayon, naani siya mga author. Darling, mga students, dapat may mga author ni siya. Okay? Then, you have to go directly into the, wala man ka dito, review of significant literature. Review of significant literature. Okay, so psychological well-being, emotional well-being. Now, follow RMC format, and of course, when you are going to cite the author, you have to cite it properly, huh? And these authors that you have presented dito sa mga RSL nimo, some of them cannot be found in your references. Be sure that when you are going to cite the author in your RSL, naapod na siya din sa references. Okay?
Noted po din.
Then theoretical lens. Okay, determination theory, you have Bandura. Okay. But you have to elaborate more. You have to elaborate more. Your theoretical lens. Chapter 2, research design. I-improve ni mo ning research design ni mo, ha? Improve your research design. Now, improve also your research respondents because you have to identify, no, your research respondents. Okay? So, paano mo yan siya gagawain na psychologists who are not presently employed or less than a month? Asa ba nimo? Kisay mo mga kuan currently enrolled in RMC students who are not presently employed or have a less than a month of work. Ang imong title, Working Students, Psychological Well-being and Emotional Intelligence niya. Then ang imong respondents kanang who are not presently employed, working ba ang ginaingon nimo?
Yes po,
Ano? Oh, ayuhan niya kay dili nag-check psychology students who are not presently employed or have less than 1 month of work experience will be excluded. So, presently employed working student man ka ang imo ginapangita. With work experience. So ayuhon nimo ning inclusion criteria nimo ha. You have to define well your respondents. Okay? So if that is from the RMC psychology working students, murag og magkuan lang gyud ka sa psychology working students, murag gamay ra kaayo. Why don't you use the RMC students na lang talaga, not in particular sa psychology, para murag mudaghan ang imuhang number of participants because this is a quantitative. No, quantitative. More or less you have 120 respondents. Okay, so you have to get the RMC working students na lang, not the psychology. So if you are not going to use psychology na, i-change mo na rin yung pati sa yung questionnaire. Okay?
Pati yung sa title po din.
Oh, hawaan na ang RMC students na lang. Kasi gamay na kaayo ang RMC psychology students, working students. Mga pila lang na sila nya, kwanti ko ding imuha. Okay? So that's it, data gathering procedure. Wala na ning philosophical assumption. Kasi kuan man ni siya, quanti. Hawaan ning philosophical assumption, ha? Qualitative, hawaan na pud ni, dili nang qualitative. Ayuhan ning imo ang research participants, nagduwa-duwa na ning imong research participants dire. Na kay ethics consideration, but you have to improve. You have to improve also the role of the researcher and how are you going to collect the data. You have to start from asking permission from the dean, okay? So that you are going to conduct the study, okay? Now, sa data analysis, regression, person R, okay. Awaan na ning mga trustworthiness, okay? So, Doc Bagyo, napakay isulti, Doc, additional?
Yes, din. Sa RSL lang din, dapat you have to discuss all the indicators. Discuss first the variable, then discuss all the indicators under that variable. Then
Okay.
Then sa sa research instrument, provide scale. Sa research instrument, yung very high, moderate, low, very low. So mag-provide ka, provide the scale. Siguro tagaan na lang natin sa scale din.
Oh, may pa, scaling.
Scaling nila. So, start ba ta sa 1.00 din, no? 1.00 to 1.79. Very low ata ito din. Very low.
Very low.
1.80 to 1.59. Low siguro ito din, low. Then
moderate.
1.60 to 1.39, moderate. Then 1.40 to 1.19.
Murag 1 point naman na tanay mo ano. 2.
Ay, 2 pala, 2.
Oh.
Ano ba? May gani din. Yung ka 1.80
Oh.
to 1.59. Then 1.60 to 2.39 din.
2.39.
39. So 2.40. May gani din na aka.
Then 3.
9.
Moderate.
Moderate. So 2.40 to 4.19 din, no? 4.19 high. Then 4.20 to 5.00 very high. Sige daw again.
5 na siya.
1.00 to 1.79 very low. Then very low, then 1.8 to 1.59 low. Then 60 to 2.39 moderate. Then 2.40 to 4.19. 2.40 to 4.19 high. Then 4.20 to 5.0 very high.
Yeah, that's it.
So you provide the description of this. Kung very high, so manifested always. Manifested
Always manifested.
Oh, kung high, often
manifested often. Often manifested.
Then kung moderate,
sometimes
correct din. Then kung low, rarely.
Rarely.
Then kung very low, never. Never manifested. So rarely manifested ang low. Then sometimes manifested ang moderate. Okay? So, sa pa importante, wala na na-mention na ni mong uban din.
Mention natin na. Wala lang sila kuan. Do you have kuan yung questionnaire?
Yes po, meron kami questionnaires.
Dapat ayusin nyo yan. Yung questionnaire ninyo, that would base on the SOP na. Baka yung ginawa nyo ngayon, hindi yan nag-jive doon sa SOP na sinabi ni Doc Baguio now in terms of the different indicators. Bago niya lang man yan naibigay. So, palitan ninyo yung questionnaire ninyo. That should base doon sa indicators na nasa SOP.
Four questions pa rin. Nakita ko na-study nila din.
Nakita mo na.
So, improve your figure 1 as Din said a while ago. Improve your figure 1, yung conceptual paradigm of the study. Dapat emotional intelligence na una.
Mo gani, psychological well-being.
Una. Ang independent variable nimo psychological. Then independent well-being.
Yes.
Emotional. Wala akong pag-sekuan definition of terms, ani.
Wala. Lahi ang iyang definition of terms.
Mental health, happiness, emotional. Emotions, mental health, emotional. Tama, mauna dyan din psychological din. Kay action first before one man feeling.
Yes.
So action ay feeling. So action first before feeling. So psychological well-being, feeling pa man siya din. Sa emotional intelligence, diha na reaction after well-being. So mauna ang psychological well-being. Hindi pwede ma-feel nimo nga wala pa'y action. Dapat na action una bago nimo ma-feel.
Yeah.
Kailangan ma-feel ko. Usa may imong i-feel kung wala action. Diba? So mauna imong psychological well-being.
Ah.
Then after ana, moadto ka sa emosyon, ana. Di ba?
I-change niya lang ng iyahang figure 3, kanang figure 1.
Niya.
O nabali ng iyahang figure 1.
Nabali kay abi na ako kita po dang nabali dili mo pwede kay mo action psychological well-being jud ka una bago ka mag-emote.
Emotion.
Oo. So baliktad. So then identify your indicators na yung binigay ko kanina a while ago. So yun na ata din nasabi mo na.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Baguio. Now let's hear the comment of Ma'am Mary Chris' opinion.
Okay, thank you, Dean. So same observation, nakita ko agad kanina yung conceptual framework. So before nyo ilagay yung framework nyo, you insert above it, no, yung description, just summarize, just simply describe your framework. Alisin na yung ibang wording, ilagay nyo na doon sa related study, no, or related literature, doon yun na ilagay yung iba. Then, hindi masyadong ma-identify yung mga parts because unlabeled, no? Murag tuloy-tuloy ang papel, maglibog mo asa man ni siya nga part, murag nagdikit naman ang definition of terms, nagdikit na pud ang conceptual framework. So, we need to put labels. Nakita na ko ang ilahang instrument din, ang ilahang i-provide lang is isa, the emotional intelligence inventory. And since naghatag naman mo indicator ni Doc Baguio, so they might as well check it kung muhaon pa ba dito sa ihatag na SOP. Then sa research respondents, yes, kindly improve on that. You need to identify, no, kung kinsa gyud ang inyong respondents. Kay dito, I also noticed that part na ang inyong gusto na i-study or inyong respondents is working students, pero mo include pud mo mga walay trabaho. So kinsa man gyud ang inyong respondents, you have to make clear on that and transfer this part, no, this paragraph na nilagay nyo sa respondents. The participants will be approached with an informed consent. Kindly transfer this part sa data or data gathering procedure. Okay, so sa instrument nyo, if ever na may makita kayong instrument na haom na itong mga indicators na na-mention nila Doc Ganiha, if you want to borrow, same with the other group, kindly ask consent, no, kahit na for public consumption ang ating instrument, we need to ask. Then katong inyuhang response from the author should be placed, no, sa appendix, dito na sa last part, no, sa inyuhang paper. Okay, so for the data gathering, wala na mention dito kung unsa na statistical tool ang inyuhang gamiton. Kindly check, no, kung unsa tong mga SOP na gihatag ganiha nila Dean, nila Doc, katupod ang inyuhang tan-awon kung unsa nga tool, statistical tool ang pwede ma-apply for those SOPs. Okay, so I think that's all, Dean, na sabi niyo naman yung iba. Thank you po.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ma'am. Now you have heard, no, the comments and suggestions of the panel for the improvement of your paper. Okay, so let us see what's the verdict. Dr. Baguio and Ma'am opinion, shall we accept the paper?
Yes, Doc. Accept
Okay.
With revision.
Okay.
Revision.
Okay, so your paper now is accepted provided that you are going to revise according to the comments and suggestions of the panel. Congratulations and good afternoon.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for our dear panelists and our presenters that's for group 2 of the BBC 102 Psychological Statistics Research. Now we move on po with our next research presenters, group 3. You may now share your screens. And you may start na.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the Group 3, and the title of our research is Self-Esteem and Public Speaking Ability of the College Students of RMC. Next, please. So chapter 1, the problem in setting introduction. So in this study, this shows that self-esteem has a significant influence on the public speaking ability of college student, and necessary siya na ma-identify if naabay correlation ang duha ka variable para makakita tag solution on how to be a better public speaker. And the aim of this study is to give helpful steps para ma-overcome ang fear of public speaking. Og ang result of this study will help the students improve their public speaking ability. Next, please. So purpose of the study. This study is a quantitative correlational study of college students' self-esteem and public speaking skills. So as I mentioned, ang aim ani na study is to give knowledge on both self-esteem and public speaking skills, and to offer mga suggestions for college students on how to enhance their self-esteem and public speaking skills na makatabang sa ilaha in their both academic and career performances and in the near future. Next, please.
The research question, this study is to identify the level of college students' self-esteem and ability in public speaking. So we have the first question is the level of the self-esteem of the respondents, which is the indicators are the competence, perception, and self-efficacy. And the second question is, what is the level of public speaking ability of the students? First is the indicators are the grammar, fluency and pronunciation, and also the third question is, there is a significant relationship between the college student self-esteem and public speaking ability. The research question is to investigate the relationship between the self-esteem and the public speaking abilities of the college students of Rizal Memorial Colleges, and also to explore and investigate or to answer this specific question, to inquire also for the future researchers also, and also for the null hypothesis, the hypothesis of the study. Null hypothesis, the level of respondents' self-esteem is very low, and the second hypothesis is the level of public speaking ability of the students is very low, and the last hypothesis is there is no significant correlation between college students and self-esteem and public speaking ability. Next.
Hello. Hello. Are you done?
Naka-mute po,
Wala
Miss
po.
Jerity Joy Tala,
Wala, sir.
naka-mute.
Yes, sir. Yes, po, sorry. Hello, good afternoon. Our significance of study is first is students and teachers and researchers. First, the student is this study aims to describe and analyze the student of self-esteem in the public speaking ability and advanced speaking class also, and able to improve achievement in the center of learnings. Then teachers is this study will be beneficial to the teachers and general education teachers, especially to the teachers who are still newbie in the teaching profession. researcher also. This will be benefit. It will be useful reference to the for the researcher who would plan to make any related study, precisely the standard underlying the Bachelor of Science in Psychology program. And indeed, research is going to be the chief source of enlightenment that they will surely need in the future study. And our terms and definitions, and it the portion of study underpins the list of terms or words that will be used in study for information.
Next ko, please. So for our conceptual framework of this study is it examines the relationship between self-esteem and public speaking ability of college students. And it is based on the assumption that self-esteem plays a crucial role in shaping the behavior and performance of individuals, including their public speaking ability. Next po. So for the review of significant literature, we'll focus on existing research on self-esteem and public speaking ability. And the study will examine the impact of self-esteem on the confidence, anxiety, and communication skills of college students during public speaking.
So theoretical lens. This study is based on Albert Bandura's self-efficacy and Leon Fistinger's cognitive dissonance theory. The self-efficacy theory suggests that an individual's belief in their ability to perform a task can influence their behavior, motivation, and emotional states. The cognitive dissonance theory suggests that individuals strive to maintain consistency among their beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. Next. Chapter 2, Methodology, Research Design. This study will use the correlational technique to determine the strength or weakness of the correlation between variables and use indicators from established theories, manuals, or tests to standardized instruments. Next.
For the research respondents, we will look for respondent partial statistics. We don't know how many the population of the CAS, College of Arts and Sciences, students in the RMC. So before we know that, so before we know that, our respondent will be the College of Arts and Sciences students, the RMC, currently studying at RMC, and we will send out survey questionnaires to them. As for the research instrument, because we will be using a questionnaire survey, we will use Google Forms so that it will be more accessible. Google Sheets to compute, and Facebook Messenger to collect correspondence. And second, we will use cell phones for documentation purposes, videos, and photos. Next, please.
The data gathering procedures. The researchers will make a letter nga address sa Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences to ask permission nga mag-conduct me og survey. Then if ang amuang letter will be approved, then we will proceed to maghimo og questionnaires and i-transcribe na mo into Google Form. Then ang Google Form links ang amo ang ihatag sa amo ang target respondents, which are ang College of Arts and Science students. And the data analysis, the data transcription, analysis, and interpretation will be made accordingly with the existing statistical rules for correlational studies as basis. Then we will use the Sherman rank correlational coefficient to identify the scores of RMC college students' self-esteem and their public speaking ability, since it is suitable for measurement of the relationship between these two variables. Kay gamay ra ang data, and that's all po. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our presenters, for your presentation. Now, I would like to give the floor to our panelists.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so now, ladies, we're going to have to criticize your paper. The comments and suggestions of the panel will be your guide, so that you will be having a good manuscript. Okay, so let's hear Dr. Baguio for her comments and suggestions.
All
Dr.
right.
Baguio, please.
All right. So a while ago, I've seen that you have already your some indicators in your statement of the problem. So I am not convinced with your indicators, because when I go over with public speaking, it is stated here that some of the indicators here are assertive. That is the way on how to express the needs and opinions of the speaker. Number one, assertive. Kasi public speaking eh. Ano yung sa inyo kanina? Grammar, ano ba yun? Under na yan sa, sa assertive. The way on how they express their needs and opinions with that particular topic that you want to argue. Then, assertive. Then confident. That is the ability on how you are going to make decisions. Confident. That you want to convince the audience of your concepts, of your ideas. Then assertive, confident. There is a need of honesty, because honesty reveals healthy views, mga informations, di ba? Pag mag-convey ka, kailangan mo ng mga healthy informations that you want to share to the audience so that they will believe in your ideas. So assertive, confidence, honesty, realistic, yun ang mga signs of self-esteem. Ay mali ako? Ay tama, mali ako. Self-esteem pala yun. Sa public speaking pala, communication, articulation, presentation, confidence, passion, and focus. Sa self-esteem pala yun, assertive, confidence, honesty, realistic, and resilient. Yun. So again, sa public speaking ability yun, no? Self-esteem and public speaking ability, tama. So self-esteem pala, tama ako. Self-esteem muna. So sa self-esteem, assertive. Then confidence. Mabuti, nilagay nyo doon. Then honesty. Realistic. Then resilient. Kasi yan talaga resilient, better able to endure stress and setbacks. Na self-esteem. Hindi nyo nakita? Healthy self-esteem. Siguro kayo you did not look for your mga best research regarding self-esteem. Then sa public speaking talaga, communication, the way on how you are going to communicate to give your mga important ideas towards the audience. Then articulation, the way on how you are going to convey. Articulation, then presentation, di ba? Presentation, then confidence, then passion, then focus, talaga merong focus dyan. So, again, self-esteem, 1.1 assertive, 1.2 confident, 1.3 honesty, 1.4 realistic, 1.5 resilient. Then public speaking ability, 2.1 communication, 2.2 articulation, 2.3 presentation, 2.4 confidence, 2.5 passion, and 2.6 focus. So same pa rin. What is the level of public speaking in terms of assertive, and so on and so forth. Then what is the level of public speaking ability in terms of then indicators? Then is there significant relationship between public speaking and self-esteem? Then number 4, what domains of public speaking, of self-esteem significantly influence on public speaking? What domains of self-esteem significantly influence on public speaking? So, yun. Then again, you have to clarify also your significance of the study. Ano ito? Public speaking, no? Then self-esteem. So start from CHED, then school heads, then teachers, then students, then last future researchers. Then discuss your variables in your RSL efficiently and effectively. You have to discuss first your independent variable, then discuss the individual indicators, then discuss the dependent variable. First, you have to discuss self-esteem, then the variables, then discuss the public speaking, then variables. Then give all the authors in its paragraph. Then afterwards, you have to provide synthesis. Then go to your conceptual, theoretical and conceptual framework. Then provide figure 1, conceptual paradigm of the study with author. Then discuss your definition, your terms. Discuss your terms operationally and conceptually. First conceptual, then operational according to your study, the way on how you are going to do it in your real study, that is operational. So conceptual based from the authors. Then provides of course, yes, you have to discuss your research design, research method with author also. Then of course you have to provide your sampling, your identify your respondents, where are you going to conduct the study? Why are you going to conduct the study? Who are the respondents of the study? When are you going to conduct the study? Yun. Then how many respondents do you have? That is in respondents of the study. Kumbaga, describe your respondents, the way on how you are going to have your respondents. Then, as well as your sampling. Then research instruments, you have to discuss your scale, discuss how many items, yun, sa data gathering procedure, you have to discuss, of course, on what are the things that you are going to do while conducting your study. Discuss the procedure there. Then data analysis, you have to discuss your mean, Pearson R, and regression analysis. Yun. Then provide, yes, that is very important. We forget provide references all the time. Provide references all the time. Wala kayong references ata. That is very important. Yun na, I think. So I think that would be all for me now, Dean. Thank you and congratulations, everyone.
Okay, so thank you so much, Doc Baguio. Now let's hear Ma'am Chris' opinion.
Dean. Okay, so my observation, I would like to clarify, ang lagay nyo ba sa conceptual framework nyo is yung theory nyo? Ang nakalagay kasi dito is self-efficacy theory for IV and DV is cognitive dissonance. Kindly change this to your variable, no? So your IV would be self-esteem. Kasi maraming attachment, no, yung sa Google Classroom. Ito yung nakita ko doon na part ng conceptual framework na nakalagay is ang theory. Kindly change this one with your variable self-esteem for IV and for DV, public speaking. Okay, so sa respondents, you know, so kindly identify your respondents, describe them, and sa research instrument, kindly convert that part into a paragraph form. Discuss there the title of the scale, or I mean the title of the instrument, ano yung gamit nyo na scale, ano yung items. Naka-attach ba kayo sa Google Classroom ng instrument? I think wala, pero siguro makahanap pa kayo ng bago since nagbigay si Doc Baguio kanina ng mga bagong indicators sa inyong mga variables. Okay, so you can consider those. And sa data procedure, were you able to describe how you would do the activity or the procedure? So make a letter, yes, to Dean, ask permission. Okay, so approval gain, researcher will proceed to identify participants. So dapat as early as now, ma-identify na natin ang participants natin. Ano na sampling ang gamit, no? Para malagay na natin dito sa ating methodology. And sa data analysis, as what Doc Baguio said, you include there, no, nag-base ito doon sa ano nyo, sa SOP nyo. So you have there, no, your mean, person R, and regression. So dito din pala sa conceptual framework, kindly put a description before kayo maglagay ng paradigm nyo. No, just simply describe ano yung content, no, ano yung nilagay niyo dyan sa inyong conceptual framework. And sa RSL, were you able to mention the two variables that you have, the self-esteem and public speaking? Okay, so walang citation ang RSL, kindly include citation and ilagay yan doon sa reference, which is, I think nakita ko yung reference nyo sa isa pang document, no? Parang I think may 4 na document na naka-attach sa Google Classroom. Itong binabasa ko ngayon, walang naka-attach na reference. You may copy that, place it here. Pero again, kindly put citations sa RSL nyo, doon din sa theory, no? The name of the author, yung idea, in its relevance, no, to the study. Okay, so I think yun lang po, Dean.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Chris and Ma'am Baguio, Doc Baguio. Now you have heard, no, na the different comments. It was comprehensively given to you by the panel, no? So I hope that you are going to make some revision, no? Out of that mga comments and suggestions of the panel. Okay, so I have some comments here, but then it's more or less the same lang gyapon sa mga sinabi nila kanina. Okay, so now let's hear Ma'am Doc Baguio and Ma'am Kuan and Chris. Are we going to accept this?
Yes,
Accept.
ma'am.
We're going to accept now
Yes, with
the
revision.
With
study
revision.
of this student.
Yes po,
Yes,
Dean.
Okay, yes, we're going to accept now your manuscript, provided that you are going to make some revision, okay, of the paper based on the different suggestions given by the panel. With that, I would like to say congratulations and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists, no? It has been very kuanjod sa bani draining kayo kay ganiya patang buntag, no? But happy tagid ta mahuman, gamay na lang gyud, no? Nya hopefully mahuman jud sa today kay gamay naman lang pud ni sila, no? So dili na nako dugayon. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our next a fourth group, the last group for psychological statistics, no? We have the group 4. Then after that, dalawang subject na lang po. And then gagmay na lang po ng ilang presentations din. So group 4, you may now present your slides.
Asa ka na?
Group 4. Na ba ang group 4 dire? Taliberg?
Yes, boss.
Ayan. Okay. Sige, you may now start. And then as much as possible, kung kaya 5 minutes, 5 minutes lang. No, dili na kaayo tason kay para hatagan na to ang panel og more time, no, para sa ilahang inputs sa inyong kuan, inyong presentation, inyong papers. Kaya naman na sila ikopya sa ato ang mga manuscripts, okay? Sige, you may now start. Go ahead.
So, good afternoon to our dear panelists and advisor. This is our title, The Halo Effect and Self-Confidence of Senior High School Students of RMC. So, introduction. These are, the halo effect is a cognitive bias that affects how people see and judge other people based on only one good quality. Studies shows that halo effect influences one's self-confidence either positively or negatively. So the purpose of this study is to halos kanang lahat po kasi tayo ay hindi natin alam kung what halo effect really means. So the purpose of this study is to find out the relationship between halo effect and self-confidence. It also aims to ascertain whether the halo effect is present among the senior high school student in RMC and how it influenced the self-confidence po. Research question. Number 1, what is the level of halo effect of the respondents? Number 2, what is the level of the confidence of senior high school students of RMC? 3 is there a significant relationship between the halo effect and the confidence of the youth? Review of significance relationship. Significant literature, I mean. These are some of the studies that shows the relevance of our current study. This study shows that halo effect has to do in someone's self-confidence, since self-confidence is someone's ability to believe in oneself's ability. Hypothesis of the study. The following are the hypotheses of this study. The level of perception of the halo effect is low. The level of confidence of youth is low. there is no significant relationship between halo effect and youth confidence. Significance of the study. These are the relevant studies about our research topic. It was conducted in the Philippines, found that the perceived attractiveness of a person is associated with a higher level of self-esteem. Another study found that physical appearance is a significant predictor of self-esteem, with the halo effect playing a crucial role in association. Terms and definition. These are the terms that we define that will be helpful in this study: halo effect and self-confidence. The conceptual framework. It is the representation of the relationship that we expect to see between our variables or the characteristic or properties that we want to study. Independent variable is the halo effect, and the dependent variable is the self-confidence. Our respondents is the senior high school students of RMC. And the method, since we are looking for the relationship between the dependent and dependent variable, our method will be correlation. Theoretical lens. So in this study, we will be using Leigh Cronbach's theory of implicit personality that was proposed in the year 1950, and William James' theory of self-esteem that he coined in the year 1890. The first theory, which is the implicit personality theory, that individual tends to have first impression to other people. The second theory, which is the self-esteem theory, na nagaingon na self-esteem kay ma-determine sa duha ka factors, which is personal perception niya, if naa siya'y sense of personal worth, and second, on how the way other people see them. Next is chapter 2, to be reported by Kuya Joel.
Good afternoon once again, the member of our panelists this afternoon, and also all the classmates, and also my group mates. So under the chapter 2 methodology, the research design that we're using is correlational approach. In that way, we will be able to look into relationships between variables that cannot be manipulated or controllable. So with that, masuta na mo ang relasyon tali sa naisgutan. Next slide daw. So by using a correlational approach, we will be able to know the connection between the halo effect and self-confidence of RMC senior high school students by administering survey students to measure their self-confidence in their perception of the halo effect, and then analyzing the data to identify any patterns or association between these variables. Next slide. So our correlation study will focus on at least 100 students from senior high school, or these are intended for the final survey, and at least 30 participants from junior high school for the pilot study. And the respondents must be bona fide students from RMC, obviously. And we are planning to use random sampling technique because we believe through these techniques, we will be able to ensure that the sample of participants is representative of the population from which it was drawn, which increases the internal and external validity of the study. In our research instruments, of course, we are using demographics, and through the demographics, we'll be able to know the details of age, gender, and grade level in order to better understand the study population. So we as researcher will perform a face-to-face survey. Okay, so but before doing so, we will develop a questionnaire and conduct a pilot study to ensure that the questions are clear and intelligible. So our survey will also ask students about their self-confidence, including whether they believe they can thrive academically or socially engage with others and realize their future professional aspiration. So next slide. Our data gathering procedures will, of course, obviously, we will make a letter addressed to the deans of senior high school department of RMC to ask a permission to conduct a survey questionnaire in a school. So through this, we will be able to proceed to create a formal letter containing a request to access final information such as the population of the senior high school students at Rizal Memorial Colleges. In fact, we have a Data Privacy Act in our country. So next slide. So through a simple random sampling from the target population, this will ensure that every senior high school students in the population has an equal chance of being selected. So through this, we will be able to develop a survey questionnaire that will be used to collect data from selected sample. So the questionnaire will include questions that measure both the halo effect and youth confidence. So I think this can be achievable by using Ligar scale questions. Next. So the questionnaire will be transcribed into paper. So makita nato kini siya among ibuhaton pinagi sa forma sa papel. So this can be done through in-person paper surveys. The papers will with the questionnaire will be distributed to the respondents. The finished responses will be collected by researchers to record the data from the senior high school respondents. I think that's Napa? Okay, a data analysis method. I think I do understand. One of our group mates will explain this one. So I'll give the floor to our group mates. Napa ba? It's a
So, para data analysis, para ma-analyze na mo ang data about sa halo effect and self-confidence sa senior high school students sa Rizal Memorial Colleges, una kay mag-conduct ng survey through questionnaire sa mga student para makakuha og data. And then, pag makuha na naman ang data mo gamit statistical technique, pariha sa regression analysis, correlation analysis, and descriptive statistics para ma-identify na mo ang patterns or correlation that may exist sa halo effect and self-confidence. That's all po. Thank you po.
Nakamute po kayo din.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much, presenter. Now we are going to have our panel to give you some comments and suggestions, no, with regards to your manuscript, and this would give you guide, no, to make your manuscript more scholarly done. Okay, so let's hear from Dr. Baguio first.
All right, the same comments a while ago with other presenters. I will go directly again to the SOP, a statement of the problem. So hello effect, again, hello effect. So of course we know the proponents of this hello effect. I go with Thorndike. Si Thorndike talaga pala yung nag-ano dyan. Si Thorndike, tapos yung isa si Gestalt sa Hello Effect pala. Then, of course, it somewhat talks about cognitive also, ang Hello Effect. Then, I go over with the indicators. So, I think you don't have indicators a while ago. Class,
Yes
do you
po,
have
Doc. Wala po.
Oh, wala. So, sa Hello Effect, some of the indicators are impression, qualities, personality, kindness also, judgment also, kasi Hello Effect the somewhat on what you can say about this about the personality of a certain person. How are you going to describe their actions and gestures, the way how they talk, the way how they act? So that is Hello Effect. So decision making also, in the last part is evaluation. So impression, it could be also self-esteem. Pero awag na lang ang self-esteem kasi confidence pala yung isa nyo. Self-confidence. So ano na lang, impression, qualities, good or positive or negative ba siya, ang qualities sa personality niya. So impression, 1.1 impression, 1.2 qualities, 1.3 personality, 1.4 judgment, 1.5 kindness. Dapat meron siya. Then 1.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wala na. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kindness, 1.5. Then last na siguro ang dapat may decision making para kasi yung decision making yun yung magde-describe anong Hello Effect na niya na produce niya. So 1.6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1.6 decision making, and the last part is evaluation. Dapat i-evaluate nyo yung niya, expression sa the way on how he handle Hello Effect. Evaluation. So yun ang mga indicators. So impression, qualities, personality, judgment, kindness, decision making, and the last part is evaluation. Wala yung ko, self-confident. Time pa. Okay. So marami na akong mga files. Anyway, mayroon ako self-confidence a while ago. Maganda yun. I will go over. Yun. Kita ko na. So sa self-confidence, ano siya? Ayun. Recognition number 1. Self-confidence. Recognition number 2. Compassion. Number 3. Goals. Self-confidence. Then number 4. Emotion. Yung number 5. Kasi emotion. 4 lang. 4 lang. So recognition, compassion, goals, pero realistic mong ka batang diri. Realistic na lang, wag na lang goals. Realistic number 3 and number 4 emotions. So recognition, compassion, realistic and emotion. Yun sa sa self-confidence. So recognition kasi ma-emphasize mo yung strength niya and weaknesses sa self-confidence niya. Tapos, of course, sa compassion niya, ma-emphasize mo doon kung ano yung mga problems niya, ano niya, how they treated with kindness and compassion sa mga obstacles niya. So realistic, that is achievable by the goals niya. Kung anong goals niya, dapat realistic siya. And then, yung emotion niya, syempre, how do you think logically towards the situation? Emotion yun. How do you think logically towards the situations? Yan na. So, 4. That is according to Gestalt, Halo effect and Thorndike. Huh? All right, then go back again with your statement of the problems. Number 1, what is the level of halo effect and self-confidence? Number 2, what is the level of halo effect? Number 2, what is the level of self-confidence? Number 3, is there significant relationship between halo effect and self-confidence? And number 4, what domains of halo effect significantly influence towards self-confidence? So what domains of halo effect significantly influence towards self-confidence? Then state your hypothesis. So there is no significant difference between halo effect and self-confidence. Then the domains of halo effect is significantly influenced towards self-confidence. Okay. So the same, you have to discuss your variables with your indicators individually, thoroughly in your RSL. Then give your synthesis, then clarify your theoretical and conceptual framework. Then illustrate clearly your figure 1, which is your conceptual paradigm of your study. Then, ano ito? Kasi halo effect, so pwede sa halo effect, applicable ito sa parents pa rin. So sa significance of the study, you have to start from CHED again, then towards school heads, then teachers, then parents, kasi halo effect and self-confidence, parents, then students, then future researchers. So 6 yung nyo, SOS nyo. Then define your title operationally and conceptually. Then sa sa research design, discuss your research design, of course, with the supporting authors. Then yung research respondents nyo, you have to describe it well. Who are your respondents? How many respondents do you have? Where are you going to conduct the study? Then, and so on and so forth. Then yung research instruments nyo, discuss your scale, provide your scale, yung 1.00 to 5.00. Yung high, very high, high, moderate, low, and very low. Then discuss your data gathering procedure. According to how are you going to gather data to conduct the study. Then describe your data analysis, your tools. You have to discuss the mean, the Pearson R, as well as the regression analysis. Then give your references. You see to it that all the authors in the contents should be reflected to your references. And delete the authors in the references that are not reflected in the contents. I think that would be all for me, Dean. Thank you and congratulations, proponents.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Baguio. Now let's hear from Ma'am Opinion.
Thank you, Dean. So as I observe with the conceptual framework, there's no description before the paradigm or before the model. Kindly describe that. With the instrument, this part that you have mentioned, we will ask students to demographically detail their age, gender. Can you transfer this part to data gathering procedure? Also sa instrument, you just simply describe your instrument, your scaling, ilang items. Okay? So kung mag-borrow kayo, kindly ask consent to the author. Since may binigay na bago ngayon na indicator si Doc Baguio, you look for instruments na pwede siya magpasok, no, doon sa binigay na SOP. Sa data analysis, it was also mentioned by Doc Baguio, no, mean, Pearson R, regression, and that is based on the SOP na binigay niya kanina. So sa respondents, kindly describe, no, you were not able to describe them clearly kung sino yung gusto nyong maging respondents. So kindly describe them, their profile, no, from what year, anong course, no, kindly include that. Okay, so with the other parts, so nabigay naman ni Doc, no, yung sa SOP and sa dito sa yes, no, you have to revise some part kasi ano na siya, no, na wala na siya na site, wala na po na included to sa inyong references. You might consider, no, checking the parts of your paper and put that doon sa pinaka last part, which is the references. Okay, so ano pa ba? Manuscript. Kindly also insert, no, international, national, and local perspectives in your introduction, the gap of the study. It was mentioned pala, no, there is still a study gap. Okay, very good. So, I think that's all po, Doc.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Opinion. Now, we have almost the same observation, no? Observed in your manuscript. However, I would like to emphasize in your paper that you should be consistent in the words that you are going to use. Let's say, for example, in the title, you have placed the halo effect and self-confidence of senior high school students of the Rizal Memorial Colleges Incorporated. This should be spelled out. RMC should be spelled out. Now, take note in your data, the SOP in your research question, no, is there a significant relationship between the halo effect and the confidence of the youth Bakit confidence of the youth na ang nailagay ninyo dito? So you have to be consistent with what words that you are going to use. Especially, it should jibe with the title and also with the SOP. And other things that you put inside, it should jibe. Ha? Dapat consistent ka sa mga words that you are going to use. Baka nag-deviate ka naman into other things. Okay? So, other things, no, it was already mentioned to you by the panel comprehensively, and especially in terms of the different indicators, and also for the RSL, and also for the introduction, okay, and the hypothesis, and then chapter 2, it was clearly discussed to you by Dr. Baguio and Ma'am Opinion. So with that, we would like to say, shall we accept, panel, the paper?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. So your paper now is actually accepted, provided that you are going to make some revision on the different comments and suggestions given to you by the panel. So congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank you po.
much. Thank you so much, our dear panelists, now for giving
you po.
the valuable suggestions. Those they are the last group for psychological statistics. We move on now to the first group of disasters and mental health. The title is Psychological Sequelae of the HIV Care Respondents Amidst COVID-19 Pandemic, a Phenomenological Study. You may now start.
So good afternoon, everyone, especially for our dear panelists, Dr. Calya and Dr. Josephine Baguio and Miss Mary, Miss Opinion. So for today, we will discuss our title, which is the titled Psychological Sequelae of the HIV key respondents amidst COVID-19 Pandemic, a Phenomenological Study. So HIV, or human immunodeficiency virus, is a viral infection that affects the immune system, especially the CD4, which is a type of white blood cells that is crucial for maintaining the body's defense against the infection and diseases. People with HIV may still experience a range of psychological sequelae or a long-term consequences related to their HIV diagnosis and challenges associated with this, with managing the condition.
The purpose of the study, this study on the psychological sequelae of HIV aims to improve understanding of the mental health and social impacts of living with HIV, to develop evidence-based approaches to improve the overall health and well-being of people living with HIV. So ResearchGap, despite the well-documented psychological and emotional impact of an HIV diagnosis, little research has explored the psychological sequelae of being diagnosed with HIV in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Research question that we will tend to investigate how this COVID-19 pandemic crisis affects the psychological and mental health of the PL-HIV key respondents. It will seek to answer the following question. Number one, what are the experiences that the HIV key respondents had their psychological sequelae? Number two, how do the HIV key respondents cope with the challenges from the psychological sequelae? And lastly, what are the lessons that they have learned from the experience that they can be drawn from their experiences from psychological sequelae amidst this COVID-19 pandemic?
The significance of the study, the result of the study would be beneficial to the following: community, LGBTQ+, school, people living with HIV, future researcher.
Review significance of literature. The study was anchored with the study titled HIV Stigma perceived social support, coping style, and mental health of women living with HIV in the Philippines. In the study, HEART has reduced HIV-related morbidity and mortality, and the life expectancy of HIV-positive individuals has improved significantly. This review summarizes the evidence on the prevalence, the manifestations, and the treatments of the psychiatric condition of HIV-positive adults. The most prevalent psychiatric illness is depression, which is 35%, 35.6%, followed by the substance misuse, anxiety, psychosis, adjustment disorders, and bipolar affective disorders.
Theoretical lens, the study inquired on the psychological impact of HIV, which is associated with mental and emotional disorders. Lack of family and peer support, it is important for the K population as it provides mental, economic, and social stability to reduce stress.
The study was anchored also in on the study of the positive psychology of HIV. This study found that HIV key respondents have a lower rate of resiliency, perseverance, and self-confidence than healthy individuals. Additionally, they have lower well-being compared to non-HIV individuals due to the stigma associated with the illnesses. So, research method. This study will utilize a qualitative non-experimental design, a research method for also using a phenomenological study on the psychological sequelae of the HIV key population. It would involve collecting rich and depth qualitative data from the small samples of participants who have experienced the phenomenon. This study will use a phenomenological approach to explore the lives, experiences of the participants in relation to their psychological sequelae.
Research method. The research method would involve conducting semi-structured interviews with carriers who are living with HIV and have experienced psychological sequelae. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, the interviews would be conducted in confidential and safe environment. Participant to feel comfortable environment. Uncomfortable in sharing their experiences. The interviews would be audio recorded and transcribed verbatim to capture the richness and depth of the participants' experiences. The data would be analyzed using a thematic analysis approach to identify common themes and patterns in the experiences of the participants.
Ethical consideration. As a qualitative researcher, we must be accurate and responsible in managing the data collected during the study. To build trust and rapport with the participants, it is important to establish clear expectations about the study and the researcher's process from this outset. This includes providing detailed information about the study's purposes, procedures, and expected outcomes, as well as ensuring the participants that their privacy and their confidentiality will be respected all throughout the study.
Okay, role of the researchers. Qualitative researcher role is to find answer to the researcher's question and address the current issues proposed in the study through conversation or interviewing the possible participants. The aim of the conversation or interview is to gather information and gain insight into the experiences and perspectives of the HIV respondents, as well as to understand their unique challenges, coping strategies, and stories.
So for data collection, we must follow ethical guidelines and obtain permission before conducting the research. To do this, we should be able to draft a letter from the Dean of the College of Art and Sciences and clearly outline how they will collect data from their chosen participants. For data analysis, using statistical and qualitative methods, It may involve identifying patterns in the data, exploring relationships between the different themes, and drawing conclusions based on our findings.
Framework and of analysis. This study we will be Criswell outlines for qualitative data analysis. Some of the steps outlined for qualitative data analysis include the organizing the and preparing the data and reading and rereading the data and identifying initial codes, testing and refining categories and themes, and creating a final report.
That's the end of our presentation, ma'am. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, presenters, for your presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to our panelists.
Okay, so thank you, presenter. Now, this afternoon, we have the panelists here to give you some comments and suggestions for the improvement of your paper. Now, let's hear first from Dr. Baguio. Doc, nakamute ka po.
All right. So again, I would like to check your title because it's IB key informants man talaga i-interview nyo. Anong gamitin nyo? IDI or FGD or I lang, interview lang?
Interview po.
Interview lang.
Talaga, yes po.
IDI, hindi in-depth interview, hindi kayo
In-depth interview na na siya, Doc.
Ha? In-depth?
In-depth interview po.
IDI.
Yes po.
So IDI. Kasi hindi pwede mag-FGD kayo kasi focus group discussion, hindi talaga yan sila magbigay ng ng exact mga points nila. Pero alisin niyo yung key respondents kasi sila man talaga ang respondents niyo. Key respondents man talagang tawag sa sa HIV niyo na sequela niyo. Siguro it's IV patients. It's IV patients. Hindi key respondents kasi sila talaga yung niyo, participants niyo, tawag doon key respondents sa kanila. Pero kailangan ito ng mga medical. How are you going to conduct your study, to come up with your questionnaire in this particular
We already have a semi-structured po na questionnaire po para
Are all these questions based from the real situations of the physician?
Based on study po. Nakakuha na po siya sa study po. O sa physician po, Doc.
I-present daw para makita ni Doc Baguio. Okay, para ma-help mo, matabangan mo.
Oo. Kasi pag sequela kasi, kailangan talaga, it is a medical field.
Yes po.
Medical field term na talks about any complication or condition that results from illnesses, injury, or trauma from that particular key informants or patients.
Good, Doc.
Kailangan mo ng medical concerns nito.
Sige, Doc. I-provide na lang ako na, Doc.
Sige daw, bitan-aw na ako. Sa pag-abasin, pag-abot sa panahon, dili mao. Kailangan ni mo interview po do physicians ani. Bisag tulo lang kabuok. It would matter na. Nga nag-handle, nga nag-handle ani. So, kuha kag bisag tulo lang kabuok physicians, dili man ma-prove ang imuhang kuan. Ang imuhang study kung wala kay physicians. Nga sequela, talaga siya. It's IV patients. Kaya what if ingon lang sila, sequela ko, pero dili dito, wala kay proof nga gikan jud sila didto. Kung saan man nimo?
So kailangan ako siya ano Doc,
Physicians na at the same
Cognitive.
time, physicians siya, nya kani sila mauni siya. Murag di mo ato ka anang isa ka lugar
Institution?
nga naa sila tanan, naa sila physicians. Tapos naa sila. Bisan tulo ka
sige, Doc.
physicians niya, unom sila, siya ang pwede na. It would matter na. O bisan 10 lang, 7 sila, tulo ka physicians, it would matter na. Or siguro bisag isa lang gani kayo ang physicians karon 1:10 man.
Sige Doc.
Oo, bisag isa lang siguro niya siyam sila.
So isa ka doctor then siyam ka patients po.
Oo, pwede siya. Ni-describe lang nimo siya. Kaya dili man siya magiging mawala iyang reliability o validity sa imong study kung walay physician na ma-interview nimo nga kana sila nga grupo gi-handle niya.
Sige Doc.
So diha na ka mag-create og research questions nimo.
Sige, Doc.
Dito na ka maka recommend pohon, maka future yung mga future recommendations na nimo.
Sige Doc. Naman ko'y kuan sa clinic sa Jacinto po. Dito na lang ako magkuan kay Dr. Cemetery.
Sa clinic kunya naa sila tanan diha. Mga
Yes,
siyam
po.
sila ka buok or isa ka physician pwede na.
Yes po Doc.
So,
Noted
na
Doc.
reliable lang imong study. Asa na itong imong i-present bitan-aw nato.
Sa kuan Doc, dili gid siya pwede sa kaning kuan Doc sa kanya ko mga question Doc kay bali kung kailangan ako ang doctor gyud siya mismo ang magkuan. So di siya possible Doc kay sa kuan lamang generated lamang guni siya nga question akong nakuha Doc nga related gyapon siya sa psychological sequelas sa HIV.
O kana siya.
Yes, po.
Ikuha na lang nimo dito ang mga questions nimo dito gi-present ka ni Dean ganina, ni Dean Ann. Di ba
Yes,
nato
po.
si i-present dito ganina tong mga questions na probe questions. Dito na nimo igawas ay mga questions na tulo ka questions nimo.
Sige
Ang
Doc.
mga questions nimo dito sa physician o sa sa mga patients. Kuha ang key informants sa ilisi of patients. Kay sila
Sige.
man jud imong informants ay kay respondents. Ang respondents man gud kay respondents kay informants o participants isa ra man gud na sila ang meaning. So
Sige, Doc.
patients na sila, HIV patients. O mura to ako That would be all for me now, Dean. Thank you. Nakamute ka din.
Thank you, Doc. So let's hear from Ma'am Opinion, please.
Okay, thank you, Dean. So I have attended a HIV seminar before. Parang ang politically correct term for the patients is yung PLHIV. We can use that term, Jeffrey. PLHIV or person living with HIV. Mas preferred siya ng mga patients and ng mga doktor kesa sa ibang terms kasi parang stigmatizing daw. So we can use that PLHIV. And dito, Doc, ako lang i-clarify. So dito na siya mukuha o yung respondents based sa patient nga clinic, for example.
Oo, pwede. Dito na dyan.
Dito na.
Oo.
So dito na po sila mukuan ana o question pag makakuha na sila og data sa ilahang respondents.
Oo. Kaya ilang i-questions na lang din sa mga sekwela nila, ang anxieties nila, ang disorder nila, ang mga depressed moment nila, depressed mode nila, mo na nilang
Yes,
i-question dito.
Okay.
Pwede po sa mga psychiatric symptoms nila, mga medications nila, pwede na to din lang ikuan. Kaya ito mga importante dito, mga post-traumatic stress disorder nila. O nga na. Mo na yung mga questions ninyo. Ito, para dali lang. Unya, kung naabay, kay kung naamang ko na sila yung ana, so mag-result po na siya og bipolar. Mananggali lang sila mga suko, extreme ilang kasuko, bipolar man na siya disorder. Kung naaba sila dira. So kana diha makagather na mo og unreliable data dira.
Kumbaga ang ilahang study, Doc, dili lang siya on physical sa HIV, pati na pod ang psychological.
Oo. Like psychological man siguro ilaha.
Yes po, yes po.
Psychological, kung psychological, it talks about anxiety disorders, depressed mode, mga
Dili lang
traumatic.
katong medical doctor ang ilahang atuon gyud, pati ang mga psychiatrist, psychologist, aning mga patients. So daghan sila mga professional nga duulon ani Doc para ma-justify to ang ilahang
Physicians na lang gamito nila. Physicians ang gamito nila, dili na the doctor of medicine. Physicians ang gamito nila kay kanang mga psychologist, physicians naman ang tawag anak nila.
Sa amuang field, Doc, kay ang pag-define namo sa medical doctor, sila to mga physician, so sila to maka-prescribe. Ang kaning mga psychologist, dili sila maka-prescribe og medicine. So murag kung i-define nato, Doc, dili sila ma-under sa medical doctor. Kay ang psychologist, Doc, dili man sila mo take og board exam for physician. Kumbaga makuha nila ilang licensure pag human nila og masters.
Dili man kay sila man, the physician will often look for a new onset of their anxieties and disorder, kana lang man, and depressed mode, para dili na sila magatuglain. Para generally, at least nakaabot sila dito.
Okay, yes po. Okay.
Oo, ana.
Sige, so in general na lang, kumbaga, Doc, no?
General na lang.
Okay, sige po. Okay, so take note of that, Jeffrey, no? So naagid mo i-change dari dapit sa inyong procedure, no? Since you will have to ask pa information, no, from their doctors. Okay, so naadyo ma-change dari na part sa inyong procedure. Okay, so ethical considerations, possible they can reluctantly meet, no, researchers due to the variety of reasons. Concerns about privacy, so dapat naagid tay letter, no? Don't forget, have you prepared a letter para ani ana? So na-attach na ba siya dari?
Yes po, naka-attach, naka-send na.
Sa siguro, no, Google Classroom.
Yes po.
Ay, Google Classroom ba to? Google
Nasa drive po.
form. Okay, sige. So, i-prepare lang to siya daan kay mo. Magyud ni ang murag babag sa inyong study, no? Na reluctant inyong respondents, medyo challenging siya gamay, no? Kay dili tanan ang mo agree, no, na i-interview. So, kuan gyud, prepare lang mo sa mga necessary documents para less ang inyong concern pag abot sa inyong pag-conduct sa study. Okay? So I think yan lang naman yung concern with the paper. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Yes, kailangan talaga go deeply ang inyong study kung unsa jud na siya, dapat may bal-an nato kung unsa jud ang iyahang mga parts para pag-gather ninyong data, diha jud ipagawas nato ang reliability and validity of the study. Muna siya. So okay na ni siya, bisag isa ka physician, kay sila man gud ang look into the medications of that mga symptoms, tapos sila pod ang naga-recommend kung asa sila padulong. So ang physician, so kaya haman mag-start siya na lang. So siya man yun, I recommended this person to this specialist. I recommend this person to this specialist, ana. So kabalo na siya tanan, pwede na mo makagather data dito sa lahat tanan. Okay, so
thank you so much, Dr. Baguio and Ma'am Opinion. Now, as per my observation, no, this is a delicate matter, no? Pag sinabi natin you are dealing with the HIV, You know naman, pag Oo,
Oo.
masyadong
Mm.
kuan talaga ang mga tao dito pag sa "Uy, HIV baka mamaya
Oo.
matakot sila ba?" Okay, so it's really very important no for you to have that a description of your participants. In here, I could not see your participants. Who are your research participants, no? Kasi yung gusto kong ilagay dito talaga ninyo yung mga ethical consideration. Kasi nga sinabi natin ethical itong study ninyo. Need talaga itong yung careful kuan talaga yung detailed na pag-conduct ng study ninyo kay baka para hindi naman masaktan yung mga taong mga respondents ninyo on this, no? So kailangan very specific kayo dito sa inyong research respondents, okay? Now, of course, dito sa chapter 2 ninyo, no? The philosophical assumption of the study. This is not the philosophical assumption of the study. We have 4 components of the philosophical assumption, no? So we have the ontology, epistemology, rhetorics, no? And the other one, epistemology. Okay, so how these assumptions no being used in your study? Because we should be careful, no, in dealing with this young people, because you should know how you are going to conduct, when you are going to conduct, the values that you are going to give, no? So all these things, no, dapat is ilagay mo ito dito sa philosophical assumption. Nandito 'yon, yung mga ontology, epistemology, rhetorics, and the other one, what's the other one? Basta 4 yan sila, no? Yun ang gagamitin. Mali talaga itong philosophical assumptions mo dito. Okay? The qualitative assumptions, you have to improve this one. Improve mo itong qualitative nimo. Okay? And itong sa design and procedure, you have to what's that? You have to arrange this one, no, properly, kasi nga meron dito may mga untold story ka na dito ng mga HIV key respondents. Tapos ang dami pa dito nga wherein it should not be included in your paper. Okay, so that is why be consistent with the terminology that you are going to use, because that would deviate now your study. Okay? Kung mga may words kayong ginagamit, be consistent with that. Kasi kung hindi, nag-deviate na ang inyong mga study dyan. Okay? So, that's it. I have also the same observation with what they have mentioned. Okay? So, that would be all. So, thank you. Now, let's hear now the verdict, no? From our panel, what would be their verdict if they're going to accept your paper or not. Okay, so the panel, what would be your decision?
Accepted po din.
Okay. So we are going to accept your manuscript provided that you are going to revise all the things, no, based on their comments and suggestions for the improvement of your paper. Okay, so congratulations, proponent. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much po, the panelists, no, and Jeffrey Dinoy's group. So next reporter po, next presenter, we have group 2 for disasters and mental health. Kindly show your presentation na, and I would like to ask for permission muna to somehow leave the meeting room kasi may emergency po dito sa amin, but babalik po ako kaagad, and I will give the hosting lang po. I will give the hosting and facilitation to Jeff Dinoy, the last presenter po, para sa pag-introduce niya next reporter.
Okay, sige. It's okay, sir.
Thank you, Dean. Group 2, you may now start your presentation. I think it's the group of Natividad. Nat?
Yes po.
Okay, you may now start.
Makita na ba siya, Arlene? So, Arlene.
Go ahead po.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, panels. Doc Kara, Doc Baguio, and Ma'am Opinion. So, mo din niya among outline research sa disaster and mental health titled Disaster-Induced Trauma and Healing of Mental Health Service Providers in Davao City. So the problem and its setting. In recent years, mental health service providers have become increasingly important in responding to disasters and other traumatic events. They play a critical role in providing support and resources to individuals and communities affected by disasters and helping them cope with the traumatic experiences they have endured. Despite the critical role that mental health service providers play in supporting individuals and communities, they may also experience challenges and stressors related to their work. So purpose of the study may aim to examine the types of trauma and stressors that mental health service providers experience in the aftermath of disasters, the factors that contribute to their resilience and recovery, and the barriers and the challenges that may prevent them from accessing effective support and treatment. So here is the significant gap. Next is research questions. 1. What is the level of disaster-induced of mental health service providers in Davao City? So we have 3, exposure to a traumatic event, level of social support, demographic information. Number 2, what is the level of healing in terms of family, peers, or friends, community? 3, is there a significant relationship between induced trauma and the level of healing? Next is hypothesis of the study. So hypothesis 1, mental health service providers in Davao City who were affected by disaster-induced trauma and received social support will have better outcomes in terms of symptom reduction, quality of life, and functional impairment compared to those who did not receive social support. Hypothesis 2, mental health service providers who have experienced disaster-induced trauma in Davao City will have higher levels of burnout, compassion fatigue, and post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD compared to mental health service providers who have not experienced such trauma. So next is significance of the study. The results of a study on disaster, trauma, and healing of mental health service providers can benefit a wide range of stakeholders and contribute to the development of evidence-based interventions aimed promoting the well-being of mental health survivors. So now the local government of Davao City, of course, our institution, the Rizal Memorial Colleges, especially the CAS department, mental health service providers, disaster response organizations, individuals and communities affected by disasters, and also future researchers. So here we have terms and definitions. So we have disaster-induced trauma. PTSD stands for post-traumatic stress disorder and interventions. May I call on Mr. J. Monsanto to continue the presentation?
So yes, Madungog.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah. So this is the review of significance literature according to Bernbing M. Hambrick, and to explore the exposure to disaster-induced trauma such as explore traumatic events can lead to various forms of trauma among mental health service providers. Individual factors such as
So,
age.
excuse me. Diretso na lang siguro ayaw na ng review of significant literature. Go ahead with the other
Sige.
topics.
Next na lang.
Ano
Concept. So, mo na mo conceptual framework of the study. So, next pa na. So, theoretical lens. So, mental health services providers may be exposed to the same stressors and trauma and the population they serve. and may require similar types of supports and intervention. Additionally, the article emphasizes on the importance of cultural sensitivity and social support can inform the development of intervention and policy that address the unique needs of mental health service providers from diverse backgrounds. So, next. So research design, this chapter encompass the way of the study is procuring, organizing, and analyzing data. This chapter includes the complete detailing of the researcher design use, sample description, sampling technique, research instrument, research procedures, and data processing and statistical treatment. Next, Nat. Kaya,
Excuse me, Jay. Kung kuan na ni siya kang
Carl.
Arlene. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, panels. For our research respondents, the participants in this study will consist of mental health service providers like social workers, barangay health workers who are currently providing mental health services in Davao City. The inclusion criteria for the participants are licensed mental health service providers, providing mental health service in Davao City, and experiencing exposure to disaster-induced trauma while providing mental health services. So the exclusions criteria are not providing mental health services, not being licensed, and not experiencing exposure to disaster-induced trauma while providing mental health services. So the sample size will be determined using power analysis, and a convenient sampling technique will be used to select the participants. Next slide, please. For our research instrument in this study, the instrument that will be used is the General Health Questionnaire, or the GHQ. It is a widely used self-report questionnaire that measures psychological distress and overall psychological well-being in various populations, including mental health service providers.
Excuse me. Do not read now. Continue.
Next slide, ma'am. For our gathering procedures, we will select the participants of the study, and it will be the social workers and barangay health workers who have provided mental health service in the Davao City before, during, and after the disaster. We also give them the informed consent, and before participating in the study, participants will be provided with a written informed consent form explaining the purpose of the study, the procedures involved, and their rights as participants. Next, Nat. And for the data collection, data will be collected through semi-structured interviews with the participants. For the data analysis, the interview will be transcribed verbatim and analyzed using thematic analysis. And lastly, for the validation of findings, the findings will be validated through member checking, in which the participants will be given the opportunity to review the researcher's interpretation. Next slide, now. So for the data analysis, it will be a descriptive statistics such as frequency, mean, and standard deviation will be computed to describe the characteristic of the sample, including age, gender, years of service, level of education, and types of disaster exposure. So there will be the inferential statistics will be used to test the research hypotheses, and a mediation analysis will also be conducted to test whether coping strategies and social support mediate the relationship between disaster exposure and the three other variables. Next, ma'am. So here will be our questionnaire, ma'am.
Okay, so no need of reading that anymore. Okay, so may we ask now the panel to give their opinion, their comments and suggestions. We will start with Dr. Baguio.
All right. So sa ganina, healing and mental health. Tempa. Akani. Disaster induced trauma. Healing of mental health services providers. Wala, kita kaya ang kunaan mga inyuhang mga respondents sa ani. Kasi mga respondents ninyo ani kay disaster-induced trauma man eh. Tapos healing pa jud og mental health service providers.
Hindi magod siya. So,
Ha. Determine sa nato kinsa inyong mga sa disaster-induced trauma, kinsa man ni sila ang inyong respondent sa ani. Mura po, pareha ato ganina.
oh,
Oo.
medyo kuan ni siya unsa baning kuan na nila. Wa man siya kuan participants dire.
Oo, more on medical records man eh.
Research
Divina,
third parties mga respondents.
mga mental health workers ba inyong respondents?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes,
Po,
ma'am.
mga social
Licensed na sila,
workers or mga peer workers po.
Barangay health
Anything
workers.
related sa mental health service provider po.
Mga licensed mental health providers such as kuan ito psychologists,
Yes po.
guidance,
Social
the
worker.
social worker.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure mo, makakuan mo, makapangita mo, ana. Asa mo mga tuan eh, dito sa social worker office? SSW office? Asa mo mga tuan eh? Kailangan na, adjud mo isa lang kakuan ka,
Oo,
institution,
kay
matuan
lisod ba
ani.
kayo?
Kung lisod ka ayaw ni.
Barangay health workers. And
Pili na
so,
lang kung
the
isa, Miss
entire Davao
Divina.
City ni siya, the entire Davao City.
Tindagana.
Pili
Di
na lang
ba,
kayo ng
kuan
isang
ani man ka
profession.
lang barangay health workers ba?
Dili
Applicable ba
pwede
siya?
kung sa mabalaan sa may kabangkagan na ng barangay health worker.
Mausad.
Dili sa kabaluan ni, uy. Kung disaster-induced trauma, wala sa kabaluan ni.
Wala ni barangay health workers siguro kay what yun na naibawan. Oo. Social
Healing of
worker.
mental health services providers sa social worker jud ni siya sa mga psychologists,
Psychologists.
psychometricians,
Ayan.
psychometricians ni sila.
Providers. So, many healing of the mental health. Anong healing of the mental health?
Psychometricians na siya din.
Unsa ni siya, Miss Divina, kanang na ano sila, na-expose sila into something traumatic na event? Ya ilang healing ang concern ninyo sa study?
Yes po.
Yes, ma'am.
Healing sa mga
Healing.
professional?
Yes
Kanang
po.
parehana nasunugan niya sila ang nag-adto mga bumbero.
Nag-respond.
Ang responders.
Oo, mga
Kana
bumbero.
mga naga-conduct og psychosocial, kana sila inyong target, Miss Divina?
Yes po.
Yes, ma'am.
Unta.
Anong healing? Healing of mental health service provider.
Kumbaga na trauma sila dito sa ilahang
Providers, ma'am.
respondent.
Ha? Kisay na trauma ang
Murag
mga
mo akong pagkasabot silang
Ang
title
victims
din.
of ang physician ni.
Oo.
Sila ang nakakuan og trauma,
Sila ang
na-experience og
na-trauma.
trauma, nya healing
Tapos,
po
ang
nila.
providers din, physician. Mga psychometricians, di ba?
Oo,
Hmm.
pero
Providers man.
namanggoy healing of mental health. Nganong healing of mental health service provider?
Yes.
Oo, siguro ning healing ani. Nganong na healing man? Disaster-induced trauma and mental health. Siguro ana siya wala na healing. Kay
Oo.
disaster-induced katong mga na-trauma na mga kisay mga na-trauma diri ang mga mental health.
Murag mao akong pagkasabot silang title din.
Dili pa siguro duha ang ilang respondents diri. Siguro kanang kuan.
Ang gibutang nila sa respondents kay mental health workers, mental health providers.
Yeah, mao na
psychologists.
sila ang na trauma, disaster-induced trauma.
Kumbaga na-expose sila sa certain event.
O
Murag
gani sila
mo yat ilang
na-trauma.
respondents, murag ana ang ilahang kuan sa title nila.
Trauma, then and healing and mental health services. Murag dili man siguro ni kuan mental health.
Kumbaga sila na patient doc, ang mga mental health providers.
O gani sila ang oy kalain pud ana oy mga mental health service providers sila ang na-trauma.
Ang mental health providers, physician man ang siya, Doc.
Murag ana ang kuan, ang dagan sa ako ang pagsabot sa ilahang study.
Disaster-induced trauma. Siguro dili siguro ni sila ang mga respondents. Kay ang mental health service provider, na sila kanang mga psychologist, mga social worker. Pero nganong na disaster induced trauma. So sila ang alakalain pud kaayo sila ang na-trauma ang mga mental health service provider. Murag makataw-an man siguro na siya, di ba?
Sila ang assess to.
Sila ang nag-assess kaning mental health providers. Mga physicians ni or psychometricians, tama ka o kuan. Mga
O gani,
social
mao na
worker.
sila na trauma.
Dili.
Murag ana ang kuan.
Duha
Murag
ang
ana ang
respondents
title.
diri. Duha ang respondents diri. Ang na-trauma o ang providers.
Oo, duha siguro ang respondents ang na-trauma
duha.
o ang mga service provider.
O service, duha.
Siguro ang mga na-trauma ani, tapos ayan na nang healing o mental health na lang service provider. O ganang na-trauma sila tapos maayo ang mga mental health provider, siguro mao na siya maayo sila. Pero
Pwede
na-trauma
nga.
na galing sila.
Pwede ang respondents nila doc ang na-trauma tapos sila ang mo respond sa ilahang. Ang mental health providers.
Mental health providers ang nag-respond sila So kung maayo kay na-trauma sila, mga traumatic people naman ini sila, karamitan mga nang sana siya na trauma na gyud sila because of the previous one siguro, then here comes na maayo ang mga mental health provider, siguro nawala ang kanilang trauma.
Kuan siguro doc murag ang ilang study na lang kay unsa ilahang murag na experience after na naka-receive sila og services, naka-receive sila og services, alam ba gikan sila sa traumatic event nya nag-seek sila og kuan intervention from this mga providers. So unsay ilahang kumbaga ang after good ana doc, kumbaga ilahang experience sa treatment ba
Nakinsay respondent sana.
Ang kuan. Ang katong na trauma doc. Mga clients.
Mga clients dili ang dili ang mga mental health service providers. So, siguro disaster induced trauma and mental health service providers na siguro.
Mental health service providers. So kumbaga lahi na siya nga, lahi itong trauma-induced, lahi na sila nga tao and mental health providers.
Lahi po na sila na tao. Kana. Pero unsa may lahi relasyon na sila?
Unsa ba dapat murag naay kuan, naay buhaton ba ang mental health providers? Nag-offer ba sila service sa ilahang clients, ilang patients? Yung nahitabo sa patients after the service? Murag dapat na ay mahitabo na yung anak do para makakambak sila sa ilahang study.
So mao gani na duha ang ilahang respondent sa anak. Katong mga clients nila nga naka-experience og kanang trauma. Pati ang mental health service providers.
Mahulog siya nga duha din.
What is the level?
So, unsa man yung ilahang kuan?
So, mental health service providers.
Murag sila ang target nila na respondents.
Siguro ka lang ang healing of mental health service provider. Mura lagi kinaana siya kaning ang client naka-experience og traumatic experience. Dayon, here comes ang mga maayong mental health service provider. Dahil sila, murag na ay himo.
Because of the service ng mga providers.
So, Like for example, what are the healing mental services? Sa nang ilahang ko ang mga indicators nila?
Na-confuse pud ko sa ilahang study doc kung silang gusto buhaton quanti or quali kay dari man gud sa instrument nag-introduce sila og tool. Tapos sa baba na part nag-introduce pud sila aning structured interview. So mixed method ba ni siya? Quanti ba ni siya or quali lang?
Nagsaksak sinago na sila din na sa kahuman
yes
kanang
po.
what sem ma'am. Kaning siguro what is the level of healing kay ang ilang question dere what is the level of healing? Quanti, nay family, nay peer o community. So mao nang ilahang kuan. Nya din ang level of disaster induced o exposure to traumatic events. Bakit may level of support sila? Bakit may demographic information?
Demographic.
Squad siguro ni siya. Awa na traumatic. Sa parang pagka-traumatic nila, be. Traumatic. Mental health ang kuano nato. Healing man gud ang kanilang ginakuan. Healing services siguro ni and the healing services of the mental health providers.
Or
Mga healing
psychological services. Ano siguro doc? Psychological services and mental health service.
Psychological lang ba ang ilahang kuan? Psychological healing. Disaster-induced trauma.
Disaster-induced trauma man doc. So, psychological. Disaster-induced trauma and healing of mental health service. Mental health. Na ako may murag Miss Divina, na ako mo'y murag sa ani kanang naisip na pwede ninyo i-respondents aside sa mga mental health providers?
Excuse me, ma'am. Mga social workers, mo long peer.
So, sila gid
say
inyong
related sa kuan ba mental health service providers ba kanang murag duol-duol gud.
So sila gid inyong target respondents.
Pero actually, ma'am, naani siya katabi tang title defense. Naani ka nang murag gi ingo agi ang inyo kung gisulti that time is kani siya nga title pwede ni siya pero dili mi kanang mo direct sa client. Kung kanang nangakuan og trauma so mo gamit mo mi aning mental health service providers bali sa ila mi mo duol. Mo to siya
Kumbaga unsa ang ilahang kuan? Baga observation with their client.
Yes po, kay dili man pwede nga kanang ikami mo diretso og sa client nga mao man ni imong kuan ron ana-ana. So dapat mo agi mi sa kuan mental
Murag
health.
same ilaha Jeffrey murag ana.
Oh, murag ana mo na inyong gi-explain last kuan nga murag nalahi lang siguro og wording sa title ba murag wa na lang kasinabot.
Okay, so dili sila ang traumatized, dili ang mga providers.
Murag nga naon na lang siguro kay murag lisod pod og sila gid na trauma jud.
Kay kung ako tanaw sa title, inato akong interpretation nga sila ang na-trauma.
Mao murag dira na lang gid mi paingon nga kuan wrote. Agi na lang sila sa ilaha para makuan na lang. Yes po.
So ani na lang siya mosugot being ani pero dapat maka-provide mo og hard copy. Hard copy ato kay usa may inyong i-analyze wala may hard copy.
Yes po.
Hard copy jud di siya kay kani sila po dili ni sila kahatag og kuan mga valid nga mga answers sa inyo ha. Kay nga no dili man pud sila jud ang kuan ang victim. So based sa hard copy didto na pwede na mo didto pangutana sa ilaha.
Murag secondary data lang ba yan ning ilang ginatanaw?
Oo, ana, secondary
secondary.
data lang din.
Oo. Kaya siguro ang ginakuha na ko diri no disaster-induced trauma and healing services of mental health service provider. Mura ka ng mga healing services niya mga mental health providers ba?
So mga
Ang mga secondary data lang ni sila, dili ni sila makandak kuan. Kay katong ingon ni kuan.
Oo, dili.
Wala. Kay kumbaga pang maghatag lang anig mga kuan ang mga mental health service provider.
Mga dili sila ang direct na respondents do.
Dili.
Okay, makuha lang sila information from the providers regarding sa ilang client.
Oh, ano lang. Wala dili po ta makakuan ani sa ilaha. Nang parang kay kung mga secondary data lang man gyud ning ilaha. Wala ni sila kuan sa mga kuan. Nabagod ani. Nabay mga material sa ani. Mga students na may material sa ani. Ha?
Naba mo'y data?
Mga data ba, mga kuan ba?
Wala.
Even na, ha? Nya, nagkuan mo ani nga wala man ka mo'y mga data base pag-isod mo ba?
Oo, kinsa ang ilahang kuan diha, kinsa jud ang ilahang adtuan ana, naa ba sila sigurado adtuan ana dira? Asa sila mo adto?
Kasi wala pa mo
sa procedure.
Basig ready may data ni.
Ah?
Basig finished product na ni ba?
Unsa ba asa pa ninyo nagikopya?
Oo, na murag ingana.
Asa ninyo nagikopya?
Wala mo moy.
Ana ko finished product na siya.
Ha? Kay murag dili ni murag reports ni siya ba?
Wala lang gid kaayo nagkasinabot sa kuan sa title mo kay kato sa title defense pud kay naglibog pud mi ato. Kung unsa gid ang participants sa ato ba mo to yung i-explain nga secondary lang dapat ang mental health kuan service providers.
The impact, kanina lang siguro, disaster on mental health service provider. So, the disaster on mental health, ngano ba, naabaday disaster on mental health service provider? Kay mao man ni siya, yung kanang purpose at research questions ninyo. The study will tend to investigate the impact of disasters on mental health service provider and the development of evidence-based practice and policies to support their healing. To support. Lagi ni siya kanang mga kanang bitang services of the mental health providers para mura kanang ang ilahang mga kuan lang, ang mga kanilang yung mga healing services lang. Unsa pa yung mga healing services nila para maka-come up sila ng mga policies to support the healing and recovery. So, kanang investigate.
So, ani na lang siguro ni, moadto mo anang institution jud na ay victim ani na trauma sa disaster. Adto mo didto naman jud ni siya isa ka institution, di ba? Isa ka organization. So moadto mo didto. Tapos kung naa pa mga traumatized patients didto, mas maayong pwede mo maka-interview didto. Ano nang buhaton jud ninyo? Moadto jud mo didto tapos picture mo didto niya, i-send ninyo sa mga apohon.
Dok, sino ka ng mga nasunugan, Dok?
Kana.
Kana sila.
Pero isa din na ka-institution sila kaning kay mo man ni sila ang mga mental health providers, isa man na sila ka-institution.
Thank you, Dok.
Tapos mag-interview mo ani mga victims. Pagkahuman, mag-interview pod mo duha ang inyong kuan, inyong respondents ani. mag-interview pod mo og
Client.
ano ninyo kaning
Mental health service.
mental health service providers.
Yes.
Oh, mag-interview pod mo ani nila. So kuhaan na lang ninyo sila pila ka buok tong kuan karon nga year ang nahitabo. Pila ka buok na trauma o pila pod ka buok ning mga mental health providers didto. Para universal sampling na lang mo. Pwede man mo valid mong gihapon na siya. Ana na lang. I-explain na lang. Discuss na lang ninyo. Pwede
Kaning ilang question, Doc. So, ang ilang title would remain.
Walang gihapon din.
Ay, maon lang gihapon.
Walang gihapon kay interview naman to nila tong mga trauma karon na tuig. Or bahala na basta kay na trauma sila. Ay na mo pag-discuss o kung sa nga tuig sila na trauma basta katong naapa didto sila nga na trauma karon. Oh.
Mantig ako ni
Pero
check up didto. Oh.
Pero wala lang din ko ando kaning ilang demographic information kay naa man gud as indicator nila.
Asan ilang indicators?
Na indicator na sila sa research questions nila. SOP dapat ito.
Oh. Ay. Quali ni quanti. Quanti no?
Quanti po, ma'am.
So naamoy prepared question.
Naapa
ang
ma'am.
ilang
Imaging
indicators
QH po.
good exposure to traumatic event. Pag sinabi natin
support.
Tapos ug nabay social support ang ilahang kuan. Dili na ning kuan. Demographic information.
Ayaw na, okay. Kaning demographic, manggod na naman may mga subtitles po, ani. Na kailangan nimo og age, gender, economic status, kaning demographic nimo. Ayaw na lang, duha na lang. Para madali.
Duha na lang na, kana na lang duha. Dayon, what is the level of healing? O nalagi sila healing in terms of family, friends, and community. So, mao ni ilang healing services ba ni siya sa mental health? Siguro hindi na natin provider ang ilagay doon. Healing services of the mental health.
Murag. Mali man pud ni siya do kay healing man lang ilang gibutang jud bitaw dire. Unsa ganito? Pero healing of mental health.
Healing services of the mental health.
Oo, kana na lang. Tama.
What is the level of healing services? Kanang healing services of mental health in terms of family, peer, o community.
Pwede din.
Pwede no?
So services na ni ilaha din.
Healing services ng mental health.
Dili na
mga healing
providers.
services ng mental health.
Ang meaning ng good sa mental health providers din identify and treat mental health conditions. So sila ang nagatambal.
Sila gani ang nagatambal.
Kumbaga
sila ang mga providers, sila ang nagabigay ng mga tambal ba mga healing, paano sila mag-healing kagaya ng family, di ba? Family is one of the healing provider na siya.
Support system do.
At least traba nakabutang diri din, at least master's degree, tapos higher level of education, training, credentials. Tama to ganina ingon ni ma'am nga dapat board exams ang nakapasar o guidance counseling, ana-ana.
Yes po. After masters, no. Sa guidance o sa psychology.
Psychology, oo. Nakabutang diri.
Kung halimbawa ang atong ginapangita, healing services of the mental health provider. So kung provider na siya, kanang mga healing services nila. So ilagay healing services of the guidance counselor, siguro?
Guidance counselor, social worker,
psychologist,
psychologist o psychiatrist.
Oh, psychiatrist. Ano?
Psychometricians, 5.
Oh, pwede. Psychometrician.
O, daghan man jud na sila dito mag-interview.
Oh, asa ba sila diri kung ang ilang level of ka ng disaster-induced trauma? Saan pag-connect ani Dok? Di ba ko ka-connect? Di ko ka-connect.
Ang problema man gud din ha ilahang kuan doki, ang ilaha yung respondents maglisod jud sila.
Oh, maglisod sila ba?
Saan
Sa
man nato?
respondents. Anang
Ano, butangan na lang kayo natong the perception. Perception
Oo, na lang
mga
lagi na.
tao.
Oh.
Butangan
na
na
lang.
perception na lang. Kung
Oh.
baka,
The perception
Paano?
of mental health providers
Oh, ano na lang.
ano na
Or
lang.
ka ng
with
lived experiences na lang of the individual of the kanang mental health service providers. Unsa ilang mga experiences sa mga health providers?
so
Baliktaron
respondents
nato.
nila ana Doc,
Ano na lang, baliktaron nato. Baliktaron nato the perception of healing mental health service providers in relation to disaster-induced trauma.
Nakisa po ang
perception
mga
sa mga
Patients.
perception
patients.
sa mga providers sa ilang patient.
Oo, in relation to
Okay, pwede Doc.
disaster-induced trauma patients.
Yes,
So
yes. Mas sensible siya Doc.
qualitative na siya, quali.
In relation man gamit nato din.
In relation, in relation.
O in
So
relation
kwanti
to
gihapon.
o konti gihapon.
Person.
So kay perception man ni siya din.
Oh,
pero kay
perception.
healing providers, dili na lang kay ang gibutang manggod diri sa pag healing providers manggod. O mental health providers.
So siguro Doc, para dili na lang tayo mag-in relation, perception of the disaster-induced trauma to the mental health service providers. Murag perception na lang nila. Kaning mga induced trauma to the mental health service provider. Unsa ilang pananaw sa mga kay
mga professionals Doc?
Oo, sa mga professionals ba? Kasi meron na gud silang mga trauma. Tapos unsay tan-aw nila sa mga kuan? Maayo ba ni si kuan? Ang ilahang pagkuan ng pag-alaga sa inyo kay nanagod kay trauma or mas maayo na lang si akong amiga, mas maayo pa akong amiga kay muhatag sila og kanang maayong mga kuan sa kuha kanang usa na siya ng mga advice rather than going to the mental health care service provider nga singkahan lang po dito ana gani.
Oo, ana.
Or perception na lang nila.
Perception ni client towards sa providers Doc.
Yes, ana.
So kung iput nato siya into title Doc, ang ilang title
Perception of disaster-induced trauma to the mental health service provider. Davao City.
Kolon na lang ta din. Kolon na lang.
Pwede.
Kolon na lang din.
Okay.
Oh.
Sige, pwede na siya. Perception of disaster-induced trauma, colon, ay dili, ang sa ganito?
Disaster.
Perception, trauma. Healthcare service provider. Mental health care service provider. And focus.
Ano na lang din.
The focus. The perception of the disaster industry. Or ibali. Mental health service providers. Anili, sakto na siguro to. Sa pa?
Din. O tama. Disaster and induced, kanina lang i-colon nato. Disaster-induced trauma. In focus. Baliktaron nato.
Pwede rin sad.
Perception
disaster-induced trauma colon, perception on mental health care, mental health service providers. Ano na lang?
Pwede.
Disaster-induced trauma.
Colon.
Perception on mental health service providers.
Pero
In
kuali,
Davao
pwede gamay lang ilahang kuan.
Oo, ana kay ang mga kuan nila katong mangita man sa mag-interview sila atong mga kuan. Di quali na ni siya, quali.
Oo, kuali na lang.
Oo.
Ana na lang.
So ana na lang. Kay para ang ilang tan-aw din na sa mga mental health service provider. Ana. Sige, nakuha ninyo? Ha, guys?
Yes, Doc.
So disaster-induced trauma, colon.
Perception
on
on
mental
mental
health service
providers.
So ano siya? Kambyuhan na ninyo ang research questions ninyo. What are the experiences of the
Naman mo yung kuan ka grupo or kaila siguro ganiha katong sa ilahang kuan sample questions para provided para guided mo. Kung pareha sa gi-present ni Dean ganihang earlier.
Sige. Ayun na lang ninyo. Kambyuhan na ninyo siya kasi nag-change naman yun into quali ni. Kambyuhan na ninyo ni siya research questions ninyo. O kani mga terms and definitions. Okay, wala na ni siyang conceptual framework ninyo. Kambyuhan na ni siya. Okay? Review significant literature. Kato na lang sa mga variables ninyo. Isa na lang man ito kabuok o duha. Okay. So, respondents, kambyuhanan po din ninyo. Ang kambyuhanan, siya. So, tanan, kambyuhanan lang. Kasabot mo, hello, kisa din mga kuan.
Yes, Doc.
Sige. Lisod bang kaayo ng inyong title? Oy, naglisod ba ya me?
Kami po yun, naglibok po nito.
Naglibok
May
na
musugot na ang kuan, ang na-traumatize kay ang providers. May tanong, wala siya na-address.
Nakuha na ninyo. Okay, so if you have any questions later, no? Kung wa mo kasabot pa, naaman ka ni siya, na-record mo ka ni, then you can just go back to the recording kuan, ha? Okay? Sige.
Yes, Doc.
So,
Copy, Doc.
with that, we are going to ask the panel for the verdict of this presentation. So, shall we say pass?
Pass.
Doc?
Yes.
Okay.
With revision.
Okay. Pass na lang daw.
Pass na lang.
But anyway, sige, we're going to accept now your manuscript provided you are going to make revision on that. Okay? So congratulations.
Thank you,
Okay.
Doc.
Sige, bye.
Thank you, Doc.
Congrats.
Thank you. Medyo taas ang deliberation, no? So next we will proceed sa group 3. Who are the group 3 now? Sa then disaster and mental health. Chedi and Atasha po. Please present po.
Visible ang PPT.
Yes po, visible po and audible din po.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panels. Doc Calia, Doc Baguio, Professor Opinion. Thank you for making time in your busy schedules to attend our defense. I hope it will enlighten, entertain, and prove worthy of acceptance. Thank you. So our title is Prevalence of Childhood Post-Traumatic Stress, a phenomenological study.
Okay, first, the problem and its setting. So PTS is a psychiatric disorder that may occur in people who have experienced or witnessed a traumatic event, series of events, or set of circumstances. So there are individual na naka-experience of emotionally or physically harmful of life-threatening and may affect mental, physical, social, and or spiritual well-being. So examples include natural disasters, serious accidents, terrorist acts, war combat, rape, sexual assault, historical trauma, intimate partner violence, and bullying. Next is the purpose of the study. So this study is to understand how certain thoughts about the trauma cause stress and make symptoms worse. So they might have experienced childhood traumas that led them to these situations, and specifically it will seek to know the experiences of these participants. And secondly, it will try to identify how the participants were coping since childhood. And third, their insights on how to
I
face.
miss, ikuha mo na lang siguro, you go directly, do not read na lang kasi, yan. Sige, continue na lang kayo sa research questions. Okay.
So, research questions, which number 1 is, what are the experiences of childhood post-traumatic stress? Second is, what are the coping mechanisms survivors of abuse or other traumatic events to receive support for their mental health needs with their post-traumatic stress, and what are the insights that can be dealt with? And the result of the study would be beneficial of the following, which is the community. So it will help to open a positive and supportive environment for the people who suffered from childhood trauma. Next is school. So it will serve as information that they may use as their reference if the school has encountered a student who suffered from childhood trauma. And next is the future researcher, so that it can be great help to the next researchers because of the new sets of theories, participants, and research questionnaires provided that would help them to know the prevalence of childhood post-traumatic stress. So next is the theoretical lens. So this study was anchored on the prevalence of childhood post-traumatic stress, and this study
Okay, sige, stop na yan dyan. Kaya alam na prevalence of childhood. Okay. So go on directly to your respondents.
Tash.
Respondents mo. Asa mong respondents? Wala kay respondents? Wala kay respondents. Wala dyo kay respondents. Diri sa imong gisulat, darling. Importante kayo ng respondents, ha? Kanagi pinaka-importante when you are going to make a research, dapat unahon kinsa ang imuhang respondents, kinsa ang imuhang mga participants kasi qualitative ni siya. So kinsa imong mga participants, wala jud ka. O kinsa man karon niyong participants be? Oral. Kay wala man diya sa inyo ang kuan. Kinsa participants ninyo dire?
Here, dili to mga naka-experience of PTSD. Dili sila.
Mga naka-experience of
Respondents?
PTSD po.
Okay. So, naaman sa inyo ang kuan yata. Wala lang ninyo na highlight. Gamay. Sila ilang respondents, Doc?
Asa ilang respondents
Naka-
katong mga
Dari dapit sa may kuan, Doc. Asa dapit gani. Nabutang dia. Dari
Wait
sa
lang.
may baba sa
Butang nila sa-
philosophical assumptions.
Yeah,
Dapit.
actually, dili biyag yun, mali man yun yung philosophical assumptions ninyo, ha? Kambyuhanan ng philosophical assumptions because philosophical assumptions, there are 4 assumptions, no? The ontology, epistemology, rhetoric, and the other one, oncology, okay? So, this is, i-discuss talaga ninyo yan, yung mga 4 assumptions na yan. How these 4 assumptions would kuan sa inyong study. Kanang paano ginagamit itong mga assumptions na ito. Kasi how you are going to deal with the nature, with the study, how what are the values that you are going to undergo during this. no, sa mga epistemological. So yun dapat ang maglabas diyan sa philosophical assumptions. Kaning ginaingon dire childhood trauma can have no, dili ni siya, mali gyud inyo ang philosophical assumptions. Kambyohanan ni ninyo. So magbutang na lang mo kanang research participants kay wa gyud mo research participants dire. Ha?
Okay po,
Okay?
Doc. Noted po.
Sige. So, before I go further, I would like to ask Dr. Baguio for more comments.
Wa ko naminaw din.
Okay, kanimanggong iyahang mga kuandok, wala siya respondents diri sa iyahang presentation. So, ang iya daw mga Ha?
Wala man gud diri, di na ako makita din, gipangita na ako iyahang kuan mo, di man ako makita.
Wala ka nakakita. Okay. Niya diri ang iyahang kuan, ang ilahang title, Prevalence of Childhood Post-Traumatic Stress, no? PTS. Childhood stress, traumatic, post-traumatic childhood stress. So na-trauma gyud daw tong bata, no, tong gamay pa. Kana. So kay mga bata man ni unsay age ani? Dapat may bawaan nato, dapat na ito.
ni siya din.
Ha?
Sa DSWD, under ni siya sa DSWD.
So pero what age? Unabo mo'y bracket sa age ninyo or tanan whether gamay pa to siya kay naa may 3-year-old post-traumatic na sa iya kantong gibiyaan siya, gibunalan pa, whatever, napay dako na, teenager or what. Dapat na isa sa inyong criteria, no? Inclusion criteria. Dapat para malaman natin kung sino ba talaga yung mga participants ni mo diri.
Okay lang po kay Kwali di ay siya. Arang-arang kay Kwali.
Kay Kwali man ni siya, Doc. Kwali.
Okay ra kaayo.
Okay ra. Mao na siya kay wala man gud siya kuan ng participants, no, yung research participants. So mao gyud na siya ibutang gyud, importante na kaayo ha. So magsugod na diri sa chapter 1. Kabaloan ni si ma'am kuan, opinion.
Yes, Dean.
Tama.
Naa sila yung na-mention ng mga respondents din, wala lang siya na-label dito sa ilahang methods. Kaya na under siya aning kuan gudok, aning philosophical assumptions ilahang nasagol
Lagi. Bali man ang ilang philosophical assumption man gud.
Opo. So, mao to. Then, yes, kailangan ninyo i-identify unsa nga age ang inyohang i-respondents. O, di ba, kung remember sa orientation ni Doc Aga, kung ang inyong respondents kay bata, kailangan ba ito mag-seek ana o consent. Nga halimbawa, ang ayahang predator kay ayahang parent, kay kinsa man ta mag-ask og consent ana sa DSWD. Halimbawa lang sila ang naka-cause of
DSWD sa parent.
So, consider nato na.
DSWD parents.
Ganiha. Yes. So, unsa pa ba'y concern aning ilang paper?
Sakto na ning ilang research questions. What are the experiences of childhood post-traumatic stress, no? So what are the coping mechanism? Okay na ni siya. Under insights, okay na ni siya. So sakto na ni siya.
Pag ma-determine lagi nila kung unsa ang age sa bata. Kung dili ma-determine nila ang age sa bata, dili pwede ang bata ma-interview kay basi bisa ang bata mo answer.
Dili ka express.
Pero kung subject ang bata, ang i-interview ang taga DSWD o ang parents, mas okay po.
Yes.
Pero ang
anak na lang
bata,
anak na lang.
Kay magdubli trabaho nila, ibisaya kung bata, bisayaon gihapon nila. Pero sa parents po, dapat na jud bisaya gyapon na questions kay ang parents baya usahay di kasabot og
dili kasabot. Malay og sabot.
Okay. So anak na lang ha, kabalon mo mga kisa ng mga proponent ani.
Yes po. Yeah. Noted po.
Noted ha. Nya, kanang inyohang kabyohanan na lang din ha, itong uban, mga data collection, just improve it, ha? I-improve lang ni siya. Tapos sa mga
Respondents.
RSL ninyo, ha? Ang review of significant literature, gamay ra kaayo ni siya. Dapat may mga citation pod mo diri, ha? Ang inyong theoretical lens. Theories ninyo, at least mga duha or tulo nga theories ang gamito ninyo dire. Okay? Improve this one. Okay nang inyohang title, research questions and the title itself. Okay?
Okay po. Thank you po.
More question ka pa, ma'am Kuan, Doc Baguio?
Wala na din, kadto lang.
Ikaw, ma'am Kuan?
Wala
Ma'am,
na din.
okay. So, dagang salamat. So, karon, we're going to ask the verdict, no? If that is already accepted. So, we
Yes,
shall accept
accepted
it.
Yes.
Okay. So, now
Accepted
everything
with
is
revisions.
accepted,
Thank you po.
provided that you are going to revise, no, all the revision, the comments, suggestions, no, based on the comments and suggestions of the panel. Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Dean, our panelists. No? So you researchers, presenters, kindly take note nga i-change ang inyong kuan ha, inyong respondents.
Okay
Dili
po.
na ang mga bata ha, ang lahat ng parents or ang representative from DSWD. So thank you
Sige
so
po.
much. Thank you so much po. We are on the last subject na, no? So last subject na lang po tayo. First group for experimental. You may now share your screen. Experimental psychology.
Sir, nawala daw tong kuan, sir. Katong Grab. Mali daw imong gipadala nga address.
Gi-cancel do kay nalubat ang cellphone sa kuan estudyante nga nag-booking. So nag-book sila og balik karon.
On the way na daw, Doc.
Oh, on the way
Excuse
na.
me, ma'am. Ay, excuse me, Doc. Naana siya, Doc. Nasa sa gawas sa inyong balay.
Oh, na Doc. Oo.
Yes, Doc.
Ay, pinaabtik, Doc. Lagi pahulat.
Yes, Doc. Ay, diyan. Giset na ko dari as na ano, Doc. Ay, naana siya.
Oh, nana.
Pinaabtik.
Yes po.
O, kalibak.
Okay, you may now share your screen, presenters, no, for group 1.
Graycel, mamalihog ko sa PowerPoint or
Ma'am, dili ba ako ka-share, ma'am, ka-share screen kay connecting ko sa PC. Dili ko kasulod sa Zoom.
sige. So wala tong katong kay Casey, no, ako na lang mag-share screen. Wait lang po. PowerPoint. Pasensya po, Doc and Ma'am, nadugay. Kay nagsabot mo gud mi sa kinsa mag-present, so wala na present ni Casey, so ako na lang po mag-present. Nalagay siya mo. Share screen.
Parang nagkalit ako last time.
Gracel, dili ni mo ma-share screen? Ano manggod ako
Dili lang, ma'am, dili ko ka sa PC mao akong gamit, ma'am, tapos sa Zoom dili ko kasulod jud connecting. Sa
Wait
cellphone
lang,
ra
kay
ko
ako
karon.
Okay, I thought manggod si
Pa-connecting
Casey
mo gud kay mi sa
mag-present.
PC. Wait.
Wala po si Casey, no? Wait lang ha. Nagka-problema ko sa share screen. Dili na ko siya ma-share screen ang slide. Wait. We'll try again. Okay na ra. Okay na. Sorry to keep you waiting po, ma'am, sirs, and doc. So we are the group 1 from experimental psychology, and we will be presenting to you our research study for this subject. So Grazel will report the chapter 1, and I will be the one to report the chapter 2.
Good morning po, panelists. Good morning. Good afternoon, Doc Calia. Good afternoon, Doc Baguio, and also to our professor. Good afternoon to Ezra Coda and to Proof Opinion. So here is our research title, the effects of music on the students' anxiety at RMC. So in chapter 1, in our problem and its settings, so in our paper, it discusses how music has been used for centuries to evoke emotions, tell stories, and create cultural connections. So it also highlights the increasing interest in studying the effects of different types of music on anxiety levels in various populations. So it also includes students in RMC. So here in our title about the effects of music on the students' anxiety at RMC. So we choose 3 types of music: the K-pop music, the worship music, and also the classical music. So in our paper, it acknowledges that while it is not a clinical music therapy intervention, it is related to the broader field of music therapy and its potential applications for mental health. And in significant studies, so mo ni among naano po sa mga authors, among nakita sa in relation sa significant of the studies. So one of the authors are Jessica Whitmore and also Papadakis Sidripulo. So mo ni sila po ang mga authors. And Panagi, so also one of the authors are sila Coleman et al. On 2019. So the authors found that music exposure can significantly affect rodent behavior, including increased exploration and decreased anxiety levels. So also, nagsumpay po mi sa among significant study. So the study also showed that different types of music, such as classical and new age music, can have varying effects on rodent behavior. So according to Cruz et al. On 2016, he investigated the anxiolytic effect of Mozart's music on captive Ratus norvegicus, or the Rodentia moridae.
Hello. You go directly to the next slides.
Apo, Doc. So mao to siya po, Doc, ang
The
continuation
research
sa
questions. Okay, you go.
So in research questions, here's our one of the research questions. What is the level of anxiety of the students before exposure to different types of music? And the second one is there a significant difference in anxiety levels of students when exposed to K-pop music versus classical music, and also versus Christian worship music? And number 3, are there any differences in students' anxiety levels when exposed to different genres of music based on their age and gender. So one of my group mates will continue in chapter 2.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I will continue the presentation. Based po sa recommendation niyo po kanina, Doc, sa among subject sa psychological stat, I think dili na lang po namon i-appeal diri ang study ang pag-identify sa moderating factor, which is the age or gender. So I think we will have two major research questions na lang, which is to identify the level of anxiety of our respondents before taking the test and after taking the test. So ang among buhaton po, Doc, Dean, and Sir, Ma'am, is that we will have our experimental study. We will use a pre-test, post-test design wherein we will conduct a questionnaire, ipa-answer sa mga participants, and then we will administer then the music, those 3 types of music. So since we will have 3 types of music, we will also have 3 types of groups. One group will listen to K-pop, one group will listen to classical, and one group will listen to Christian worship music. So tulo sila ka grupo, we will randomly assign these participants to one of these 3 groups, and then we will use the post-test, pre-test design. And also this is also a between subjects design kay lahi-lahi man sila nga grupo. So we propose kung okay lang if they would listen to 1 hour of music in their assigned group. And after mag-answer na po sila same questionnaire nga ilahang i-take before sa pagpaminaw nila sa music. So our design is that we have independent variable, which is the type of music, and our dependent variable is the anxiety. So how are we going to identify our participants? We propose po na magpatabang mi sa guidance office, and magpatabang po mi sa inyo din Kalya about this pag-identify sa mga estudyante kung kinsa to mga anxious students. Kay based sa recommendation from the previous defense is that we will have our experiment on humans. So magpatabang mi ani to identify those students with anxiety. And then once we have identified those students, magpa-help pod unta mi as to inviting them, encouraging them to join our experiment. Probably siguro Saturday may mag-conduct wherein dili kaayo busy ang mga estudyante so they can participate in the experiment. And also, what kind of questionnaire among gamiton po is that we will use a state trait anxiety inventory developed by Spielberger et al. Last 1983. This is a standardized questionnaire, and as per recommendation from Doc kanina is that we will also ask for permission from the author kung magamit mi ani nga questionnaire. And then this is the basic questionnaire that we will administer to them prior sila maminaw sa music. Silang tanan mag-answer ani nga questionnaire, and then after nila maminaw sa music, they will answer the same questionnaire. To ensure nga walay demand characteristics, which is one of the confounding or extraneous variable na mahitabo during sa experiment, we plan to have a cover story wherein amo ang planuhon is that nag-conduct mi ani nga study para ma-identify ang ilang focus and concentration. So dili na mo totally express sa ilaha kung unsa gyud ni siyang purpose sa among study, because that would affect our experiment. So we will create a cover story, although medyo mo gamit lang mig gamay pangatik, but this is necessary for us to prevent any form of social variables na mahitabo ani nga experiment. So yung state trait anxiety inventory is a 29 item.
Sige na, go directly na ma'am. Go directly into hypothesis. You're done with the questionnaire.
So yung
With the questions.
Opo, yung hypothesis namin, ma'am, is that we will employ two-tailed test, and since we will employ a two-tailed test, we have null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. So among null hypothesis, number one is there is no significant difference in the level of anxiety of students before exposure to different types of music. The alternative hypothesis is there is significant difference. Number two.
Okay, sige, go na ma'am.
Opo. So number two, there is no significant difference in anxiety levels after nila magpaminaw atong mga different types of music. And then alternative is na ay significant difference. Kani ikatulo, Dean and Doc, we propose na amo na lang ni siyang tanggalon because this is a moderating variable which was suggested kanina nga maglisod mi kung apilon pa namo ang moderating factor or variable sa studies. So we propose na tanggalon na lang po namo ni kaning pag-identify sa kuan moderating variable which is their gender and age. So amo na lang po na siyang
Sige ma'am, go na, go.
And then sa procedure po, procedure sa amo ang experiment, we will coordinate with the Dean of College and the Guidance Office to invite the students. And once they receive the official invitation, makadawat sila og phone call from us ng mga researchers inviting them to participate. And makaanhi sila sa study room or particular room sa RMC by Saturday, probably mga 9 a.m. And pag maabot na sila sa room, amo silang i-greet. We will explain to them the purpose of the study, not the real purpose of the study, but we will just create a cover story. And then after that, participants will be told kung unsa ang purpose of study. And then after that, we will administer the questionnaire. After administering the questionnaire, we will assist them to the rooms kung asa sila na-assign. So we hope to have 3 rooms, and among paningkamutan nga tanang temperature, lighting is the same.
Go na ma'am.
So as you can see mo po na among procedure. And then among data analysis po ani Doc, Dean, Sir and Ma'am, is that identify na mo ang mean scores of anxiety levels before and after exposure sa different types of music. A higher mean score indicates a higher level of anxiety. The second one is that we will conduct a test of difference. So since two-tailed man two-tailed test man so kailangan na mo ma-identify kung naabay difference anxiety levels before and after. And then after that, we will also conduct an analysis of variance to indicate a significant difference aning amo ang study. And then we will also would like to conduct a post-hoc test to determine which specific type of music nga naka-apekto sa ilhang anxiety level. So since tanggalo naman namo itong moderating variable, we will no longer employ a two-way analysis of variance. So that would be all po for group 1. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. Now, for your guidance, we're going to give some comments and suggestions for the improvement of your paper. Now, let's hear from Dr. Baguio, please. Hello, Dr. Baguio, are you still there? Wala pa si Dr. Baguio. Okay, let's hear Ma'am Mary Chris' opinion. Hello, Ma'am Chris? Are you still there? Wala si Ma'am Marie Chris. Okay, so I will start. Okay, I will start. Now, this is an experimental, right? Experimental research. Okay, so your experimental research is the effect, the title is the effect of music, the effects of music on student anxiety at the Rizal Memorial Colleges. Now, I would like to go directly on the questionnaire, on the research questions, no? So your research questions is, what is the level of anxiety of the students before exposure in the different types, no? So the level of anxiety of students, ang paglagay kasi ganito, in terms of experimental is, kasi di ba magkanda kayo ng post at saka ng
Pre-test, post-test po.
pre-test at saka post-test. Talaga nga. Okay, so you will be conducting the pre-test and the post-test. So the first questions, what is the pre-test mean score of the control and the experimental group? Di ba meron ka man yan, pre-test muna, di ba? Di ba yan ang
sige po.
gawain nyo? Sa control group at saka sa experimental. Di ba?
Opo, Doc. So, ilagay
yan,
po
di ba
namin
yan
sa...
di ba yan ang procedure ninyo? That
Opo.
you are going to conduct first the pre-test of the control at saka experimental. Di
Opo.
ba? That is the first question. What is the pre-test mean score of the control and the experimental group? So ano ngayon ang kanilang pre-test? Pagkatapos dyan, di ba mag-post-test kayo?
Opo, Doc. Actually, opo din. Clarification lang, I think wala may control group kay amo lang i-test ang wala po kasi kaming isang specific group nga wala gyud sila paminawon nga music. So the 3 groups will all listen to each type of music.
So wala mo'y control group?
Wala po.
May control?
Wala po din. So murag amo lang i-compare ang grupo
Kung saan ninyo
K-pop.
pag-compare?
I-compare lang po namo ang grupo ni K-pop, grupo ni worship music o grupo ni classical, kung unsay differences sa ilahang anxiety levels after maminaw sila ani nga music. Anak po amo ang plan din.
So bali parang hindi kayo yun. Halimbawa kasi kapag control group manggod ka nang walay music. Tapos kapag pag ilagyan ninyo ng music, diyan na natin malalaman kung may anxiety ba ang taon diyan or wala. Kung may anxiety sila kapag merong music with that kind of music.
Actually, din last based sa last recommendation ninyo po, mangita mi og mga anxious students based sa guidance. So we assume na kaning among mga participants na kondakan namo og experiment po are already anxious, already have issues of anxiety. So we plan na mag-create na wala na lang mi control group since mga anxious man ni sila, amo lang i-identify kung nagababa ba ang ilahang anxiety pag maminaw sila ani. For example, K-pop, mubaba ba ilang anxiety pag maminaw sila sa
So
K-pop?
wala may mga test ani, wala may pre-test, wala may post-test.
Meron kaming pre-test, post-test din. Kanang i-identify lang namo kung severe ba
Halimbawa
severe
sa
ba
pre-test ninyo, kanang pre-test ninyo, mao na siya katong sa what kind of music. Unsa klaseng music din ninyong ipaminaw sa ilaha. Kasi mga anxious man mga anxiety, kuan na ni sila yung mga estudyante, di ba? With anxiety na ni sila. And then mo induce mo ka ng music with this kind of music in K-pop. K-pop music, unsay resulta? O mao na pod ni siya classical music, unsay resulta? Di ba? Tapos the other one is that Christian worship na pod, unsay resulta? Mao ba na niyo?
Anak siya din. So
so dapat may pre-test, post-test mo kay halimbawa.
Meron po din na ami pre-test, post-test wherein magamit lang mig isang type of questionnaire before i-administer yung music. So ma-identify namo nga mao ni level sa ilahang anxiety bago sila naminaw sa music. Then after nila maminaw sa music, identify na namo ang level sa ilang anxiety kung naabay difference kung ni baba ba or ni worsen ang ilahang anxiety. So we employ a pre-test, post-test design po. Same questionnaire, sa pre-test and same questionnaire sa after the
Sa
after the
ang
midterm.
level of anxiety nila ang ginatanaw ninyo kasi ingon mo na anadaan ning anxiety ning mga bataan ni kay gikan
Opo.
sa guidance. Then kapag i-induce ninyo ang K-pop music, mag-increase bang ilang anxiety or mawala? Mao ba ang gusto
Opo.
ninyo? Tapos
Opo.
sa classical mao gyapon.
Opo.
Tapos ganun din sa Christian music.
Yes po, Dean.
O gani, di ba dapat may pre-test, post-test yan?
Yun po din, pre-test, post-test, mag-pre-test sila atong questionnaire bago sila maminaw sa
Oh,
music.
that is why. So kung mag-pre-test kayo doon sa level niya when you are going to give the K-pop at first, ano ang resulta? That is the pre-test. Di ba? Pre-test sa tanan K-pop, classical o Christian.
Yes,
Mao ba?
Dean. Silang
May pre-test
tanan,
ba mo din na?
opo,
May
meron
pre-test
kaming
ba mo diya?
pre-test. Murag
Oo.
sabay sa sila tanan og
Oo,
take pre-test.
pre-test. Oo.
Sabay
Tapos
sila
dapat
tanan.
may post-test.
Opo, meron naami
Oh,
post-test din.
sa tulog gihapon ni.
Yes po.
Oh. O gani, mauna na siya. So what is the
Dapat
pre-test
na
score?
control group. Dapat na sila control group din na kanang na sila
siya.
grupo nga dili nila tagaan o music, dili nila i-present og music para makabalo to sa difference sa katong gitagaan og music ug sa katong wala.
Kaya ang gusto nila ma'am, ang tanang participants nila kanang naanay anxiety. Murag anxiety tapos ang i-pre-test nila itaas daw ni at tanaw nila ug magtaas ang level of anxiety kapag ganitong klaseng K-pop music ang ipadungog sa ila o muta diri ba sa classical ano ba ang anxiety level nila o sa Christian. So ang sa ako na lang pre-test of these three music dapat may pre-test na sila. So
meron
tapos
kaming pre-test din.
So the question, hindi yung sa level of anxiety. Kung hindi, well, masabi natin level of anxiety, pero what are the pre-test mean score of the anxiety, anxiety and the anxiety students, no? Parang experimental kasi ito siya eh.
Nagkuha na ako din. Tanggalon na mo tong among research statement nga there is so yung low level ba yun? About level. So i-change na lang namo nga what is the pre-test mean score
Mean score.
of the anxiety
Yes.
of students. Sige po. I-change
Ana,
lang po
kay,
namo to among research question din.
kay kumbaga pa, makita mo na yung pre-test mean score ng tatlong music. Kasi nag-pre-test ka man muna. Tapos once na mag-induce ka naman, nag-induce ka kasi. Pag once na mag-induce ka na ay controlled na ay delete. Ganito yan, ganito kasi yan miss ko pag pre-test, nagyo na siya kanang ipalagay na lang natin nga mga tama yan siya yung among pre-test nila tapos nag-post-test ka anong gilagay mo na kuan ba na yung parang nag-induce ka sa kanila para makita mo ang difference
Pre-test, post-test din. Para
Hindi.
Pero
Kasi
unsa ang
bakit?
kumbaga
Anong gilagay mo dyan na intervention? Kay para makita mo.
Yes.
Kasi wala man ko kay gibutan nga intervention kasi kung gisabi mo, yung dati na dyan, yung mga anxiety students na yan, gibigyan mo ng pre-test ng tatlong music na ito. Tapos ngayon mag-post-test ka.
Sa post-test, mo gihapon ang kuan
na binigay mo.
Mo gihapon ang treatment sa post-test.
Treatment. Anong
so,
treatment?
paano natin malaman yung significant effect ng music?
Kung wala kang treatment,
walang control group.
Yes.
Yung treatment namin, ma'am, is yung type of music. Kasi
Kahit
yun man ang
music, pero same pa
manipulate
rin na
namin na
music ang ibigay nyo sa
Yes, the
post-test.
same music pa rin kasi ang
Ay,
nilagay mo.
ano po, dili mi ang mahitabo po siya, Dean and Ma'am, is that ang gamito namo sa pretest is the questionnaire to assess their anxiety.
Okay.
To assess
Sige.
their
Sa
anxiety.
post-test,
Then sa post-test, i-assess po namin lang anxiety. Kumbaga,
Okay.
identify lang
Oo
namo
nga.
ba kung ning taas ba or ni baba ba ang ilang anxiety once maminaw sila nga music, or if recommend din nyo nga mag-control group, may pwede ra pod namo buhaton po if necessary po siya.
Sakto na to siya, ma'am, kay bali kung ang control group manggod nimo is that yung lahat sila merong anxiety. Lahat sila merong mga anxiety. Nya gitagaan lang nimo sila test para mahibaw-an nimo ang ilahasang level, di ba?
Opo.
Kanang level lang sa wala kay intervention or any treatment at all, no?
Opo.
So karon pagka post test nimo, nag-treat ka sa experimental nimo, ma'am. Sa experimental nimo, nagbutang na ka dito. Kumbaga pa ang isa control group. Ang tawag kasi dyan is control group. Kahit na sabihin mo anxiety person yung gilagyan mo ganyan, then gipatake mo sila ng kanilang pre-test para to know the level of their anxiety. That is control group. Tapos kaning experimental, may anxiety level gihapon na sila, pero naglagay man kag treatment, naglagay ka man og kanang kuan nila na intervention nga kanang music. Pag naglagay ka ng music, ano ngayon ang nangyari sa kanila?
Opo.
So yun ang experimental.
Yan po ang gagawin namin din.
Oh, so
control
ganon.
group.
So naa kay control and experimental. Lagi po controlled and experimental. Kumbaga pa ang tawag doon sa mga unang question mo, yung what are the pre-test mean score of the control. Ang control group dito is that katong mga may anxiety pero ang gipatake lang usa nimo katong questionnaire nga sa level of their anxiety. Mao lang to siya. Ang gipatake
nag-guess na ako din.
That's the control.
Kaya I thought sige po. I thought manggod din nga kanang mangita pa po miglahi pa yun nga estudyante for control.
Adili sila naghihapon.
Sige po.
Gihapon.
Sila nagyapon pero ayaw gisulti nga, oy nag-experiment ko sa inyo ha. Ayaw.
Hindi man.
Wala
Hindi cover story din para ma-prevent ang extraneous variable.
Yes.
Ano lang,
affect siya sa result.
Para makitaan gyud nimo ang difference nila.
So i-change na lang namo ang research question namo din katong level kung ano what is the pre-test.
Basta naintindihan ninyo what is control and what is experimental groups. Dapat masabtan nimo ng control group. Kaning control group di siya people with anxiety gihapon pero naghatag lang ka og kanang bitawng test question sa ilaha nga
check the level of anxiety.
Check lang mo ang ilang level of anxiety. The same thing sa next group naman nag-intervene ka na, naghatag ka treatment sa ilaha kana ng mga music. So paghatag nimo unsay resulta? Ana po. So mao na experimental groups. Okay, nasabtan na?
Noted po din.
So what are the pre-test mean score of control and experimental groups? Tapos what are the post-test mean score of the control and experimental groups? That is number 2 questions. Diyan na tong application nimo sa imuhang mga kuan. Katong apply na nimo, katong K-pop ba, ana. So hindi mo na yun dapat ilagay dito sa research questions mo. Dili na, separate na to siya. Kumbaga pa, ikaw na ang maglagay doon nga ang experimental group, mao ni siya akong gibutang, na treatment, ganyan. So ang number 3 nimo nga question, is there a significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test mean score of the anxiety, ang sa to ganitong imong
levels,
anxiety levels of students, no? Anxiety levels of students, no? Of the RMC ba yun? Gilagay mo? Ana siya. O na na siya.
Excuse me din. Maayong
Opo.
hapon, excuse me. Ma'am, ako ang nasabtan din kay the same group lang ni sila, unya moagi lang sila sa tanan nga mga treatment.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So walay control group.
Dili, sir. Ang
Dili
control-
sa kuan sir sa control group dili siya tagad og treatment kumaga
Yes,
tagal lang
dili
nila
siya
og
tagad.
Pero
kuan,
same subjects man ka
questionnaire.
sila, ma'am.
Same subjects
Yes.
gihapon sila
Kay
sir.
sa within subject design sila.
Pwede.
Within
Yes.
subject kay same
Sa
subjects man
yes.
sa within
So sila
subject design.
gihapon imong tagaan og
Sa within subject design man gud ma'am, wala man tay control group.
Mm.
Sa multiple subjects design diha kay lahi man ta og kuan, pero kung sa within subject design wala tay control group sa ilaha kay sila man tanan moagi sa treatment.
Kung daghan mo na mag-control ta.
Pero kung naatay set, for example, kani sila nga multiple subject design, kung kani sila nga group, gitest sila for K-pop only, for Christian only, for unsa pa tong isa, nya di na sila ipatest sa lain kana multiple subjects design, pwede ta na ikaupat nga grupo, nga control group to sa nga walay treatment.
Ay.
Randomize siguro pa sa
Palomino.
din.
Ano daw?
Randomized control group.
Ayan, opo ma'am, sa
Randomized
randomized control group, randomized control group po. Kaya ibang grupo gyud na sila kanang wa gyud sila treatment nga ma-receive.
Okay. So, pwede na gihapon na siya, no? Kanang control group nato, kanang wala gyud siya. Kay kanang, pero you
ana
are
din.
testing the test,
Oo.
no? Yung kanilang anxiety. Moro man na ihatag pod nimo, di ba?
Kana din, mas okay ko atong suggestion nimo din nga maghimo gyud sila grupo nga wala gyud katong suggestion ninyo ni
Pwede.
Professor Opinion nga wala gyud
Walay
treatment. Kay para ma-compare ang ilang purpose is to compare man.
Yes,
naabay
comparison ba?
So kung ibutangan nato sila treatment basig ang ilang
Yes.
treatment magsagol unya within the same day pag yun di lagi gi-record pag yun gikuan
Sir,
pag yun
dili
ana.
ba yagid na siya, magkanak ba kag experimental, dili na siya within the day or the same day.
Yes.
Kailangan yun na may series yung kag time kanang sa ba ka naghatag ani. Then kapila katulo ba ka naghatag ani para malaman natin yung kanilang result yun ba?
So mao na ang procedure Miss Lara nga dapat ipakita nato ila Doc-an kay para
Yes.
makita nila kung unsa ang dagan sa iyong experiment.
Correct. Kay ana dyan na siya.
Palihuro ko sa outline, Casey.
Kay murag naa mo step sa ata procedure
natay
ipakita
step
nato ila Doc
procedure,
kay para ma-edit nato kung naay kinahanglan ni edit.
Katong
Doc,
outline.
salamat
yun,
sa
Casey.
clarification Doc Ann and Doc Kalia and Ma'am Chris.
Katong dili good PowerPoint, Casey, katong draft yun nga katong naka-word. Apa lang ito internet. Try na ko ako.
Amo ni siya ning inyong kuano, receive an invitation letter from the guidance office mo ba ni?
Opo, din. Tapos naapoy ka nang nakasummarize na po dira nga flow sa amo ang procedure gyud sa amo ang study.
So, ikuha na lang ninyo, basta kay na-adjust mo halimbawa, time, o kanang nag-pretest ka, pretest ka karon tapos the following week, mag-second ka, ana, or after two successive bitaw nga sa na siya kanang galing sa imuhang control nya mag-post test na po ka maoning ang sounds ngani ganito ganyan, then kailangan may series ka siguro mga katatlo.
So mag-conduct mi og treatment 3 times po.
Yes, oo, not on the same day ha, not on the same day. Mao nang maghatag jud ka anak ka nang halimbawa after 3 days ba or after a week another test na naman ilagay mo ganyan.
Yes, I
Pinakaubos
agree with
KC.
Doc Calia kay di man pwede nga kaisa lang mo mag-test. Di
Yes,
man ninyo
dili.
makita.
Kana pod akong
Makita ang
iklaro
kuan
pod
ang
unta.
consistency sa ilang result bitaw di nyo
Correct.
makita.
Ubos ba jud KC katong pinaka last.
Possible kay within the day, same lang ang gawas nga result.
Yes,
Oh,
tama ka.
ana.
Kay mo man ang state nila anang adlaw.
So
Okay.
mag
So
mag
basta
kuan po mi
ibutang
og
na lang
tulo
ninyo.
ka adlaw.
Ibutang na lang sa imong procedure din ha. Tapos ipakita gyud nimo nga nagkandak ka, then unsay resulta. Ang na siya.
Ubos pag gamay KC katong naka number 1, 2, 3 para maklaro lang nila din og ni ma'am.
Kana siya.
Kana tara.
Pero kani siya, these are the steps. Pero during the conduct of that experiments, na po kaana. During the conduct of the experiments.
Sige po din.
Nadyo
I-emphasize
kaana.
na lang namo din nga mag-conduct may for 3 times.
Oo, tapos unsang date ni, halimbawa nagkanda ka karong adlaw, no? So unsang date ka nagkandak ana. Ibutang na nimo, nadyo na siya sa result. Tapos
Pwede ba
mag-table.
Pwede ba within the week din, like for example sa isa ka week, dahil Saturday ang first treatment, then Monday ang second treatment, then Thursday Thursday ba ang third treatment? Pwede ba na siya ing ana din nga
Thursday,
maagi?
murag dali ra
Within a
kaayo,
week
dali
or
ra kaayo.
dapat once a week ang
Oo,
ilang
ana.
treatment.
Dali ra kaayo
So,
na siya.
So it
Yeah,
would consist as 3 weeks.
Maghimo ka ga matrix nimo. Halimbawa, matrix no, kani ang control group sa first na unsa na siya nang sa gani na siya oy nang maghimo ka matrix. Sa first is the control group, ang second is experimental group. Nya mag-ingon ka week 1. Tapos mao na siya. Week 1, day 1. Ana ka. Tapos unsay gihimo nimo diri, unsay gipadungog pa nimo or wala pa ana. So unsay gihatag nimo diri sa control group, diri sa experimental group unsang kuan gihimo nimo. Ana, maghimo kag matrix.
Iklaro lang nako din. So naami control group tapos napon may experimental group. Sa experimental group na may tulo pa gyud ka klase nga grupo kay dili man sila tanan among papaminawon jud sa tulo ka type of music. So lahi-lahi man ka grupo ang sa K-pop, lahi pud ang grupo sa worship, lahi pud ang grupo sa tawag ani sa classical. So tama ba kung pag-interpret din? So sa one control group nga dili maka-receive og treatment which is the music, and then experimental group makadawat sila music pero tulo sila ka grupo nga lahi-lahi ang ilahang music na ma-receive. Tama ba ko din?
Oo, kasi lahi-lahi man ang imong treatment.
Opo.
Pero belong na sila sa experimental.
Opo. Yung tulo ka grupo sa experimental group. So magpa-help lang mi ani din unsaon
Way problema.
sa
way
mga
problema.
estudyante. And then sa guidance office po pag-identify kinsa tong mga students with anxiety. So it would take us 3 weeks for the study.
Okay, so mao lang na siya ang kuan. Onay difference sa experimental kasi i-conduct yun na nimo mag-experiment yun ka kay para na kay comparison.
Mangayon lang po kung additional sa recommendation po din. So after na mo mahatag tong treatment for 3 consecutive weeks, may another separate day for our post-test. Or so for example, last na nila nga maka-receive og treatment, like for example, 3rd week of May, sa example sa Saturday. So mag-take sila sa post-test on that same day pud ba nga na-receive nila ang last treatment or mag-set another day.
Lahi na pud.
Another day na pud. Sige po.
Ana. So, okay na. Klaro na to.
Klaro na po din.
Clarex. Okay. So, some more question, Doc Baguio.
Yes, Dean, I agree with you, Dean. I'm listening. So that's we have the same inputs. Tama,
Okay.
Dean. Yes.
Okay. Si Ma'am, opinion.
No more, Dean.
Okay, so with that, I hope that you are going to make some revision, no? Based on the comments and suggestions, okay? So from the point of the panel, shall we accept? Okay, shall we accept?
Yes,
Okay, we
Dean.
we will accept now your proposal. Your outline depends no for this afternoon, but be sure you have to make some changes and revision to that. Okay,
Thank you kayo,
congratulations.
Dean, Doc, and Ma'am.
Okay, sige, salamat.
Congrats.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. Grabe, no? Ang wisdom, gid ug knowledge sa atong panelists, no? Na-amaze jud ko sa amazed jud ko labi na sa experimental, no? Kay I think first time na nag-study og experimental so far, no? Sa RMC. And then
So
this is
siguro sir no, ang ibutang kasi ang gilagay lang niyo the effects. Siguro the effectiveness of music. Ana siya.
mura ana,
The
no?
effectiveness of
Paki-note.
music. Oo.
Paki-note,
Instead
oo.
of
Revise na
the
lang namang
effects.
title, Dean.
Effectiveness of music on the student anxiety. Ana lang na siya.
Apo.
Ayan, no? Thank you so much, Dean,
Okay.
Kalia, Doc Baguio, and Ma'am Opinion for that very, very rich inputs, good, no? I am really glad nga na natabangan yun nato sila labi na ka-experimental and this is very confident, important jud ka experimental ang subject. Ayan, no? Thank you so much. Moving forward to our next group, second group for experimental, we have the group of, ayan, ang title nila is Effects of Social Interaction on Depressive Behaviors of College Students. I think you have to go through to your diretso, no, sa inyong research questions, sa inyong procedures.
Sa research questions na lang.
Procedures
Kahit
na.
pareha lang na.
Ano natin yung research question?
Good afternoon for everyone. So one specific question po that we are trying to answer in this study is there a significant correlation between the amount and quality of social interaction and level of depressive symptoms among college students in RMC? And then the procedure po will be presented by our next reporter in the chapter.
Go directly na lang sa kuan natin.
The problem.
Doon na lang muna sa questionnaire bit, tanaw na to.
Oo.
Kani nga mo ang gibuhat do kani.
Looking to the problem, kung ano siya, participants.
OP dear.
Wala man kay questions.
Research question ba?
Wala siya research questions. Wala man kay research questions.
Nag-correlation siya, yung difference lang kailangan man sa kuan sa experimental.
Dili gyud siya maoning imong gimo sa mani. Dili gyud siya mao.
Disim ganina. Pre-test and post-test ka.
Ay wala gyud.
Experimental ka. Then significant difference na ka sa pre-test and post-test mo. Then significant difference pud nimo sa imong control and experimental. Ano na siya? Murag unom na siya kabuok tanan. Ang first pre-test, ang second post-test, then ang next kay control group, then experimental, then differences between pre-test and post-test, the differences between control and experimental. Ano na siya?
Wala gyud. Hala, usa man ni imong kuan?
Correlation gamit niya, Dok.
Unsa man ni?
Ang correlation kay kuan ang correlation, relationship. Wala kay relationship ata. Differences lang kailangan nimo.
Yung mga key terms naman ni naunsa man ni. Ay siguro kuan na lang. Wala gyud. Lahi gyud ning kuan mga example anong naapak man kay example. Ayun ang mag-example oy. Siguro Sir Esre Hello, Sir X-ray.
Yes,
Kaning,
Dean. Yes
oh,
po.
kaning kay
Anak.
kuan ba? Kaning sa ilahang kuan mura kailangan pa talaga ito ng kuan. Dili gyud mao-sir ba? Kanilang sa proposal nila outline
Pakibalik
nila.
ko sa title ninyo kuan.
Balik ang
Miss
title.
Giselle. Balik inyong title.
The effects of social interaction on depressive behaviors of
Okay naman yung title niya, pero ang sulod, tanawa ang sulod. Chapter 1. What topics, effects of phenomenon are you investigating?
Slide 2 daw, sa slide 2.
So,
So,
katong
siguro
outline.
din ato na lang silang tagaan din og research questions, and then out from that, ato silang need nila mag-revise. Research
Siguro
question man ang
ato na
ilang
lang,
wala.
research questions na lang. Kay kani mo ang title, Effectiveness of Social Interaction on
Na-approve
Depressed
naman ni.
Behavior.
Na-approve naman
Okay
ito.
na lang siya.
Ang ilan lang research question.
So research questions nila at saka yung kanilang formatting, sir, ayuhon gyud ni siya, dili gyud ni mao.
Murag sa presentation lang ni nila din ata ang ilang paper murag
Mao ba? Sa
murag lahi sa
presentation
ilahang
nya
kuan.
asa ang wala pa yung question
Maupod
there
silang
nila.
paper, sir.
Mao po silang paper.
Dala silang
Sige, ma'am.
manuscript.
Sige, so research question na lang siguro din, no? Atong ihatag, then ang paper overhaul.
Katong research, sige, ana na lang.
Sige
Ang
po.
ihatag ni Doc Bagyo ganiha.
Katong gihatag ni Doc Bagyo.
Nawala.
Sige lang, din, okay ra ni din kay ano Manila, ang katong gihatag ni Doc Bagyo ma-retrieve man ni nila kay
Sige,
recorded
kato.
naman.
Recorded.
Kato na
So,
lang.
opo, ganun na lang,
Number
sir.
one,
Ano?
number 1 ato, what is the pre-test? Then what? Number 2, what is the post-test? Then number 3, what is the control group? Then
Experimental.
the experimental group. Then number 4, differences sa pre-test and
Pre-test and
post-test.
post-test.
And differences sa control and
and
experimental. Upat, gapon.
Okay. So, sundan mo na lang yun, mga misa, yung mga kuan, yung sa research questions, ha? Aldamea, Magtulis, Barico, Tauco.
Yes po.
Sige, ayun na lang ninyo, ha? Ayun na lang ninyo. Kay, based on that research questions, makahimo na mo ana sa inyong paper. Okay?
Okay po. Thank you po.
Yes,
Sige,
Doc,
ana na lang
thank you
siguro,
din.
sir, kay wala man gihapon tayo makuan diri kay lahi gyud. Lahi
Yes
lang
po,
gyud.
Doc.
Pati ang format nila, sir.
Sige, murag late man guni sila nag-submit sa experimental siguro, Doc, unya pagkahuman napod na kuan. Sige lang, since naana tayo inputs for your research questions, no? So you have to work out on that para sa revisions, no? Kay ang format okay lang, ang format nato nga sundugon, Doc, is katong sa nauna nga
Yes.
research,
Same lang, sir.
research nga kuan experimental. Sige. Thank you so much, Doc. Unsa
Okay,
atong
salamat.
verdict ani Doc, no? Mauna lang to sa Doc, kuan lang
So,
siguro.
i-change lang mo sa sir,
Revise
i-change lang.
Naka-mute ka, Doc Kalia.
I-revise lang tanan to siya, sir, kada based on our kuan na lang yang suggestions. Kay we could not say that we are going to accept, only we can accept kasi meron man yan siya title, tapos yung gawaan niya na lang ng yung mga research questions, mao na lang to iyang ihimuan.
So as of now, Doc, no, we could not accept this
Yes.
outline, but they have to revise it, and okay lang ba na
Yes.
i-send na mo ang outline nila sa inyo, ha, Doc, para
Sure.
ano po, ma-check na lang kay para ma-accept ang ilang paper.
Correct.
Sige. Thank you so much, our dear panelists, no, and our presenters. I hope you have taken down those good points, no, for our revisions. And don't worry, no, kay mao man gyud na ang ma-help ang role sa atong panelist mutabang gyud, no? So dili man gyud ta kuanon ana, di man gyud ta ingon nga tabunan or unsa ba datugan ta tanan og trabaho, no, without proper help and guidance. So we moving forward, our last group for this research defense, the group 3 for our experimental. And last po ay do kato bitang nawala ganiya sa cognitive doc. Katong second group mga na lang daw sila input sa ato doc. Kay naa naman sila nabalik ato lang ipa-display ang ilahang research questions.
Sir, no?
Title and
Katong
research question lang.
opo sa group 2. Sige, ang group 3 sa kuan, experimental. Asa na ang group 3? Kindly share your presentations. Kay hapon na, alas 5 na.
Ay, 5 na jud.
Okay, you may start.
Good morning. Madungog ba ko?
Yes.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Afternoon na ta.
To our panelists, Doc Anbet Calya and Doc Josephine Bargio, Prof. Mary Grace Opinion, and I am Mildred Lananganon, together with my co-researcher, Ms. Lumapat and Ms. Berico. We conduct a research entitled Aging and Cognitive Functions in Elderly Teachers in RMC Non-Experimental Correlational Techniques. The problem settings. The study investigates how aging affects the cognitive functions of elderly teachers in RMC using non-experimental correlational approach. Declining cognitive functions can impact daily activities of quality.
Diretso na sa imuhang statement of the problems para madali.
Diretso na.
Statement of the problems. Here we go. Yes.
Okay, you may proceed. Asa naman to si Kuan? Mildred? Landanganon?
Sir. Research questions. Asa questions na ba? These are the possible questions that what is the relationship between age and attentions in elderly teachers in RMC as measured by a non-experimental correlation techniques. Number 2, how does aging affects memory functions in elderly teachers in RMC as measured by a non-experimental correlation techniques. Number 3, it's there as relationship between age and executive functions in elderly teachers in RMC. In the RMC, as measured by non-experimental correlation techniques. Number 4, what is the relationship between age and language functions in elderly teachers in RMC as measured by non-experimental function techniques? And that's all.
What is the title? Go over with the title. Go back to your title para makuha na lang to. Aging and cognitive functions of elderly teachers in RMC.
Non-experimental na sila, Dok.
Non-experimental.
Kuan ra na sila, Dok. Kanang correlation ra ata na sila,
Condition,
Dok.
oo. Quanti. Quanti siya.
Kwantira na sila, Dok.
Aging and cognitive functions. Gamay ra baya na sila? Ano man ni perceptions of
Mga kuan daw ni Dok, mga
Students?
elderly teachers. Programay ra gyud. Pero mag-universal sampling ra na sila or basin pwede apil na to ang staff siguro.
Herman, pag elderly, 60 above baya na. 60
Hmm.
above na siya. I-define sa nila pila ang age sa elderly.
Pero pwede siguro, Dok, magkuan middle and late adulthood kay kung sa middle mag-adulthood mag-start, pwede man na sa 35. 35 ba, ma'am? 45. 40, no? 40 unya, late adulthood 60 onwards. So, pwede siguro middle adulthood mag-start.
Na? Ang diri manggani, 65 manggani ang elderly diri.
So, di na ni sila elderly, Dok. Kung ano ni sila.
Nasa na sila?
Di na ni sila
Nakabutang sa ilang
elderly.
kuan di, Doc, no?
No. What
Nakabutang
age
sa
is
ilang
elderly?
description.
65 or older ba yung elderly?
So, i-change na lang nila ilahang kuan, sir. Kaning target respondents.
Respondents
para
lang,
daghan
no?
ang ilahang matagaan.
So,
Kaya
dili
ilang
lang
appeal.
kuan. Kay anyway,
Mato,
aging
pwede to ingon ni mo ganiha, sir. I-appeal ang middle adult.
adult.
From 40 to 65 man.
Oh, ana na lang unya kuan mag universal sampling na lang para sa ingon ni Doc Bagyo ganiha kay gamay raman po na di ba di man ta maglisod ana og kuan kada office. Pero unsa man ni Ma'am and Doc teaching
Ready.
staff lang ni or apilo na tong mga non-teaching.
Ay,
Employees
sir,
of RMC na lang kayo.
Doc, unsa to, Doc?
Unsa gyud title nila ani? Kanang unsa gyud kay nagibo ko sa title, investigating the effects of cognitive functions of elderly teachers or katong aging and cognitive functions. Unsa gyud?
Murag aging ni ata,
and
Doc.
cognitive,
Ang approve
Doc.
sa ilaha, Doc, aging.
Aging lang ang na-approve po.
Aging and
Pero kung
cognitive function.
Dili elderly. Of teachers na lang. Kaya ang aging man gud diri related to changes such as graying hair. So kung nanay
Ay, ingon ana ilang conceptual definition sa aging.
Oo.
Aging is sa tanan ano ba yan na sa tanan kuan ba yan na presenters no sa tanan
Some
developmental
age man related to
stage na.
changes.
So baling nag-focus yun siguro sila sa elderly.
So kung elderly sila, kuan na
Gamay
siya.
ra.
Above din.
Gamay ra, dili ka-apil si Dean ani. No, di pa ka-apil.
Dili gyud.
Oh, si Doc Bagyo di ka-apil jud.
Dili pod.
Oh. No, so ibaba ninyo na. Ibaba na lang siguro.
Kaya
Kung
para
sa may
daghan.
masuggest ani.
Kuhaon dyan ang elderly. Kuhaon ang elderly. Ilisan na. O katong sa itong imong
Middle adult.
Oo, kana adult. Ana lang.
From
Middle
40 to 65 man ang middle adulthood.
Oh,
Kada
kana na
lang
lang.
sa mo chika ganiha.
Kana middle adulthood na lang. Teachers gihapon ni Ma'am.
Pwede
mga ma'am, no?
employees, sir, para daghan.
Bitaw, no?
O,
Employees na lang.
Teachers. Oh, ana na
Employees
lang.
na lang. Middle
para-
adulthood
Kay kwanti man
employees.
gud nila ha, sir.
Oh, gani kwanti ra man ni ilaha, ma'am.
Dapat
So kung
daghan.
employees tanan tanan na both teachers and
Yes.
Employees na lang jud, ma'am, no, kay para
Ah,
apil na
Para
teaching o
daghan.
non-teaching.
Kay basi gamay ra pud sila kung teachers lang.
Oh, sige. So ang final ani nila nga kuan ang ilang respondents kay og title Aging and Cognitive Functions of Middle Adulthood Employees in RMC.
Of yes.
A correlational technique or study.
Yes.
Oh, ayan. So ang research question nila, Doc, mubagay baka ni sa ilahang bag-o nga title? Sige daw. Balik lang mo sa
Kung
research question
pinakwanting nga
daw.
research question, sir.
Level of aging and level of cognitive function. Ano niya, is there a significant relationship?
Indicators.
No,
Ana
indicator sa
lang.
aging. So,
Oh, sige
Mga yun
mga
na lang sa indicator, sir.
mga ta kay Doc, mga ita sa inyo ma'am professor.
Sige,
Merry
number
Chris.
1 sa aging.
Sa aging, oh
Number 1
isulat.
sa aging, dynamic biological,
Oh,
Biological.
physiological,
Physiological,
ayan.
1.2.
Sige lang, ato na lang ikuan to kay ato na lang
Naka-record.
naka-record man bahala di sila ka-keep up.
Environmental, 1.3.
psychological,
Psychological, no? So holistic daghan kay
1.4,
nag-visit.
psychological.
behavioral. Number
1.5.
1, behavioral. Last, social.
Di na
Social.
i-appeal ang spiritual
Social.
Doc, no?
Ayaw na.
Wala na kay di ma-quantify,
Under
bisan
man
quantify.
ang spiritual, under sa social.
Pwede na Doc.
So, biological, physiological, environmental, psychological, behavioral, then social.
Okay. So, i-review ninyo na ang recording ha kay para
1,
maka-keep
2,
up mo
3,
ato.
4, 5, 6. Tapos, sa itong isa,
Behavioral, Doc?
dili ba, duha man to ka, di ba duha to ka variables?
Ay, tama. Cognitive,
Cognitive
functions.
function.
Ba't na lang, namay cognitive kanina, kumulain lang ta. Sige, mangyaw taglain.
Tanawon daw nato unsay theory aning cognitive functions.
Moro gihapon katong attention, memory, tama pod.
Katong sa PICAS group, Doc?
Oo, attention, memory, reasoning,
Decision
planning,
making, appeal ba?
o problem solving to, then multitasking.
Sige. So kana ha, i-review ninyo ni
Attention,
presenters kay para nga ma-keep up.
memory, reasoning, planning, problem solving, and multitasking. 5 ka buok.
Ato, no? So
Mangita kaya taglaing kuan author.
pwede po do cognitive functions
Apo
indicator.
diri sa American Psychiatric Associations. Ang ilaha kay memory and learning, then language, executive functions, complex attention, social cognition, and perceptual.
Learning.
Asa man nila ha, unong manggihapon. Ito na lang isa. Laino na lang nato kanina lang.
Kana na lang, Doc.
Kaning bag-o no?
Yes, Doc.
Kaning kang kuan kaha, Doc, kaning kang cognitive functions ni Carl Jung sa MBTI.
O sige daw, unsa man to? Unsa yung
Attention,
sir.
intuition, thinking, and feeling. Upat.
Dili nimo pilon tong SNJP? Ako naman no, cognitive.
Combinations naman to siya, ma'am. Kuan lang ni siya, ma'am. Bali.
Upat. Okay rin ang upat.
Upat ra siya. Akong i-send, ma'am, ha?
Sige.
Ay, akong i-share screen ba?
Mas
Unsa
ba
ba
daw,
din?
kung musulod ba ng mga attention, memory, o reasoning, o planning, problem solving, multitasking, kung musulod di sila, kada na lang.
Bali ko ni siya, Doc. Sensation. Una, sensation. Ikaduha,
Sensation.
intuition.
Intuition.
Ikaduha, thinking. Sa thinking, apil naman to yung...
Apil na ng reasoning.
Apil na unya
Planning.
feeling.
Kada na lang. Kada na lang.
Feeling, thinking, intuition, sensing.
Sensing, intuition. Kato sa MBTI, Professor Marie Chris pa.
Kada na lang. Kada na lang. Kada na lang.
Kanina lang.
Sensing,
Sense-
intuition, thinking, o
Feeling. Yes, yes po.
Sige.
Send na ako, ha?
Upat.
Kanina lang kay
Dito
Upatra.
sa cognitive
Kana kay upatra.
Cognitive function. So, ang theory
Functions.
ninyo, dali ra kay kang Carl Jung Ramani, no? So,
MBTI.
Okay na.
MBTI man ni.
So,
May ang inyuhang, ang inyuhang kuan ani, ang inyuhang questionnaire ani, kung maka-letter mo katong standardized nila nga MBTI, di mas maayo.
Para dili na sila magbuhat, sir, kay kuan.
Yan, no? Sensing,
Ihatag na
intuition,
lang.
thinking. So, MBTI yan, ha? MBTI Carl Jung. Okay. More suggestions, Doc? Kung murag maora man to, no? Ang ilahang
more
research
to.
questions and ilahang indicators.
Oh. Tapos, unsa pa? The same, basta the same suggestions atong uban.
Kay Kwanti man ni, no? Kwanti lang man.
Mm.
Okay, so,
Domains.
Ang
ay,
domains.
appeal di ay.
Atong
Correct.
significant
Relationship.
relationship.
So, question number 1 nila, mga ma'am, is
Level
level
of
of aging.
aging.
Okay.
In
Number
terms of
2, in terms of katong mga variables ganiha na
level
mention.
of cognitive function in terms of
Indicators. Oh, cognitive
yes.
instead of katong upat. And then
Yes.
level of significant relationship.
Is there a
Oh, is
significant
there.
yes.
Ang ikaupat, ma'am, katong domain.
Domain
Domains.
Which domains are kuan?
naka significantly influence sa
Towards
sa cognitive function.
Sige. Sige po. So, ayan, no, I hope na na-note na to sa ato ang kuan. I hope na-note na to sa atong research presenters. Thank you so much, dear panelists, no, for your inputs and for the Doc Kalya. Naapa ba kay ano, Doc? Naapa ba kay
Ay, no more sir.
additional?
Nag-CR bang good ko.
Okay po. Sige, Doc. Thank you so much, Doc,
Nag-join.
and panelists, no, and our presenters. Now, for the last na lang inputs, dito na ta sa research questions and ato ang indicators, no? Please daw, katong group 2 ganiha, cognitive si Nasiad. Princess kay Nasiad, palihog kog share screen. Diretso na sa kuan, diretso na atong question.
Sa taas, number 1 to. Ang mga questions. Okay na. What is the level of experience? Kasi title ani?
Tanawon sa natong title be. Kay murag di man gyapon mo nang inyong hangkuan.
Career decision making difficulties. Career making difficulties. Awa na lang siguro ng difficulties, oy. Career making, decision making.
Oo.
Of the senior high school. Ayan ang difficulties. Kaya diya naman ang sulod sa questions.
Oo.
Career decision making of RMC senior high school students. Basis for intervention program. Na. Sige, go na sa questions. So what is the level of experience?
Wala experience din. What is the level?
Anong experience naman ni? What is the... Ay, dili, quali man good ni siya, Dok. Anong nahimo man ni siya level?
Quality din.
Quality po ni ma'am.
Quality, tanaw dobi. Career decision making of the... what is the level of career decision making?
Title daw.
Tanggalo ng experience siguro, researchers.
Experience.
Tanggalan ng experience.
Decision making diretso, the level of decision making in terms of
what is the level of career decision making in relation in terms of lack of information, self-doubt, external pressure, lack of readiness and choice, or community anxiety?
Career decision
Or commitment anxiety.
Lack of information, self-doubt, internal lack of readiness.
What are the most significant factors?
Apil ko muna sa anxiety dira.
So, basis. So, magkuha gyud mo ani kuan. kanang kay kuan man ni siya.
Career decision making man din. Dapat mga interest, mga talent,
Oh.
skills, mga ideal lifestyle, mga values, mga personality, mga
Ang iya kay
financial
baka
goals, di ba? Kay
Oh.
career man. Education planning, mga training, mga anak ba? Dili mao. Kay career decision making, dapat interest. Sa man nimong interest na magkuhaon ng mga kuan.
Nice,
Diba?
nice standardized nga kuan Dok o gi-publish online.
Sige daw.
kaning
Kaning dimension sa career decision making indicators.
decidedness. O kana siya mag-decide.
Goal, career,
Ikuan
career
daw.
Career
choice,
choice
Career
anxiety.
choice, o kana.
external barrier.
O kana, mo na siya.
Readiness. Mao na siya. Readiness.
Mo na siya.
So i-chat lang ninyo ang tag-iyaan niyo para maayo
Oo.
mo questionnaire.
Reply ba yan na sila?
Yes,
Mo-reply
actually,
na
Dok.
Sila magbuhat.
Mo-reply na
Kung reply
sila,
gid na
Dok.
sila to.
Oo, kay
Kaysa ako
ganahan.
mga ang letteran sa una kay paspas ba kay sila mo reply.
Email
lagi
na,
man
email.
karon. Mas kuan man na nila, mas advantage man nila kanay magkuan sila ha mag-message. Gamit
Kay i-cite man gyud Dok no ang ilang
Oo,
trabaho.
type na ninyo sila. Mo-reply na dayon. Tapos i-print na ninyo ang reply. Kay mawa man na dayon. O kadto na lang. Sige do. Unsa man to? Unsa man to?
tool, sir.
Sa kuan Dok, nasa chat box akong gisend diri sa Messenger na
Kaning
kani sa chat box.
CBMI.
Yes po,
Kani sa
CBMI. Career
Ano na
decision
siya?
making indicators.
What is the level of career decision making in terms of decidedness?
Career choice anxiety.
Choice of
Sa chat
anxiety,
box,
external
Dok.
barriers. Then need for career information, readiness, career salience, and inconsistent information. So murag mao lang gyapon ni siya, mga lack of information pero inconsistent ang information. Walay self-doubt, external pressure, could be external barriers. Readiness and choice or commitment. Career salience, and the need for career information. So mao na lang na siya, sundan na lang na ninyo diri oh. Kana siya. And then ang second question,
Tama.
Sa ganito inyong second indicator ay second variable gani.
Kasi second variable ninyo.
KC. Career decision making. Murag maura to ata. Dok, career decision making lang.
Dili uy.
oh, mao lang na siya.
Maura
Ang
to.
first
One
basis
single
mga
variable ra ni sila.
Single variable
Single.
Magkuha ni sila
Descriptive ra ni.
enhancement program.
Intervention ni sila Dok.
Mag-intervention sila.
program.
Ibalik do sa title B. Tanaw natin lang title.
Kay basis ba yan siya for intervention?
Lagi
tama.
tama day. Basic.
Basis for intervention.
Wagid na mali.
Intervention program. Wagid na mali. Tama.
So maghimo sila intervention program, mao na siya.
Kuan lang, tulo lang iyahang questions. What is the level? Then is there significant difference between the indicators? When group according to katong indicators tanan, when group according to sa to ganina, career choice, anxiety, external barrier, ana-ana. Then number 3, based from the result of the study, what intervention program that they can propose that they can enhance. Mao ba to? Upat lagi ni.
Mao na siya. Mao na siya Dok.
Napa-extend gani ilang gidungag ko.
Ayaw na mag-extend kay
Ayaw na.
mag-extend lang gihapon ng iyang kuan. Extend na po na sila.
Ang level ug ang extend parehas man na. Parehas ra sila. Kuan lang. Ay wala, mali ning kuan. Dapat ang number 3 based from the result of the study, what intervention program that they can propose? Number 3. Kaya intervention man kaya sila.
Okay, so na-note to sa researchers, no?
So number 1, what is the level? Number 2, what is the significant difference when grouped according to the indicators? Then number 3, based from the results of the study, what intervention program that they can propose to enhance the study?
Okay, so ano na siya?
Sige po.
Pero matrabaho na siya kay magbuhat man sila programa.
Intervention program. Kailangan ba nila i-implement ilang intervention program or plan lang, Doc?
Dili, plan lang.
Plan lang. Madugay
Okay.
sila sa
Proposal lang.
Proposal lang.
Pero ang proposal ni amo ra pud gihapon siya mabuhat sa kalibruhan. Kay mag-start man siya sa objectives.
Proposal.
Objectives.
Mostly ang uban matrix lang ang ginahimo pero kailangan siguro nato gid og kuan plan.
Objectives na. Oo, namo gyud tay mga objectives.
Up to sa imuhang kuan budget.
Oh, mga ilang midok og kuan ani format sa kanang objective ato ang plan siguro, no? Intervention program para masundog sa atong mga estudyante ang format.
Oo.
Tapos pwede niyo na ano dito sa guidance i-suggest.
Pwede na
implement.
Para ipa-implement sa ilaha. Okay.
Sige.
So that's it.
Thank you so much, no? Sa wakas nahuman na gid, Doc. I want the researchers to open their cameras first, no? Before we provide our gratitude to the speakers before we extend our thank you. Kindly open your cameras, no? Sa tanan nga na paki-remove na daw ning kuan. 11 na lang tayo. Open your cameras, no? Kay murag mao na lang guni ang last subject, Doc. Kung man nag-present wa na nang layat na.
Layas na. 25 to ganina kabuok na bilin 11.
Ay, so hapit yun sila 30 Doc tanan kung magsabay ni sila. Sige daw, open daw. Maora ni ang mag-open, naunom ra gid ta ani, no? Ayan.
Open sir, ako am Zoom.
Sige ra, sige. Lagi. Kay ang uban siguro ani Doc kay kuan na. Ang uban nanguli pud sa ilaha kay ang uban ay face to face nga klase pud. Na gani nag-present gani atong nagsakay og jeep.
Gamot mga bata oy.
Sige.
Okay, sige.
Thank you po. 1, 2, 3. Ayan. Thank you so much. I-send ako sa GC kay para naatay kuan. Sige, Doc, thank you so much, no, to our Dean of College, Dr. Calia, Dr. Baguio, and Professor Opinion. Maraming salamat po. Mag-message lang po may mig detail sa inyong mga accounts nga senda na mo sa mo ang sa inyo ha. Sa among mga
Okay.
kaan kay
sa opisina ni Dean.
Pwede ra pod. Sige, pwede ra pod. Kang Professor Opinion, unsa kon man ni?
Na lang siguro, sir.
Sige, magpa-send ko, ma'am. Then kay Dean pod kay sa man ihatod lang ni dito adin. GCash ay pwede ra GCash.
Di ba maanay ka man dire?
Kuan next week din kay intramurals man.
Sige, GCash lang na nimo.
Pwede ra pod. Sige po, Dean.
GCash lang tanan kay Dean.
Opo, sige po. Daghan kayong salamat po sa inyong participation, no? And wala ko na-expect nga ma-whole day siya kay last time half day naman.
With all the technicalities mo gani, sir.
Lagi ma'am.
Chapter 1 and 2 naman gud pud tagod.
Kay po taas na gyud. Salamat kay sa inputs po and revisions, no? Katong mga links po nga among gisend sa inyo ha po is mao na po to ilang gamiton for revision. So mag-revise sila, online man to ang document, pakita gyapon ninyo ang mga po dito ilang mga papers. Thank you so much po, no? And see you on final defense.
Okay, bye.
Sige po. Opo. Thank you.
Salamat,
Bye-bye
sir.
po. Salamat po.
Bye-bye.
Salamat.
Bye-bye. Welcome.